Primal Fear, Arc Eternal, and Dino Overhaul X are one but many of the very overhauls we have played over the course of a few years in Ark Survival Evolved. This video is all about the pain and suffering we went through in our journey to play these amazing mods, to not only attempt them, but also complete them. Since I am almost at 30k subscribers, I may even hit 30k by the time this video comes out, and I want to highlight all we have accomplished so far by celebrating this achievement and thanking all of my wonderful viewers for putting us this far. But for now, let's roll. Alright, we are in! It's me, Paper, back with another video. It's been a very long time since I last played Primal Fear, but I am ready for an adventure. I was in the middle of gathering and I climbed up on this rock here just to avoid the very butt-deadly dodo? Huh? Oh, come on. With all of the glorious Ark mods we have covered over the past year, we've had so much content to play through and have fun with whilst also getting mentally damaged. But there is so much more for us to see and get done before the end of our 1000 day special. Just like in today's sponsor, Age of Empires Mobile. It's only been out for 3 months and already has a major update here for us with so much content to be explored. Age of Empires Mobile is an immersive medieval war strategy game, and if it looks familiar to you, then your eyes are not deceiving you. The official mobile game from the iconic AoE franchise is now available for free on both the Apple Store and Google Play, which is terrific. It has also perfectly preserved those classic Empire elements while introducing both new gameplay, control optimization for mobile, thank the gods for that, and quite a huge graphics update. And with the graphics you think is 4K, it's incredibly beautiful with reproduced historical civilizations, because then it will really put you into the mood to be immersed in a large-scale war and city siege. Bring the history alive as you battle with thousands of enemies on screen, and get ready to put your strategic thinking and tactical skills to the test in a fascinating 3D landscape, making the game feel way more alive than you think. The fighting along over 100 different famous historical heroes makes me feel like a true warrior, honestly. And like the legend himself, King Arthur, recruit your hero, then use their command skills along with strategically arranging your troops to balance the battle in your favor, or work with allied players to conquer the imperial cities. And all of this, the traditional gameplay we all grew to love as kids or adults, I don't judge since I was a kid myself, and a bunch of entertaining minigames to help keep us entertained all the time. Don't just take my word for it. See also for yourself how great of a game AoE Mobile is. It's only been out for 3 months and the major content updates for us is already here. So what are you waiting for? Click the link or scan the QR code to download now, and don't miss out on claiming some generous in-game item rewards. Limited availability for new gamers though. But for now, let's head back to the beach. But yet again, when I was looking at the engram list, I got backstabbed. Men vad fan. I had to try retrieving my gear. Then I saw a Primal do in the water, but it was whatever at this point. I retrieved my gear without too much worry, but I had to try working on getting a bed down and a bola to defend myself better. Saw a couple of easy targets on the beach, so I tried killing this Pegomastex, but he was being an ass and not dying. Down from there. He was starting to resemble a porcupine more than anything. I just wanted to go back to my campfire, but there was a stupid raptor there now instead. I managed to make the bola and I ran back to my campfire to bola the raptor and pick up my campfire. I am sheep, I'm very sheep. Well, the raptor was bolad and I wanted to see if I could kill it, but I honestly didn't realize it was a freaking apex raptor. They have quite a lot of HP. I heard a couple of explosions and I decided to go the opposite way instead. I crossed over the river and I got jumped by a raptor only to be killed by fish? Oh, okay, that's my death. So I got back to my body, but I got pushed back into the water by piranha. Oh my god! I really couldn't get back in the water again. There was a whole school of piranhas waiting for my naked butt. Dude, you're camping my body. Well, they swam away and I could pick up my gear and move on. This was my first time playing the Olympus map, and it had Explorer notes. Interesting. An Alpha Dodo was clucking my way, so I had no other choice but to fight it. I bowled it and I almost got pecked to death. Ouch. Oh my god. I was so hurt right now, and not having a bed down really puts me in a bad position. So I started gathering a bit of stuff for some structures and a bed. I've been so close to dying this many times already. I put down some foundations with a couple of beds. There was also a new engram that I haven't seen before, so it's been a good while since I last played Primal Fear. Toxic veggie cupcake, that's new. There were a lot of flames in the distance, but there was no way I was gonna go find out who made it. I managed to find a dead toxic dodo on the beach that I quickly harvested, only to be chased by an angry trike. Further into the sticks, I found a couple of metal rocks I wanted to mine, but this carno was just hanging around for no reason and chased me real good. I saw a demonic monkey in the distance and I was gonna chance it and lead the carno to it, but I never made it. Oh my god. I kinda put myself in a bad position, so I threw my fist against the monkey here. Help me, monkey! I did not feel that very smart at this moment. Getting my stuff back wasn't exactly easy. Why is there so many dinos here? Please! Then I was out of spawn points like, oh my god. I was contemplating if it was worth trying to get my stuff back or make a new set. But an apex raptor violated my rights. Are you serious? Oh my god. Somehow I managed to get back to my base, but I still haven't been able to recover my body. So I decided to make a new set and tools and paper armor. So now I could run back to the metal I saw from before, so I harvested it. I need better tools ASAP. So that's new? Elder Fjordhawk out of nowhere? Interesting. I had to get some narcotics and a flyer going. This place is just way too dangerous. While waiting for the meat to spoil, I'll make a crossbow for now. Those explosions I hear in the distance is very worrying to me. I was able to make some trank arrows and we were off looking for a possible flyer. I went for a drop with the circle around it and I almost got killed by piranhas again. Yeah, I forgot that alpha creatures, including parasaurs, are aggressive. Now I got the saddle, now I need a dino. I managed to scout one in the distance, but a stupid alpha dodo clearly wasn't gonna let me tame it in peace. I bowled its terra and I shoved up some meat into it. I named it Peter because it kinda looked like one. Now when I had a flyer I could scout for possible base locations. But it seems like this beach was ending here, so I flew to the opposite direction instead. I got up to the green obelisk, but there is no shot I am living up here. There was a small little island, but I quickly turned around when I saw some fjordhawks. I found a bit of metal that I just had to grab. It was safe here. Back at base, I saw the very fjordhawk that killed me once, and I tried to bowl it, but no! It almost killed me and Peter freaked out. I managed to escape safe and sound with Peter. That was definitely the cue to pack my bags and move my base. On day 3, I checked out this pillar and it didn't seem like anything spawned around here. It felt perfect for now, so I put down my stuff here for now. I had to make a trip back to my old base to grab everything I left. There was a buffoon ferox nearby and these guys are extremely aggressive, I think. Back on the mainland there was a female for my Peter, so I went to act quickly and talk her into dating my Peter. It must have been a good talk, because Gwen is now on the team. Gwen clearly doesn't know how to handle the landing, so I had to jump up on her back and guide her to the tippity top. I'm forcing them to have some sexy time together so I could have my fertilized egg to give it to your mom. I put the egg aside for now since I wanted some crystal for a spyglass and some soul balls. And I managed to scout some kind of cave, crystal. And it actually had a bit of crystal. There was a bit of silica in the water too, but it didn't feel entirely safe though. A dolphin was aggressively swimming towards me. With the crystal I obtained, I was able to make an awesome spyglass and finally get the reading where the hell I am. I wanted to explore the island more thoroughly, but the spirit Rex had me sweating, so I flew back. But I wasn't alone.
No! No, don't do it!
Why are you guys following me? Oh, okay. Why is there birds attacking my base now? Okay, there goes Gwen, and I died too. Man. I was gonna try getting back to my body, and I died to fall damage a second time. Oh, yeah, lag. Okay, well, yeah, let's just experience it again. I was out of bed spawns again, and I died on the beach. So I went AFK to grab some food until the beds were available again. So, I am now stuck up here with no flyer, and getting up and down from here will be a bit annoying. Well, that isn't exactly true. I still had that fertilized egg, but I needed to hatch it, so I put down some fire. I made a bit of cementing paste so I can make a grappling hook to get up here easier. Then I went down to my body using a parachute, so there was no risk there. I'm terrible at this game. Upping the armor might help a bit, I think. On day 4, I went for a night exploration, sweating my ass off, but I was really desperate for a new flyer. That's a necrotic dodo! No, 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 no. I don't want to do anything with you. I saw it. I saw another Terra where I tamed the other one before, but he didn't want to come to the beach. So I tamed the parrot instead. I ran down the beach only to be backstabbed by a necrotic dodo? I didn't even see it. I then got jumped by a buffoon ferox I never saw. Primal fear. Well, the Terra baby had finally hatched, so I just gave it a bit of food and then I made a new set of tools before jumping off the spire to take out my anger on the dinos on the beach. I got stuck watching a buffoon megatherium fighting a monkey. Clearly, the megatherium was the winner and it gave me the spoils of the monkey. Very nice! It was getting really late, so I had to put up my loadout mannequin, then log out for the day. On day 5, while I was logging in, I logged into a manticore killing me and my new dino. What? What is that login? Bro! What the f... I made some flak armor that probably won't help at all, but now I'm basically forced to find a new pterodon and move from this spot. I was gonna be somewhat smart and prep to look for a new flyer, but the manticore had other ideas. Oh no! He knocked me out! He destroyed something in my base! So he destroyed my beds in the process while he killed me. Now this outcome was very bad. Well then, now I have to work on getting a few tools going again just to get up to my destroyed base. I put up a temporary base so I would be able to melt a bit of metal and make some tools, but it was gonna take a while. So with a bit of editing, we're gonna fast forward this. After making all of the preparations for a new tame, I saw a Terra. Finally. I knocked it out, fed it and picked up my new temp base while it was taming up. Alright, now I got an upgraded Peter too, with higher levels and everything, so it was time to see if my bod was still there. I managed to get back up there, and there was just a few minutes left on the bags and my corpse. But so far everything seems to be there. After the archer did a surprise attack, maybe it was time to make some sort of box for now to keep everything safe. The box was now fully closed up, so no more surprise attacks, please game. After that I went to the cave to kill off an arena for some chitin. Then I would be able to make a bit of cementing paste. After making a bit of paste, I could make the fabricator. I started making some electronics immediately, then went out to look for a new possible tame to get. Then I managed to find a high level female, so I bowled and tried knocking it out. But I had aggroed a stupid Fable Moralitops all of a sudden. Well, I got away by being a spooder man. There was also a toxic dodo I could kill to feed the Terra.
Oh my god!
It was taking a while, so I went out in search of a mantis or something to kill for some polymer. But I couldn't find any, so I went back to my Terra and I headed home. Akisa offered to make a trade for some polymer if she could have some tools made. So with the polymer trade, I was able to make the awesome teleporter. Akisa had given us a few tasks to accomplish before day 100 is over.
Alrighty Mike, I've got some challenges for you. Before day 50, you'll have to kill your first origin boss for tech grams. Before day 75, you'll have to kill Nova, Picon, and Skynet. And before day 100 is over, you'll have to defeat Picon's Revenge and the hidden bosses.
I secured the area under my base so nothing bad would spawn there and get my base destroyed again. Then I went out in search of penguins, but I didn't see any, so I picked up a bit of oil instead since I was there. I picked up some pearls too, despite it being very dingy in the water. Then I managed to find some penguins who were willing to give me some polymer. How nice of them. I was gonna try taming them first, but the trank arrows did nada. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I scouted a bag full of loot, so I basically YOLO'd it. I had farmed a bit of resources and I was trying to head home, but there was a lot of dangerous creatures wanting a piece of me. Yep, it didn't end well.
I knew it.
It is now day 9 and I was looking for a new possible base spot and I flew around for quite a bit. Then I found a very beautiful area where it looked safe. So I went back home to farm some stone so I could make a few gates to block off the area. I wasn't sure how much I needed to block off this section, but this would just have to do for now. I was gonna try making somewhat of a base that was safe.
I like the sound of that.
Then I went back to my old base to grab everything I needed for the new base. So, that's interesting. When I teleported back, some scorpions had spawned in for no apparent reason. Is my foundation spam not blocking enough spawns? Huh. There was also a potential doed I could tame up in my base, so I locked it in between some billboards for now. I had switched up the dumb settlers design to stone for now. I remembered how easy a normal dino can destroy it, so I went full into stone. I was gonna need that doed now, so I decided to knock it out so I could use him to farm some stone I need. He joined the team after his belly got filled to the brim. Then I took him out to farm that great deal of rock. I continued building the base while Akisa was waiting for me to open a portal for her, so she could farm metal. So I had to go open the teleporter for Akisa. I took this opportunity to farm some resources as well. I was gonna try killing a few bugs for some chitin, but the tarantula had me cornered. Oh no! I had my fair share of fun in the caves, so I continued building the base for now. There. Now the base was fully protected from most things in this mod. Waking up to a manticore killing me wasn't exactly pleasing. Then I farmed a bit of more crystal so I could build a greenhouse for crops. They are very important in fact. I knocked out a few dodos and I shoved my bears into them. I needed these so I would be able to make the first tier of kibble. For people who haven't played Primal Fear before, I just want to quickly explain how to advance in the tiers. There are 8 tiers of creatures you can tame to progress throughout the mod. Starter, Toxic, Alpha, Elemental, Apex, Omega Fabled, Celestial and Demonic, and then Spirit and Chaos. And to advance throughout the tiers, you need eggs from the previous tiers and some crops down the line. I found a few trilobites in the river here that I dragged up on the beach to kill for black pearls. Then I will be able to make a mining drill. I think I got too greedy for trilobites. Oh, okay, I'm dead. Alpha Carcinos and... A bit later I went out to farm some metal while a monkey found some interest in me. Why is the monkey trying to go for me? Why did it lag there? Suddenly I had sheep in my base? Hello?
That means a demon sheep can spawn there.
I had to put down a few foundations outside to prevent random ass spawn of dinos near my base. I had to go out and search for a tame that could farm berries easier. I found a flower field, then proceeded trying knocking out the parasaur while a tech raptor swung by for a quick snack. Then I continued on building my greenhouse. Towards the end of the day, the greenhouse was finally built and Akisa came over to flush the toilet for me since I had no dung beetles yet. Then I went out again in search of a parasaur and I actually came across one, but it was very close to demonic para, but I was gonna chance it. Okay! Yeah, that was a very bad idea. Over at the green obelisk, I managed to find a parasaur to tame that was relatively safe. That was so messy just to get the parasaur. Then I farmed a bit outside the base, but it barely gave me any seeds I needed. So I went over to another area for any kind of bushes and it gave me all the seeds I needed for the crops. I planted the seeds and all I had to do now was wait, so I could make my first tier of kibble. I've been having to listen to this stupid bulldog for the entire playthrough today. It's been quite annoying. And for the rest of the day I stayed up on the spire AFKing. The next day I made 2 beer barrels for some beer so the gardener stays happy. I asked Akisa to come help me kill this stupid Odecorus because I wanted him off my property. We finally killed it and I harvested it for some keratin so I would be able to make an S+ hatchery. And I made a few bone gates to keep the wildlife off the beach. That bulldog had me going mental. Akisa just had to come over and flex that she made it to the alpha tier already. I haven't even reached toxic. Oh my god.
You like my dodo?
No. So the reason why me and Akisa haven't wrapped up yet is because we wanted to reach the alpha stage on our own so we would get more of a genuine starter experience. Well, it was time for me to make some toxic kibble and get started. Everything was prepared for it now. I used the Primal Spear to knock out the toxic dodo, very cheap and effective for this. I got my first toxic dodo and now I need a female. The male will just increase the production speed of eggs. I slapped them into the terminal and enabled egg production, and all I gotta do now is wait. After a few minutes they had produced 2 eggs for me, so now I was able to make the alpha kibble and get myself a pair of alpha dodos. I went out and I tamed the alpha dodo, which put me in the alpha stage now. So before the day was over, me and Akisa tribed up.
Welcome to Sentient Sea Slugs.
Akisa had to show off her Elder Ukti.
If you can't beat him, join him, Mike.
It was disgusting. So it's been more than a week since I last played, but the dodos have been very productive and maxed out the soul terminal. Jesus, the crop plots had run out of fertilizer too, so we had to produce some more. Akisa was so excited to show off her new mask. It's kinda odd how she keeps finding these things. I had to try them out for myself. Well, the next day we were gonna try to go out and tame an elemental dino. I spotted a kamikaze dodo on the beach which was already lit on. I hoped he would die and explode from one trank arrow, but he fell asleep instead. So, we tamed it. Either way, I was leading a caustic parrot in the trap and then my Terra died from it. No! Yeah, I do not think we're ready for elemental dinos just yet. The trank arrows alone weren't enough. On the very next day I went out in search of an alpha griffin instead, so I had something to use to kill with. So then I placed down my gates and then lured the griffin in the trap. I didn't really have any tranks on me, so I had to use the Primal Spear for this, and it did really good. On day 19 I was out looking for another griffin and I almost died to some sort of chaos dino I couldn't see. A bit later I found another griffin, but it was next to Spirit Griffin, which could prove to be a problem. So I looked for a flat surface and then I placed down my trap. Getting the griffin's attention was a bit tricky, but he eventually followed. I am such a dumbass, I accidentally opened the front gate. No, I opened the gate! While I was poking this griffin with a stick, a dodo vyvern backstabbed me.
Uh-oh.
I was able to teleport back to the griffin, but the dodo vyvern was still there. What was I thinking with? Well, third time's the charm, like they say, and the dodo vyvern was nowhere to be seen. There. Explain the thing. Now, we have a pair of them in case we just somehow get any of them killed. Still, I had no clue what to do with the kamikaze dodo, but he was super sus, so we left it in the corner of the base. There was an iguanodon outside the base that I knocked out. I would need its conversion of bears for seeds, so I would be able to make some more Primal Fear narcotics. I then tried out the griffin and he did quite good damage. I went on a killing spree, killing most of the fabled creatures I could. And this bracket dropped the very Primal shotgun. It's a beast for killing PF dinos. On day 20 I farmed a bit of metal again since I was waiting for Akisa to get ready to get some elemental dinos. We were gonna get these caustic parrots since I believe they do torpor to dinos. I got the parrot's attention now and he followed me into the trap like a good little boy. Akisa tried out her toxic turtle and it took so much damage. The parrot knocked out Akisa in the process. I poked the parrot with a stick up his bum and it became my friend. A bit later we found a male for it, but it was a bit trickier to lure it into the trap this time. Oh no! Akisa got knocked out again in the trap.
Managed. Oh my god, dude.
Well then, now we had a pair of them so we could obviously breed them. But we would need their eggs for the apex kibble as well. A bit later, a bunch of babies were finally grown up for both me and Akisa. We made a few healing stews so we could heal up the parrots because we were gonna try them out. The parrot's poison can knock you out. What?
No! Oh my god, you can apparently knock out yourself.
I guess I was wrong also. The caustic parrot doesn't do any torpor to any wild creature at all. We went a bit later to the tippy top mountain on Olympus to kill the twin centurions for levels. I made an industrial cooker as well and a primal food cooker because why not? The industrial cooker would be useful for some veggie cakes for snails and the primal food cooker seemed new. I haven't seen that one before. The Primal food cooker had some interesting recipes, especially the veggie cupcake. We made a few of those cupcakes and we're gonna try them out with the parrot. Oh, the cupcake was a lie. Oh wait, what? It doesn't work at all, Akiza. Interesting. I didn't realize it because of the bugs living in this cave, but the cave was filled with the crystal I have been looking for. Then I went for a food break while Akiza was playing around in the base. She managed to kill a kamikaze dodo and blow herself up in the process. Wow, that precious kamikaze dodo was killed by one punch from Akiza. So, before we were turning off for the day, we were gonna go tame some apex dillos, so I made a bit of apex kibble. I went out and I found a pair of apex dillos. Perfect. So I knocked them out and I tamed them. Slammed them both into the terminal and I called it a day. Today I wanted to make a bit of that juicy elemental advanced kibble, but we were lacking out on electric feathers, so I would have to go out and get that. When I got to the desert, I found a Biorex. It was just a humongous Tech Rex. I don't know what it's for. The desert was stockpiled of Titanosaurs, for sure. I managed to find an electric parrot I could kill for some feathers, but when I was gonna chainsaw, a necrotic dodo came over and stole the corpse of its feathers.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh hell no! No, I didn't get any feathers!
Well, that didn't end well. So I had to go out and look for another electric dino, but stumbled upon this electric griffin. I got a few feathers off him, but hopefully it was enough for some kibble. There was a light feather light up in the redwood, so I went back to base to see if I could make a few pieces of kibble. Oh, we can do 8. Perfect. Now I have no clue what came over me. I could have simply just shot it again and possibly survived. It went out after 2 shots and she happily joined the team. A bit later I found the male featherlight I was looking for. It was a bit scary to try taming it since it was literally next to a necrotic wyvern.
I got it though.
I got back home and Akiza told me to be careful around the gate since we had a lurking buffoon dodo outside. It could level our entire structure like it's not even there. Then I made a few apex narcotics since I wanted some better darts. We were gonna try going for an advanced elemental griffin today. We had located a light griffin, but leading it into the trap proved to have some design flaws. I was trying to come up with a temporary solution when he just flew into the trap willingly. It worked for some reason now. But when Akiza teleported to the location, she opened the gate and baited a loot boss.
Akiza, what the f***? You opened the gate!
The wandering loot boss was still there, so I had to try leading him away. I succeeded in leading him away, so I picked up the trap and I moved it to another spot. Then I took Squawks to the trap and Akiza closed the door. Vad fan? I really just had to die for that? We knocked him out and then fed him. We just needed a female for him now so we could breed him. I didn't quite realize it, but the featherlight was actually quite decent. I've been relying too much on the griffins lately. I was gonna try leading the buffoon dodo away from our base, but that didn't end well.
Ah! It wasn't even close!
Interesting. I think the Nuka dodo killed the buffoon as well, because I couldn't see it around anymore. I killed my first demonic too, which wasn't too difficult. It dropped some good loot for me though. When I was just about to clear the terminal of all these dodo eggs, Akiza was messing around like usual. Oh my god. I took Shop to the swamp to farm some rare flowers since we would need them for some more narcotics, and a capper joined my Shop from me.
Whoa!
I got back to my griffin and I picked up the flowers, then I continued farming with Shop.
What? Ah! It's snoggling controlled. What?
I was looting him. Oh no, Shop is killing me.
Oh my god.
Well, I got back to the swamp to pick up Shop and I rage quit for the day. I started the day by throwing out some featherlights for breeding. I will need quite a lot of elemental feathers. I noticed we had a visitor as well. The Primal outside was scaring me a bit, so I put down more gates just in case. I went out in search of a Grifficorn, but when I was about to put down my trap, a Reaper backstabbed me. I got back to the Grifficorn and I got my revenge on the Reaper Queen. I was very close to being caught by Spirit Thyla's attack. That was very surprising to me. I somehow trapped the Grifficorn in the trap and I managed to fly out.
Oh! Wait, I could do that?
Oh. One Grifficorn down, just need a mate for it. I flew around for a bit looking for another Grifficorn, but came across a skeletonized T-Rex.
Bone meal. Oh yeah. Oh god, it needs kibble and feathers from everything. It needs souls. It needs demonic emperor souls. A celestial emperor soul. Okay.
A bit later, I spotted a necrotic wyvern. It has terrible hit rate. That's just great.
No, it wasn't a hit.
I managed to fly into his attack and I got grounded. Then saw a loot boss coming for me.
No! Come on, teleport away, please. Help! Oh god.
I managed to get back to the necrotic wyvern and I did him dirty with a sneak attack from the sky. Yeah, that was kinda dumb. And I risked it to tame this wyvern. Well then, when I came back to the wyvern, it wasn't tamed yet.
Put food in. What did I give it? I gave it fabled kibble. I'm a dummy.
I had the proper kibble this time and I fed it, but I got chased by a lot of random dinos.
Oh, the Primal is back!
I managed to get away and back to the wyvern alive. The necrotic wyvern is like a glass cannon. It does some really good fire damage and grounds flyers. I took out the Captain Black Bowler without too much of a struggle. And the demonic parasaur, apparently. I had to try it out again. The demonics take quite a lot of damage from the necrotic wyverns. This dodo wyvern didn't stand a chance against it. What a wonderful creature this is.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh well, the fun is over. I had the task at hand and that was taming a few fabled pterodons for their eggs. And while I was taming one of them, I had trouble on the beach.
And Pegomastix took your teleporter, of course, on the beach.
Then I went for a second female with a terrible hit reg. I killed my first celestial too. I had a lot of fun with this necrotic wyvern. A bit later, the fun was finally over when a buffoon Ferox ruined my day and scared me.
No!
That is the last fabled Terra I needed. A male to increase the production speed for eggs. I came across a buffoon dodo, which is new to me, so I wanted to tame it this time. I shot a few darts and kept my distance away from the Nukadodos.
Oh yeah!
It's relatively easy to tame and the minions it summoned is pretty fun to play around with.
Boom! Oh my god!
A bit later into the night, I found a buffoon Terra bird. These guys are really fun, I've heard. I ran into a problem, however. I was out of darts, so I went back home to make more. When I came back, there was a loot boss nearby me, so it made everything aggro to me. I managed to get back to the Terror Bird, I knocked him out and fed him. The damage it did was surprisingly good. I could take out the demonic bulldog without any problems. Not even a demonic sheep stood a chance against this beast of a bird. I even took out the skeletonized Tyrannosaurus with this. The bird was just too good. I took out my first primal creature in a quite cheesy way though. This is awkward. I didn't really think through it, so I died from my own bird's fire? Well done. I got back to its corpse to harvest up the blood. I was gonna need that to make my first primal darts in order to tame my first demonic creature. Then I threw out a few babies to grow up for the end of the day. The next day I logged into the server. I started by chainsawing up some featherlights for feathers and fabled for blood. So, we were gonna need some toxic narcotics for darts, but we were out of rare mushrooms. Then I went out for a fabled Theracino since they can harvest up to 4 or 5 times as much as normal, I believe. I saw some kind of structure that I believed had an explorer note nearby, but I didn't realize there was an origin RG nearby, so I just lost a Theracino. I didn't even get to use it.
Oh no!
Then I had flown over to another swamp with some trees that could be harvested for rare mushrooms. But there was a chaos nearby killing Shop with its aura.
Okay.
So I asked Akisa for help, but she was occupied with the primal shark. After the shark was dead, we went back to the swamp and Akisa was gonna kill the bee with the terror bird. But we got jumped by a demonic cat bro.
Oh yeah, I was killed by a demonic Caprasuchus.
No, my terror bird!
The next day, I had decided to tame a fabled stego to try it out to see if it was any better than the Moshaps. So I knocked it out and I went back to base to make some fabled kibble. Wow. To be honest, it wasn't that good. So I used the chainsaw instead, which gave me way more than the stego did. I was able to make some more toxic narcotics so I could make the apex and then turn it into darts and get some omega dinos. I settled for an omega sarco and I was trying to trank it. Then my griffin got noggin controlled. Well, I got back and I tamed it up. But I got attacked by an apex wolf. Damn, this mod is brutal.
Jesus, is that an apex?
Of course. We couldn't find any more Omega Sarcos, so we had decided to tame 2 Omega Alloys that were close to each other in the desert. The female, however, was in a really bad spot with the Celestial Allo and a Spirit Griffin nearby, so I had to try leading the Celestial Allo away. Then I tamed it up and we had a pair of them Allos. Back at base, I bred the Allos for another egg and I got the female. Then I threw out all of the babies as a sacrifice since we needed those elemental feathers. I logged in the next day with an abundance of flyers to harvest for the feathers and blood. It was now time to finally get some demonics and get some big pump damage dealers. I also made a few primal darts because it's a demonic we're taming. Those apex darts would probably work, but after a few hundred darts, so yeah. Then I found a high level demonic, but I would just have to wait for it to wander away from the other one a bit. So I gave it until the morning. Well, I did start taming it in a cheesy way, but I was trying to lead it to the mainland. I was doing my best to avoid every bit of hellfire of spikes and get as many shots in as possible. But I didn't pay attention to one thing and I ran out of darts.
Oh no, I ran out of darts.
So I had to go back to the base to make a few more darts. Then got back to the Thorny Dragon and I had to chase him around.
You're so close.
Nice. Now I got my very first demonic, so I will be able to attempt my first origin boss. It's been so long, and getting the feelings back to this awesome kind of damage was a great feeling.
Oh my god.
I killed the Primal Shark with ease. A bit later, I spotted an origin RG that I took out. It took about 5 minutes to kill, but at least I was able to defeat my first origin before day 50. I went for another origin RG on the island along with the Carno. They gave me a few good armor pieces with 0 durability. Now that's what you call an upgrade. So on day 37 I was able to make my first origin arrows and they knock out anything with 1 arrow. I flew around for a bit trying to see if I could find any demonics, but I went back to the one from before. The one that was close to the first one I bedded away. This was kinda easy with the arrow, but it would literally one-shot my Featherlight if I got hit by the spikes. So now with these demonics, I could breed them for some more. I went for an Origin Raptor this time to get a token and some tech grams. Then a bit later I went for an Origin Direbear. He did a lot of damage, but he was not alone.
This guy is not messing around. Especially when I have 2 of them!
I killed them both by day 38. There was an artifactor next to the green obelisk I had to kill for its artifact, since it's very important for making kibble and tokens. Then I went out to take on an Origin Kairoku since we were still missing a few tech grams like the replicator. Back at the base, I was able to make the S+ replicator now and a tech gem.
Generator, awesome.
I was gonna show a keys at the entrance to the Ab Cave I found, but there was an Origin Rex on the way there, so we were gonna kill that first.
Oh, is it gonna die? Oh, nice.
Yay!
It took quite a while to get it down, but I got some cool engrams and a token, of course. So when I was gonna show a keys at the way to the cave entrance, I got shot down by a Celestial Ferox.
You're gonna be very shocked. Oh.
What? What just killed? I barely survived that. I am kinda sad I lost that very griffin, but it's fine. I had other things at hand to work on, especially this Origin Spino. It went down on day 39.
Nice!
Akiza wanted this demonic bulldog, so we had to knock it out.
Whoa!
It was super zoomy in the water.
Did you see what he did? He has zoomed up there.
Yeah.
I looked around the whole map and I couldn't find any origin environments, so I decided to make the summoner for it. This one is so annoying to do and takes a while, so Akisa came to the rescue. It got killed after a few minutes and we got our last set of tech grams.
Nice.
Then a bit later, after killing all of those origins, I had some origin arrows made so I can knock out these turtles. They will passively produce rare flowers and mushrooms I need for healing potions. Well, I figured it was about time to get some celestials since we needed their eggs as well. I had set my eyes on an RG and I actually missed a few origin arrows. That's very expensive.
Oh, I missed again. This time I tagged it. Whoa. Come on, come on, come on. I hear explosions.
There was another high level next to it that I didn't realize, so I knocked it out as well. Obviously, I started breeding them since I wanted more of them in the soul terminal. The next day, I started by making a few fabled health potions since we had turtles passively producing the flowers now, so I didn't have to be shy with our stuff. Akisa hadn't seen the buffoon dodo yet, so I had to show it to her.
Oh, he's beautiful.
The Nuka dodos were very successful at demolishing our walls like they weren't even there, including Akisa. So while I was tracking down the manticore, I got kicked out of the server.
Oh no, I crashed out of the game.
So when I logged back in, I was dead, probably because my character fell to its death.
I died. Oh, of course.
Well, I had located a manticore, but it proved to be some difficulties.
What?
And then it just died to some chaos griffins. My featherlight got knocked out from one of his abilities. I went for another manticore that I was just gonna put in the soul terminal for boss eggs. All I had to do was gender swap it. I went on a killing spree killing penguins for polymer since I couldn't make a mutator for gender swapping the manticore. A bit later, I took out an artifacto since I couldn't make any more boss kibble. I was completely out of artifacts. I decided to tame broodmothers instead for egg production, since there were 2 of them on the map. Then I tamed out the last broodmother I needed. So towards Alpha next. I took the Celestial RG out to try it, and while it does some impressive AoE damage, it's not stronger than a demonic for DPS, but it was definitely fun to use. I started by killing a bunch of origins by day 44. It took a while, but we needed their blood and tokens. I am somewhat of an idiot. Why in the heck did I decide to land on top of an enemy?
That's so great. I got pummeled to the ground by raptors.
Well, I managed to get back and get my revenge. Akisa needed some aid tracking a Celestial Seeker she wanted. I had to take a hit for it, but that's okay. On day 46, I had made the tier 2 summoners for the Demonic Reaper and Emperor, and some health potions. I set out an area where I could summon the bosses. This area looks pretty good for this.
We are doing Demonic Reaper Empress first. Cool. Attack! Attack the ground!
Oh, don't bring her over to me. I'm trying to get out Buttonhead.
Akisa brought her pudding head for this fight. The innocent poor bulldog was tanking it like a beast.
We did it!
It gave us 2 pieces of demonic gear. Then we summoned the Emperor.
3, 2, 1, boom!
And when we kill them, we get the tameable summoners from the bosses. It's pretty easy taming this with the origin arrows.
Okay, easy.
Akisa gave me her summoners too for me to trank out. Next up was the Spirit and Chaos boss, but they required a lot of things to farm. Well then, let's get to work. I had an interesting encounter with the Tortuga which summoned all of the stupid birds.
And if they stole all my health potions? You kidding me?
While I was out farming for souls, I managed to run into Demonic Empress. I quickly called Akisa for help. Yikes. I ran into an artifact as well for artifacts, very important for making boss kibble. Then I continued the next few days farming a bit of demonics and celestials, which took forever. So on day 56, I made the summoners for the Chaos and Spirit boss. I summoned it in a very flat area. While we were fighting the Spirit Guardian, Akisa accidentally dismounted, so I jumped off my mount to save her Indominus.
I died because of it.
And for some reason the Spirit Bomb it did, it literally one-shot the Reaper Empress.
Is this scary for you? Whoa, that's scary!
I got back to the fight on my Thorny and I shot from a distance. Akisa had loaned me her Empress and we were fighting in the desert now. The boss had pushed us this far.
Whoa. Boy.
When Akisa ran past me, the boss fired its homing missile at me. It did not end well.
I do believe you may have died.
After I fell to my death, Akisa followed with her last Emperor we had.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I had all the potions activated, it didn't stop it.
We were almost out of dinos, so I got back to the Spirit Wyvern and basically let it circle around me and my Hellfire. Yeah, it seems to work with the Reaper. While I was tanking the boss, Akisa shot from a distance with the Thorny. We finally killed it before the day was ending. It took us 1.5 hours to kill this boss. Bro, that was intense.
Finally.
With the boss finally killed, I was able to make the Spirit Orb to tame my first Spirit Dino. There was a decently leveled Spirit Wyvern up, so I shot my Origin Arrow at it and basically kited it around the map until it got knocked out.
I'm now drowning.
There was also a second one up, but it was a really low level, but I could basically just let them breed continuously until I had a perfect merged one.
Oh.
I flew around on my new killing machine and it was super strong for being a low level one. On the start of day 60, I made a bit of alpha boss kibble since I was gonna go tame an alpha Dino. And not too far away, there was a female nearby, so I tamed her up too. Then I would have some alpha boss eggs so I could work on getting apex bosses afterwards. Next day, I saw another high level Spirit Wyvern, so I made a few origin tracks and the Spirit Orb and I went out to tame it. Then obviously, I started breeding that high level one to get some better ones. Pretty late into the new night, the Wyvern was ready and I had to try it out. It had absolutely no problem of taking down an origin boss.
What?
There was one of these skeletonized Tyrannosaurs again, but this time I actually wanted this one because it was quite high level. It does seem to be immune to origin arrows, so I tried a few Primal darts too, but they didn't seem to do much. So I decided to go out and tame myself an Apex Manticore.
I tagged it.
I got back to the Tyrannosaur and I started blasting it with the Manticore. It was almost knocked out, so I went back to base to make a bone meal so I could tame it. Wow, I finally got my first skeletonized Tyrannosaur. He walks extremely slow, but he looks so cool. Then it was time for the other guardian, the Wyvern of Chaos. It one-shots the Spirit Wyvern. Now that's interesting.
So, you see me?
I had to try it, But the Tyrannosaur got one-shot too, like what the hell? It took a very long time, but then we eventually killed it. Maybe it's actually better if you start off with the Chaos Guardian instead of Spirit. It might be that the Chaos creatures are supposed to go up against the Spirit Guardian, but I don't know. I haven't played this in a while, I don't remember. Then I was able to make my first Chaos Orb. I had set my eyes on a high level Chaos Griffin, so I shot my arrow and waited for it to fall asleep. On day 66, I was gonna get Akisa a B because she has been complaining to me this whole playthrough that she wanted a Chaos B. The hitbox on this dumbass B was almost non-existent and the origin arrow didn't actually work. So I took in my Manticore to knock it out and it took quite a while. Here you go, man. I was gonna try making the Artifactor Summoner, but we didn't have enough. He's very expensive to make, but he can drop about 18 to 24 artifacts. The only thing I didn't have was a good Apex creature to harvest blood from. So I went out to tame 2 Apex Thornies. I killed off a lot of dinos for their blood, since we were gonna need an extreme big amount of it. For summoners. I threw out even more of the babies to grow up so I could harvest even more. Then I flew out in search of origins to kill for tokens. We killed a lot of origins for tokens, and since there are 2 of us, we get twice as many tokens. I was finally ready and able to make the Artifactor Descended.
Oh my god, 250 million HP.
After we killed him, we got a buttload of artifacts. So on day 71, I was throwing out more babies to kill. There was another Chaos Griffin up, so I made the Chaos Orb and I flew out to it. There we go, I tamed it up. And then back at the base, I threw it into the propagator and I let them breed for more babies. Well, Akisa had robbed my base again, and then she had to show off the new secret base she was building. I wasn't allowed to see it despite I knew she was working on it. This was a really good looking masterpiece. Anyways, today's task was to take down all of the bosses in tier 5. Nova the Destroyer, Pickon the Creator, and Skynet. On my way to the battlefield, I spotted an Empress out in the wild, quite frightening. Oh, here we go! We summoned in our first Nova the Destroyer.
That looks very dangerous.
We killed it by day 73, but I had trouble finding the egg. I honestly thought it didn't drop it or it got meshed.
Oh, wait, I see it!
Then we summoned in Pickon the Creator. So how I like to do this fight is with the Spirit Wyvern. The boss is big and the ability I have is a very big range for this, so it's perfect. And for some reason, Pickon the Creator is attracted to the Spirit Wyvern. We got the fertilized egg, so we went back to base to drop it off to incubate. The next day, it was time for the Skynet boss, and he grunts flyers immediately.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue what it can do. Ouch! It bites me for 1 million! I'm dead.
Akisa was thinking the Skeletonized Rex is the one to use for this fight. There was a pretty high level one up. Then I took my Apex Manticore to knock out the Skeletonized Tyrannosaur.
Okay, bone meal. Nice.
So with the Ascension and Descension item, I can make the Infernal Transformation item for the Skeletonized Tyrannosaur. We managed to get back to the battlefield and it was time for round 2, fighting the Skynet boss. The boss seems to summon a lot of primal minions that are actually hard to kill.
I'm coming as fast as I can.
Am I really tanking him?
Yeah.
Bruh, are you serious? The Infernal Rex was definitely the one for this fight. He could stand up to the Skynet boss somehow.
Uh-oh.
We killed Skynet by day 75. It took a very long time to do this fight, but we did have a problem after we killed it however. Do you guys see what I'm seeing? Yeah, this is a very important item for making the Skynet. So the Skynet drops a blueprint on the ground to make your own Skynet, but I couldn't pick it up since I had a horde of minions on me. And before the day was over, I threw out Pickon and Nova to grow up. We didn't have too much to do, so we just chilled and waited for Pickon and Nova to raise up until day 81. The babies had finally grown up. So I had to check what was on the agenda today on the scanner. We want to kill the wild Indominus real quick. Then we track down the Reaper Empress as well. So today we were gonna do 2 Novas and 2 Pickons for the souls, since that's all we need for the Colossus and Pickon's revenge. And since we are 2, we get 2 souls instead of 1. So we started off by killing a few Origins. I was able to make 2 Novas and 1 Pickon, so we would have to fight the Demonic Empress again. Somehow the minions dismounted me in the midst of battle.
What? They dismounted me!
I got back to the fight and I got soul. When we summoned in Nova, the infernal skeletonized Tyrannosaur got melted by it. We needed that Rex to try
Nice.
Skynet again since we didn't get the blueprint last time.
We needed that for Skynet.
But I had all the potions.
What do you mean had all the potions? Did you use them?
Yeah.
We then killed Nova after a while.
More purple.
I then summoned in Pick on the Creator, but he was nowhere interested in the Griffin or the Nova.
Hey worm, come get me.
So I decided to jump up on a spirit environment to attract his attention, and it worked. After he had his fun of pushing me around the map, he got killed. We needed to fight him again though. I did honestly not pay attention to my health here, so I died. When I got back, Pickon was stuck in a waterfall, so we killed him there. We went out to tame another skeletonized Tyrannosaur so we could use him for the Skynet boss again. Time to summon in Skynet. This one had way more HP than the last one. This fight had my PC up in flames, literally. My spyglass was so bugged out, but the Kisa notified me that it was half HP. During the fight, I actually disconnected, so it was just too laggy, I think.
I got disconnected.
My Nova had died while I was trying to reconnect. I grabbed another Nova and I joined the fight. This time my spyglass was actually working, so hopefully no more disconnects, please.
200 million.
Man, you gotta love the FPS. I have about 10. 9 million.
Under 100 million.
Nice, come on. Nice. There. Oh my god, we killed it. Akisa got the blueprint, then we both died somehow. What?
I died.
I died too! Well, to summon your own Skynet, you had to make a lot of other stuff beforehand. I left Akisa to make all of the remaining stuff to make a Skynet, while I went out to tame another Apex Manticore. When I came back to base, I made Artifactor the Ascended since we needed a bit of artifacts again. Oh my god, that's so many artifacts. I was just making a few preparations for 4 Colossus boss fights. It's just a precaution so we don't accidentally, you know, pull the items. It was now day 88 and we were still making stuff for our own Skynet to this day. I spec'd into full crafting skill to make this blueprint. Then we summoned him in our old base. He was a beast with almost 40 million HP. Oh my god, his damage was so destructive that my internet couldn't handle it.
Oh! Outgoing, reliable, buffer overflow.
On day 89, I spotted a spirit manticore
this.
on the scanner, so I made the spirit boss cable for it. I tracked him down, but I only got one shot at this, because look at that. That's really sick. I managed to tag him, so all I had to do was avoid his attacks and wait.
Oh, I tagged him. Oh!
Monster. He is an absolute beast of a creature. I could tell the kids had been here due to the missing trees. Finally, I was able to make the Colossus boss summoners. It was then time for the Electric Colossus. And for some reason, the Infernal Tyrannosaur couldn't survive its attacks. Now it was just me and the boss. and some of the minions can actually dismount you. Well, that's unlucky. I got apparently hit by one of his one-shot abilities. Again. I decided to give this a try on my Spirit Manticore, so we could kill the minions easier.
See anything? Oh, he's just standing still now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep throwing stuff at him while he's standing still.
This was a very long fight, but we got the medallion, so now we would only have to fight 3 more Colossus bosses. We summoned in the Ice Colossus afterwards, and it felt relatively easier than the electric one. Well, we did kill him by day 91 and got the medallion. On day 92, Akisa had requested for me to go out and tame a spirit beast since she wanted one. She was taming a new skeletonized Tyrannosaur instead. I had to go back her up since she ran out of darts.
Oh, that'd be so much easier.
We had a very weird encounter with an Origin Rex who had a poop of death moment. Then it was time to fight the Fire Colossus.
I summoned it.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say it, but we had installed the Mr. Fister's toggle damage numbers potion. It helped a lot with the frame rate. Afterwards, it was time for the Caustic Colossus.
Oh,
What a joke, he was so easy.
Jesus!
Today was time to defeat the last bosses in Tier 6. The Demonic Empress and Emperor rematch.
Oh, it's a fallen. 563 million!
I'm gonna be honest with you, it wasn't that difficult to defeat the Fallen Empress, nor the Ascended Emperor. We got the Descension and Ascension items from the bosses that we could use on our dinos. The damage difference was quite a lot.
Wow, that's cool.
It's pretty good actually. On day 96, I made the summoners for Picon's Revenge since it might take a while to defeat. This is Akisa's first time fighting Picon's Revenge, so I explained it to her to always keep herself healed and the dino. We have damage numbers off here so we don't have to hide our UI to look at our HP.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
He had 13 freaking billion HP. Holy!
Of course, he's just standing there screaming.
Did you just get swung to me? Otherwise he wouldn't do that ability.
Jesus Christ, dude. Well, I guess I'll just sit here and take it. Where is he? Oh, he's standing there.
Finally, he went down on day
Nice.
97. We pulled through, and no one died. When we killed him, he gave us the Torch of Destruction, which does millions of damage and torpor. So we made it! We beat Primal Fear. Or did we? Picon's big brother Nova had appeared and wanted revenge. And when I said it wanted revenge, I wasn't kidding. He clapped our other dinos like they weren't even there.
Jesus!
Come on, we're so close. We're gonna be finished with the mod if we do this, come on. Oh my god, wait, what? What does that mean?
I will not fall here. I can't move. I'm literally stuck here. Not until every last one of you survivors is cold and dead. Uh-oh.
What?
Nova, God of Destruction?
What?
What? No!
I'm backing back up.
Dude! No! Don't leave me alone, Nikisa! Nova's God of Destruction had appeared. The very god of primal fear. She's in my face! Health potion disabled! She disables health potions!
Pardon?
I can't heal! Yeah, Nova, God of Destruction, tends to be more dangerous than Picon's Revenge. This is not beatable. I joined back on my fallen Empress, but she went down like I wasn't even there. It's not possible! Yeah! The only thing we had left was the Skynet. The reason why I didn't use it is because it's causing a lot of buffer overflows. Well, this might actually be doable with the Skynet as long as it doesn't disconnect me. Nova, God of Destruction, had my 100% full attention. If I just blinked, I would possibly die. I basically face-planted my health bars and healing timers. This was the very last creature I had left to use. Much later, she managed to join the battle on her Ascended Indominus with max points into HP. It was doable for her, but she could barely damage him. $38 million, come on! This fight went on for an entire hour and we actually beat it. I honestly thought that this fight was gonna be unbeatable because Akisa died with so many creatures and we lost literally everything except the Skynet. The loot we got from the God of Destruction was a minigun. It doesn't use any ammo at all, but the design is super cool.
The minigun.
Well, we had to try it out, and we took down an Origin Raptor with this. And with Primal Fear completed, it's finally time to move on to the next one, Anunaki Genesis Reborn. A dangerous being from the underworld has invaded to take over the planet, and it's brought its minions to roam this ark. I have to take down all of the wardens, then work my way through the mega bosses and eventually the war chiefs. On top of it all, I only have 100 days to defeat all of these bosses. This is Anunaki Reborn. So starting out on the beaches of Viking Bay, I saw the first glimpse of Age Reborn in the distance. A desert titan casually chilling by the starter zone. Despite him being there, I was mainly focusing on getting all of the starting tools and that. Then I made a prime cloth hat which has 0 durability. Then I suddenly got one tap. Okay, yeah, it was too clean. Bro, come on, that was the first death in the mod. Why did I die so early? Like, Jesus. I tried getting back to my body, but he was being quite adamant about leaving me alone. Okay. Then I noticed the desert titan was moving my way, so I just farmed and crafted new tools instead, so that guy. I killed my first innocent Shinken for its hidden meat so I could have some KFC later. Oh, I didn't stop there though. I had to gather more meat to satisfy my bottomless pit. One scrawny Shimken isn't gonna cut it. I then started placing down my newfound structure since I plan on living here for now.
I then ran up to the lake where you can easily farm some metal and crystal, but I noticed quite a few red health bars floating around.
that?
Those were roaming bosses.
Oh god.
So I got my pick out and I started gathering some metal and crystal for now.
Men plocka upp blomman för helvete.
I had gathered quite a bit and I was gonna go back to base to melt the raw metal, but then I got targeted by the Desert Titan's lightning attack.
Oh no, have the lightning! No! Wait, I'm gonna die. I don't think I'm gonna die, right?
Then I got my stuff back and I ran back to base to melt down the metal. We had a CKF mod installed, so I built myself a settler's table since I like the design of it. It's very clean. After putting down a few foundations, I then put down some forges so I could melt the metal. I had to gather a bit of wood for the new base build, then I made a few foundations that I just placed down. Nothing too fancy, I don't know how to build. While I was out, I ran into a jerboa in the wild that can passively produce all sorts of kibble in the soul terminal.
Is my Fist of Fury not doing enough?
It took me a while to knock
guess
out this
not.
jerboa though. And then I tamed up an elite dodo as well, since it can produce ancient hide and dodo eggs that I would need for making health potions. I eventually knocked out jerboa and tamed him. I named him Joachim. Day 2, I moved up my foundations a bit further up the spire, because I didn't feel quite safe down there. Then I started working on my new base. I ran out of resources quite often, so I had to run down to the beach to farm some wood only to be hit by a server crash. It took quite a while for the server to restart, but as soon as I logged back in, I started hearing some reapers on my beach.
I can hear a reaper! Where is the reapers here? No! No! Oh my god!
I tried getting my kit back, but the reapers didn't want to leave me alone.
Need to lead the reaper away somehow. Oh my god, I've never...
Even baiting the reaper away was actually quite difficult.
God damn it. Why is she running over here all the time?
And speed. I don't understand it. I'm out of stamina, great. After that annoying encounter with the reapers, I started building the base again. On day 3, I went for another crystal metal run since I got the metal tools so I could gather more. On my way back towards base, I ran into a crystal wyvern I wanted to tame, so I rushed back to my base to make myself a grappling hook so I wouldn't fall off from the back of it. But I didn't have any cementing paste or chitin, so that was out of the question. I was just gonna YOLO it, and I noticed that unfortunately I didn't meet the required level to tame it, but he took me on a wild ride either way.
Well, I do not feel safe up here.
I took out a few turtles for their keratin so I would be able to make some cementing paste and get to level 65. And then I saw him, he was literally on the beach and I just went for him without the grappling hook.
Imagine if it's gonna stop at 99.9 now. Oh my god!
I eventually tamed him up and got my first flyer. Not really what I expected for a first tame though. Bright and early in the morning, I grabbed a bit of paste from a beaver dam, then I went for a cold swim to pick up a few silica pearls for electronics later. Then I tamed up another elite dodo before heading home. I flew into the ice cave to grab a bit of oil and kill off a couple of penguins for their organic polymer so I could make a soul gun and a teleporter. Back at base, I made a fabricator so I could make some electronics later. I crafted an awesome teleporter as well, so getting over to the base wouldn't be too much of a nuisance anymore.
Yeah.
I then flew over to the highlands to look for any sheep to kill for their mutton that would help out taming some of these dinos. I could not find any sheep at all in the highlands, so I met up with the Keys instead and I trapped up with her for this run. She has been enjoying doing these 100-day challenges a lot. I went over to the desert area to look for any sheep to kill, and then I found one after searching for quite a while. Then back at base, I checked my soul terminal and I noticed that the jerboa had produced quite a bit of kibble. Not bad at all, I would say. In AG Reborn, we have different kind of tranks we can use at our disposal, but I found out that the AG darts were too expensive to make and they almost did the same as improved trank arrows, so we just went with those almost the whole journey. While I was out flying, looking for tames, I spotted an obsidian jug bug that I tamed up since these bugs are extremely important for making steel ingots in this mod. I'll explain it later when I'm gonna make the ingots. In this mod, it can apparently spawn bosses from other DLCs. I heard Rockwell. There is Rockwell there, what the hell?
Oh my god, he's literally just in the desert.
Then I tamed up 2 more Jerboas to speed up the production for kibble. Then I teleported back to the base to make a few oil rigs to passively pump oil from the ground. I had gathered all of the necessary resources for a chem bench that will be great to use for making narcotics. Then a bit later I grabbed a bit of honey from beehives. Then I got attacked by a rock drake and I ran into Kitty Cat. Oh, I cannot get away from this! Because I have it saved. I got back to my body, I retrieved my gear, and then I continued grabbing a bit more honey. But the rock drake just couldn't leave me alone though. It just couldn't.
He got you.
On day 8, I was starting to build the greenhouse because the health potion in this mod requires an astronomically large amount of crops and honey. Then I ran out of crystal for the greenhouse walls, so I went to a cave to grab a bit of decent amount of crystal. I then made a few layers for the crop plots to max out the production as much as possible. On day 9, Akisa felt extremely poopy and was asking me to flush the toilet for her multiple times. That's kinda weird, right? Nah, I was just kidding. We were just doing the toilet trick to get an infinite amount of fertilizer since I had no dung beetles yet for the greenhouse. At the start of day 10, I had set up a few beer barrels for the gardener because she wouldn't work if she wouldn't be given any beer at all. What? Then I placed down the drunkard gardener and I basically let her do her job. On day 11, I logged in with Virons being inside my small little base. Huh. Who put them there? A bit later, I flew out to the desert to chainsaw a couple of dead crabs for some polymer, since I wanted to work on getting an industrial forge eventually. A Utahraptor wanted to come and say hello. Oh my god. While I was out flying around looking for tames, I came across a golden dodo. So I told Akisa to help me tame this one because this is a very important tame, so I grabbed it with my Virons claws and I brought it back to base to knock it out. The dodo just killed me through the window, like... What?
Sleep.
We finally tamed it after quite a bit of trank arrows later. Okay, so let me explain real quick what these are for. The golden dodos are an extremely important tame since they can produce 2 very important things in the soul terminal. It will produce instant health potion, 100%, and golden treats. The treats are the very best thing to use to tame dinos with, because they only require 1, and the dinos in this mod tend to eat pretty slow. There was also a silver dodo in the same area, but these are not tameable and you can kill it for silver treats. It basically works the same as golden treats, but they aren't as effective. On my way back to base, I saw a unicorn I kinda wanted to tame up, so I jumped off my Viron only to be eaten by a raptor.
Oh no, the raptor's gonna kill me! Oh my god.
Then I got back to the unicorn and I gave it a kibble. I didn't stick around since it would probably take a while for it to tame up. After I flew around for quite a while, I finally stumbled upon my first Alpha Allosaurus. The Alpha Allosaurus is a mandatory tame to get since they were the only ones who weren't aggressive of the Alpha tier. I flew around for quite a while until I saw a high level one. 420. I found one lurking in the desert biome, so I tamed it up with the silver treat I got from before. Otherwise, this would have taken me half an hour or more to tame. Now I would only need a female to start the breeding procedure. Taking a break from the exploring, I started upgrading my base a bit now because the settlers could basically break by 1 bite from any dino out there. I continued building my base even at day 15. I then made the AG Reborn Forge that can make steel ingots at a very fast rate. It has now been 2 days and the unicorn has lost about 700 food, even with our super fast rates. So this is basically how it is to tame certain dinos in this mod with normal kibble. So the treats are basically the most important thing here.
Bruh.
I went out again and I found the 480 level Allosaurus. It was not the greatest but not the worst either, so I gave it my hearty treat and I picked her up. I came across a Majangasaurus as well that has a horn on its head, so I knocked it out so I could gift it to Akisa since she likes creatures with horns.
It's beautiful!
So at the end of the day, I started breeding the Allos so I could have an imprinted baby. It was finally time to make the steel ingots, so let me quickly explain why these are so important in this mod. The steel ingots are the AG Reborn's own ingots that are needed for almost anything, including saddles, summoners and gear. And not only that, but a few creatures can passively produce ancient hide, chitin and alpha blood, which are a few ingredients needed for crafting AG Reborn stuff. So the golden dodo produces 1 instant healing elixir, 100%, and a golden treat. The Easter bunny, ancient pelt and ancient polymer. Alpha dodo, ancient blood. Elite dodo, ancient hide. Elite sun dodo, ancient chitin, obsidian jugbud, yeah. And the jerboa, all types of kibble. So that's practically it about this mod. At the end of day 16, I had made the saddle for the Alpha Allosaurus, and then I took it out for a spin and it did some quite impressive damage. On day 17, I went out to look for an Alpha Therizino so we can get our hands on some rare flowers and fiber, but know this. Alpha creatures are a passive tame, and some of them will attack you if you're not wearing something called an Alpha's hat. I didn't have one on me at that time, but I did a cheeky method for it though, which kinda worked out. I had then finally tamed him up and I saw another golden dodo, so I grabbed it and brought it back to base. Then I finally tamed it up and I put it in a soul terminal so we had double the production of golden treats.
Borb.
On day 18, I went over to the swamp to grab a bit of fiber, flowers and mushrooms for the beehives. Then I flew over to the Carno cave, which is now an ab zone. We had installed the Aberration map extension to Ragnarok to make it a bit more interesting, so I grabbed a bit of metal and gems. Awesome. So thanks to the gems, I was able to make myself a glider suit so I didn't have to use the grappling hook and, yeah, fall to my death. On day 19, I crafted up some healing elixirs which were tremendously expensive to make. Then we went out to kill a prime alpha with our allos, and as soon as I jumped off my allo, it got mind controlled by a noggin that resulted in me dying.
Okay.
And I see the Noglin.
Akisa did the very same thing. Good job. And not too far away, we actually ran into Prime Alpha Indominus. Okay, so to get our own Prime Alpha Indom, we have to drop itself to below 5% HP, then it will drop a fertilized egg we can raise. This only works on females, however.
Nothing so far.
It was now day 20 and it still didn't drop an egg, so we figured it might be glitched, but then it dropped an egg when we killed it.
Oh, it did drop an egg.
Dropped an egg.
Afterwards, I took the Theory out to farm quite a bit of berries since the health elixirs were just too expensive to make. Still, after farming all of those berries, I couldn't make too many health elixirs because it required a vast amount of honey as well. So I traveled out to tame up some queen bees so they can passively produce honey in the soul terminal. I believe it's faster in the terminal. Also, I forgot to mention it, but in this mod, you can evolve dinos into other powerful stages, but the requirements are quite big and you need every bit of Apex drops out there to evolve them. We then took on our first roaming mini-boss. We eventually killed it and it gave us the trophy and some element. The trophy, however, is used for evolving your own Dinopithecus into an alpha. Then a bit later, I found a high level prime flame Indom that we could raise and eventually evolve into an alpha variant. Now take it, there is a lot of elemental variants out there, but the flame is the only one who can be evolved into an alpha. Akisa joined to help me out, so I could watch over it to see whenever it would drop an egg.
Die! We took your children.
On day 21, I was basically just looking over the Indom evolution choices. Mind blown. So, if we wanted to actually progress and kill all of the bosses in this mod, it was crucial that we get some prime alpha T-Rex eggs, because these ones can be evolved into a legendary Alpha Rex. That is the one and only creature that can stand up against the world boss. We tried luring it further down the mountains and dropped itself with the bleed. The explosion ability was extremely dangerous and did huge damage to the allos. We tried waiting patiently until it dropped an egg, but Akisa got sadly killed by the Rex. Then I finally saw it. It finally pooped out an egg, so I killed it and I unlocked a bunch of engrams, including the reborn tech replicator. So I decided to swim down to the mushroom cave to build a small outpost to raise all of the babies, because I didn't want to risk of losing them to some wild dino swooping in for some quick snacks. This is also one neat thing with this mod. All of the drops in this mod is modified already, so they will have custom loot in each beacon. I had then finally moved all of the babies to the new area. I then went out to tame a few snails so I could have some cementing paste. I knocked out also a zombie poison wyvern, and I tamed it up since it would be somewhat of an upgrade from my crystal wyvern.
Oh my god! How did I take... I took no damage there.
Nice. On day 23, I was basically just letting the allos smash so I could have some more backups.
This is the same with the Indominus.
The next morning I logged into the server and some babies had finally grown up to adults.
So what we should do for this one is we should go and kill everything for this, so we can evolve it. Because if we can evolve it, we can breed it with the female over there. Wait, yeah, the female over here. Or we can go and look for an alpha female again.
On day 25, we were curious if we could evolve an alpha Karchar, so we worked on knocking it out.
Oh, hopefully that's enough. Oh, that was enough.
Ah, jeez. We finally knocked out the Karchar by day 26. It took a really long time to get that one knocked out.
Jesus. Yeah, you can't even evolve it.
There was also a pretty high level female Alpha Rex in the same volcano, so we started dealing damage to her. The bleed is exceptionally good, maybe too good in my opinion.
Oh
Jesus.
no! No, we're stuck here now!
Oh no!
After lots of bites and bleeding, the Rex finally dropped an egg that a snake wanted to join.
The snake is trying to take it.
So, every time you kill an Alpha Rex, you get an essence from it, which is used in the recipe to evolve the Rex. And unfortunately, it didn't come out as a male Rex, which we needed to start breeding these.
No, it's a female.
On day 27, I picked a fight with an Alpha Griffin that can kill you off your mount. That is so dumb, I hate this. A bit later, I wanted to try taking on my first Warden boss with the Indominus, so I sent in my minions and it did so much bleed damage, jeez. I eventually killed it and I unlocked the Warden shield engram and got a bunch of loot. The Warden trophy and element is for summoning warships, so that's super important. I took on a Prime Alpha Giga as well, which was pretty easy with my Raptor minions. And then I took out an Apex T-Rex also. I don't know what kind of tier it is, but it was kinda easy. Go, my minions, go! Well, since we already had high-level female Alpha Rex, I took out the low-level one since it was practically useless for breeding. Damage gap was pretty huge, going from the Alpha Allo and Indominus to this.
And it does like an explosion attack every time it bites.
Ooh. So then I went ahead and took out a Rhino Warden boss. Those raptor minions are just too good in this mod. King Daddy D-Mac was the next target to take down. If you guys didn't quite catch it, but all of these wardens gives off warden engrams, so you practically have to kill specific ones for each engram.
Oh, he's pretty cool.
There was a max level 750 alpha Indominus, so me and Akisa started damaging it. And like before, this one had also an issue dropping an egg. And then a Giga came in to join the party, killing the Indom, but luckily we got an egg.
Oh, Mike, you canashed it.
I did? No, that was the Giga.
The Alpha Indom came out as a female, so that means we can breed these Indoms and make a more powerful baby. Then I tried taking on an El Diablo, but the raptors didn't do any bleed damage to it at all, so I didn't bother anymore. I went for another warden instead that could take bleed damage. I had killed an Apex Carno that had its corpse hanging in the sky. I dismounted my Indom and didn't realize there was a wild prime Utahraptor in the group. Anyways, the next warden was next in line. The raptor minions were annihilating the boss. And not too far away, I took out Spike, the warden of the jungle. That name reminds me of The Land Before Time, I remember. Oh my god, I am just getting used to seeing red messages at this point. Now I would only have 4 more wardens to defeat, which was a Mosa, Giga, an RG and a Crocodile. And towards the end of the day, I was gonna attempt taking out the Prime Alpha Griffin to unlock the engram, but I was hit by yet another server crash. This is unbelievable. Well, it took me a while to get back in, but I went on to kill a few Indoms and Rexes for the trophies and Apex drops. And then I continued killing off a few more here and there, Gigas and Indoms. The next day, we went for another Prime Alpha T-Rex that we led down to the beach. We got it pretty low and it dropped an egg. Oh, there we go. There's egg. Kill him. So I put it in the hatchery to incubate it and I went out to kill a Dinopithecus. What? And apparently the Rex can summon minions, so I had to look up the controls for it. But it was Control Q. What? A bit later, we were finding a savage T-Rex and the minions I summoned, you can apparently ride them.
I'm a minion now. Whee! Oh, I do so much damage, but I die. Did you see how much damage I did?
We eventually killed the Savage Rex and unlocked Tech Transmitter. But we couldn't make it quite yet though, since we didn't have a tech rep or a generator for it. So the Alpha Rex we got from before hatched into a male, so now we have a pair of them so we could breed them. Oh my god.
Yay!
Unfreaking believable. It happened again. The G-Portal server crashed again, so I got so pissed off, so I turned off for the day.
What a complete joke.
On day 34, I was taking on a Kijun, the Supreme Tiger. He didn't drop anything special at all. Nothing. We went down to the app area to grab a bit of element ore and metal. I honestly don't know why we farmed element ore. We started taking out a few dinos in the desert area. We didn't know at this point, but the Age Reborn Tech Dinos can be harvested for a lot of element that you need for Warship Summoners.
Alright, real gun, helmet, and leggings.
Not far away, we run into Prome, the Mega Dodorex, which are basically for unlocking engrams into making each Warship Summoner.
Now we're pumping out damage, you see that?
It took a while to kill him, and he could basically destroy my Alpha Rex if I didn't pay attention to my health. We also took out an Apex Giga, which dropped a crap ton of pods and rockets that Akisa loves. Back at base, I then made the Age Reborn Tech Replicator since we saw that it had the island boss spawners in the mod for unlocking tech ramps, so we decided to work towards that. The next day I just casually was swimming in the deep ocean with my Rex, killing all of the squids for their tentacles.
What do you think the squids are thinking when they see like a Rex?
I also grabbed the artifact too, since I was down in the trench.
Oh, we're gonna click
I went to
it,
kill a
but-
few bacillus too, since we needed blubber. I spotted the spooter swimming in the ocean, so I went to attack it. It wasn't too difficult to kill, honestly. Akisa decided to take me to the labyrinth, since she needed some help getting the artifact for the island summoners. Akisa kinda led me here because she knows this dungeon inside out. After we completed the labyrinth, I went out again and I saw a tech mosa close to the beach that I took out without any issues. It was being barbecued by my Alpha Rex. It was finally time for us to fight an El Diablo Giga. We could stun him with our Rexes, which helped out quite a ton. Every boss seems to do some kind of reflection damage too, so the minions kept on dying because of that.
This is crazy.
Nice, that was our first Diablo.
I need more leeches.
After that, I went into the corner cave to grab the cunning for one of our summoners.
Found it.
So with that artifact acquired, we were able to make the dragon alpha spawner, and then we summoned the dragon in.
Ooh.
He survived with only a sliver of his health left. But we killed it and unlocked the replicator, but we were still missing out on the generator and such. So then I went on to work on getting some Spinosaurs and Thericlaws for the Megapithecus boss fight. I then made the monkey spawner and I summoned him on the beach. We unlocked the generator now, so now we will be able to make the tech
couldn't
transmitter
I use
to
it?
scan for dinos.
Radar. Oh my god.
At the end of the day, I took out an 8 reborn tech giga so I could get a tremendous amount of element and black pearls.
Oh.
Damn. Okay.
Think we solved the element problem.
Then I went for one of these SC Tech Rexes, which gives about the same amount as a Giga. When I was hunting for a Tech Trike, I spotted a Mega Gorilla,
What was that?
so I switched to attacking him. And what do you know? He can apparently kill you after mount, like... What is this? What is with these stupid gorillas in this mod? Like... Do they have some kind of thing against me? I hate them so much, the dogs monkeys have given me PTSD. On day 42, I gave up fighting that gorilla and I started extending my base a bit since the tech replicator was kinda huge. I had started raising my Alpha Rex army as well, just in case. I had to go for quite the metal run because I was constantly running out of metal ingots. The next day, I took out my next warden, which was Pickon, the warden of this guy. I basically kept him stunned so he wouldn't fly away. Then I went over to the swamp to take out the Croc Warden afterwards. Then a Mega Spooter rudely interrupted us and joined in only for it to die. Goodbye, Spooter. And then towards the end of the day, we started fighting our last Warden, which was Morma, Warden of the Depths. Actually, I honestly didn't realize, but it took us until the very next morning to kill him of constant left clicking. After killing the Morma, we went back to the labyrinth and I got unknowingly killed by the gates.
Bruh.
Nice.
And back at base, I started making some basic tech armor since it's used for making the Warden armor. The Warden armor works exactly like a tech armor, but the mobility on it felt hell a lot smoother and clean. Next day I went out to farm a bit of metal again, since we ran out of ingots for making the steel ingots. It was a lot easier to farm now with the Warden armor. I had one of this Prime Tech rifle, which shoots like an assault rifle. It was amazingly good. We then fought the Mega Gorilla and it was extremely laggy for some reason. My 4090 couldn't keep up.
That is so laggy.
He basically annihilated my Rex army, so it was only up to us to take him down. We did kill him, but the only thing we got was a few artifacts. On day 47, I spent a little while farming metal and crystal again, because I was constantly running out of it like usual. Then I made the Warden Tech Bow, which is incredibly strong to knock out dinos with. A bit later I tamed up the Easter Bunny, which can passively produce some stuff I need. And back at base I made a boss tribute box, which is a special taming food for taming boss dinos. There was a max level Ghost Dodorex in the desert that I started blasting with arrows. The Warden Tech Bow was incredible. After a bit of chasing the Dodorex down on day 48, it finally went out cold. Well, I then tried out the Dodorex on a Warden and it does some good bleed on it, which was very good. On day 49, there was a Rockwell boss that had spawned in the desert again, that we fought and killed. Go attack Rockwell! Dude, some dodos! Attack the heart!
They can't even like do damage to him.
They can't reach the heart, bro. It rewarded us with a few more levels to our characters. The next day, I found a ghost dodo wyvern that I started blasting with trank arrows to knock out. The tech suit was pretty fast and I could outrun it. There we go. Outfly it? Whatever. I eventually knocked it out and then we tamed it. I logged in the next morning to my base being cleaned out. Akisa had robbed me.
What the hell is this robbery? Bro!
She told me that she was working on a base in secrecy and it was finally done to be viewed. So here it is. I then picked up my army of T-Rexes, so we had a good supply of them ready on standby. A bit later, we then took on the Vulthurial. I might have butchered the name, but it's a mega dodo wyvern boss. He gave us access to summoning the War Chief Dodo Wyvern at least. The day just shifted and we had started attacking Nahagliv, the Mega Manticore. These names are so hard to pronounce. But suddenly, in the midst of battle, a Pegomastix took my teleporter again. I had PTSD from that still. It took a real long time to kill it because of its damage reduction, but we unlocked the next warship summoner at least. Now we only have the dragon left to kill to get all of the warship summoners unlocked. On the very next day, we went to take out our last mega, which was Alduin. The battle music for these fights are amazing, but sadly they might contain copyrighted material, so I couldn't include it. We eventually killed the dragon, but we didn't unlock any warship summoners, so there was something wrong here. But there was a Robo-Dragon nearby, so we killed that one instead and we got the warship summoner.
Could be. Are you serious? Why did this guy come?
But yeah, the very next day we were finally ready to take on our first warship boss, so I made a Spooder spawner. Then we summoned it in the desert area and we started blasting it with attacks. Jesus! This is quite a light show! Talk about too many lightning effects, which kinda hurt my eyes a lot. We killed our very first warship and we got the Selitha spawner and core engram, which is for crafting our own warship. So from now on, we had decided to work towards all of the remaining 5 warship summoners, but we were lacking out on Warden element and trophies, so we spent the next few days killing all of the Warden bosses we could possibly find. Well, there goes the croc, only 2 trophies. I have to go and kill more. It is now day 65 and it was time to take out Gnashor, the Dodo Wyvern warchief.
God, it's so many Rexes. You're going over there. Okay, I'll keep roaring them.
Oh my god, look at this whole army. We then killed it and got the Zephyrus core and spawner to make our own Dodo warship. And the very next day, it was time to take out Perdition, the Manticore warship, which seems to take a while to kill. It literally one-shot all of the Rexes that we previously used for the Dodo Wyvern fight. We then ran into a problem with our damage,
Now
so I
can
went
make it,
back
I
to
think.
base to make the Selitha Dino. I came back and then we started seeing some good damage finally. Then we finally killed it after a while, but we got the Hephaestus spawner and core from that. I didn't actually notice this, but apparently all of the warships have a one-shot ability that can be used to
Expensive.
kill lesser creatures. It does over 1 billion damage.
Was that negative? I think I saw a negative number there.
Now that's a lot of damage!
And then back at base, we made the Dodo Wyvern warship, and it had a really cool looking model, not gonna lie.
Oh my god! Did you see this?
We tried taking out the Warden with our warships, but they did like no damage to him, so we didn't know what was going on. We decided to take on 2 spooters in the swamp. It was relatively easy. And for the next few days, we just killed a lot of tech dinos for Element and Black Pearls. We had to go and farm wardens again, because we were lacking on warden element and trophies yet again. This is one of the few things I don't really like about this mod, but you're gonna reach like a point in this mod where you have to spend hours and hours grinding warden bosses. Then it was finally time to kill the third warship boss, Nilok. I basically kept him stunned so he wouldn't fly away. But then again, we finally killed him without too many issues. Then me and Akisa split up to go and kill wardens again. So it's day 77 and we're literally still killing more wardens on this day. It was now day 78 and it was time to fight the monkey warship boss. He did some good damage to us and he killed Akisa off her spooter.
Oh, he killed me.
But yeah, eventually we killed him and we got the engrams. The next day, it was finally time to fight Rabain, I think, the warship Dodorex. It was extremely strong of a boss, and it took us an extremely long time to kill him also.
Jesus, what a light show.
He's about done stun.
Oh no. Yeah, I can see that.
But we finally killed our last remaining warship and unlocked all of the warship engrams. So, with us killing all of the warships, we unlocked the engrams for making our own legendary Alpha Rex.
Well, heck yeah.
But making these cores and Rex tributes wasn't exactly cheap, so we were gonna farm 2 of each item so we can get the breeding pair of the legendary Alpha Rexes. Then for the next few days, we went out farming all of the requirements. I was farming tech dinos while Akisa did the same. We killed a crap ton of Rexes for the tributes, and the most annoying thing to get was the Rex trophy and essence.
Oh, no trophy.
So after spending a few days just killing Rexes and Rexes and Rexes, we finally made the last 2 legendary tributes for the Rex. Then I evolved my Rex into legendary.
Oh my god.
Whoa, Jesus, bright as heck.
That wasn't scary at all, was it? Jeez.
And boy, he was gorgeous.
Oh my god. Look at the health.
And the next day, Akisa made hers, so all we had to do now was to let them grow up so we could breed them again together. So for the next couple of days, I was basically just preparing all of the Rexes to grow up for the last boss fight. I then went out to try the legendary Rex out, and it was a massive damage boost. We then discovered we had a special ability that did so much damage it was unreal. This is definitely the one and only for beating the last boss.
Damn. Oops.
I then decided to make the last remaining Warshift bosses to try them out since we were just waiting for the Rexes to grow up at this point.
Oh my god! Look at this boy.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's so green. Okay. Bukito. What the? What is this? Oh, damn!
Dodo Rex.
Nothing. See? Some kind of nuke. X.
Whoa! So the Rexes had grown up, so all we had to do now was level them up, and then it was time for the final boss. It was then time to fight the last boss of this mod, so we lined up all of the dinos we were gonna send in for this fight.
You ready?
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
We're down to half the bosses.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Boquito almost died.
We finally killed the world boss, but it came to my attention that during testing we had been using the wrong affinity the entire time, making this whole mod much more harder for us. When we did kill the boss, we got an artifact pack that gave us all of the artifacts from the game. And with the world boss down, that concluded Age Reborn, and now it's time for the next one, Hugnia. Hugnia, one of our most fun overhaul mods out there, and a big favorite among many. It's been one of my most requested mods to play, so here we are, but with a twist. There are a few elements of surprise, like the dubstep penguin with an AK down to the enormous leech, a roaming dangerous plant that will whip you until you die, and then we have the daunting German gunner as the final boss. I have 100 days to beat it, but if that wasn't hard enough, I will have a few goals I need to do in order to beat these 100 days. By day 15, I have to put down an ascension portal that will allow all of the bosses to roam around the world freely. By By day 40 I will have to defeat my first roaming world boss, and then by day 75 I will have to kill the last remaining boss of Hugnia, which is an oversized hippopotamus. Before we start, I would like to shout out to these content creators for inspiring me to make our content too. If you do enjoy any of this content, please hit that subscribe button and the like button, and let's go. Finally, we are back again. Starting out on the beach, swamp, as an ogre, scratching my arm with this weird implant for the 6900th time. Gathering some resources for some starter tools? No, you don't have to gather stuff for starter tools since you spawn in with them. Then I went looking around the environment to see if it was safe, and I named my tribe Pluck-a-Duck. I made myself a foundation and a box so I can store stuff, because eventually I will be a thick AF boy. Then I went out looking for some dodos to kill for some hide so I could have at least a bed. I was being chased by a pack of sheep and a nameless? What the heck? A little bit later I was inspecting a Hugnia having a massive crap. I wanted to see if I could kill them, and I didn't realize they would attack back. Jädrans helvete! I decided to spawn in the tropical area instead, so I could find some dodos to kill for an easy bed. So back gathering stuff again like usual. I found a trike I could passively tame, but I had to hit level 20, so I just ran around and farmed for a bit instead. I stumbled upon a Moshaps that wanted major bears, but it was so damn slow on taming, so I literally gave up. Then I found myself a harmless slicer that I finally killed for some hide. Now, since I had a hide, I could make a temp base with a bed now, so I didn't have to spawn all over the place. I crafted a bow and arrow, and then I was ready to take on some heavier dinos since I had a ranged weapon. That Moshaps was a greedy little bitch, so I decided it was time to kill it. After like 100 arrows he went down, but then some Pegamastax wanted to fight me. Day 2, still trying to kill this Pegamastax, but it was just too strong and I just went to harvest the rest of the body instead. I made myself a bola and was gonna try to kill his Pegamastax, but it felt literally pointless. I was in need of a spyglass so I could figure out what HP this Pegamastax really had. I made myself a spyglass and some souls also. The Pegamastax was back. He almost killed me, but I got away, and then I used my spyglass to see his health. He had frigging 3800 health. Bruh. I made a couple of wood foundations, upgraded the base, and hit level 20 so I could tame the trike. Then I started taming the trike with some berries. It was slow but not horrible, but I had a spectator who wanted to join in on the fun. It was the Pegamastax again. I bowled it multiple times so I could tame the trike in peace, but I got caught in one of his attacks so I died. Men vad fan! After that I went back to my body to recover my gear. Then I continued feeding the trike, and then he eventually became mine. I named the trike Neon after a friend. I sent Neon to attack the Pegamastax immediately, so I could get some hide and make a saddle for Neon. I went for farming run, and weirdly enough, Neon can also harvest stone. I just want to explain something quickly here for people who haven't played Pugnacia before. Lots of creatures have their own niches where they farm other resources, typically from vanilla creatures. There are a bunch of them you can use as a structure to craft or use with their own specialty. I went out for a lot of metal so I could eventually make myself some metal tools and a crossbow. I saw a zombie baryonyx and I took it out, and once you kill them you get their brains that can be used to tame your own zombie variant. And yes, the trike can also harvest corpses. Then I went back to base and I started melting a bunch of metal for a smithy, and I also made some narcotics. Afterwards I went out and I farmed a bunch of crystal, because I was eventually gonna need it. I saw one of these Picayune Titanosaur and took it out. I don't know what they were used for, aside from building on. Day 3, I went out for a bit and then I came across a walking fridge. This turtle does a frost breath attack and can also be used as a fridge. I then found one of these prodigious Lystros that are pretty cool, which I just used for doing backflips on. Then I made a good amount of narcotics, which I will need in order to craft those new Pugnacia arrows, which are twice as good as vanilla. I made about 100 arrows that would probably be sufficient for my terrible aim. Then I also made a Pugnacia smithy, which you basically need to craft in order to make the Ascension portal. I went out scouting for dinos and I found myself a pterodon and I proceeded to knock it out. I saw another high level one in the distance and I was gonna see if I could try taming it too. I saw this arc over by the water and it would probably help with taming if I got some prime. I saw one of these conflagrant frogs that worked as a mobile chemistry bench, but it had some company around the area, so I had to clear them out. Then I bowled, knocked out and fed this frogger. I left it up to tame. Well, I still needed some prime for the bird, so I went to take on a conflagrant Spino. He almost killed Neon, but I didn't give up. I went over to the pterodon and gave it some prime meat and left it to tame up. Then I went over to the frog because it got finally tamed. I named him Guppy. Then it was time to try out Guppy's capability of crafting stuff. I must say, I was very impressed. While I was skipping around, I flew over a water jug bug, which can be used as a backpack. Nothing fancy really. I noticed that one of the pterodons were no longer on the scanner, so I thought they woke up. I went over there and I just found a death bag. But what killed it? Then I saw the murderer and I took that stupid capper out on my Guppy. I went over to the other pterodon and I named him Transport because he was gonna carry everything to my new permanent base location I had planned on moving to. Before I started moving, I wanted to grab a few more crystal before I had to go. Then I saw a pretty high level parasaur that you can passively tame, but I knocked it out like the default way. The parasaur can however pick up stuff from the ground like a human, so that was quite unique. And if you've seen my other series, I don't stick around waiting for Dino to tame up, I usually just leave them. Hey! That's a pretty cool, neat looking backpack. Okay, enough messing around. It was finally time to go and check out my new base location to see if it was safe. Yeah, it looked pretty safe to me. On my way back to the base, I picked up a few drops on the way and I came across a 754 compound bow. You can also use the Pugnacia arrows with any bow or crossbow, because they are universal. Day 4, so we finally arrived at the new permanent base location and we started placing down a couple of foundations as a start. I made one of these corpse retrievers in the Pugnacia smithy, which is exactly what it says. It has the same design as the awesome teleporter, if you guys have played with that mod before. I was taking a break from base building and I went over to my tame parasaur and picked him up, which I named Wizzy back at base. I equipped Wizzy with the saddle and I cleared the area notch. Day 5. I was out looking for Anunaki that would be really neat for some metal farming. I found 2 and I knocked them out and I left them there to be tamed up. I was being baited by a red drop and then I saw this Thanksgiving ancient turkey which can shoot missiles out of his butt. I didn't want to mess with that Thanksgiving dinner just yet. Back at base, I wanted to make myself an harpoon gun so I could use the projectile nets, but I was still waiting for metal to be melted, so I went out and farmed some metal in the meantime. So I got back to the base and I dropped off the metal, but we were still lacking on ingots so I can make a fabricator. So then I flew over the lake and I saw this conflagrant Rex which can apparently make jerky in its inventory. I was gonna attempt to knock it out because having a proper meat eater would help me severely. I saw a magmasaur nest in the middle of nowhere, so I joined the egg while the mom was busy defending her nest. There was also a conflagrant doehead and an Anki in the area, so I decided to knock him out. I gave them each my matron berries and I left them there to tame up. Day 6, I started the new day by going out and searching for a high level Spino. After checking a few areas, I found one and I proceeded to knock it out. A little bit later, the Rex finally tamed up, so I saddled her up and went on a killing spree. Then, not too far away, I saw a lonely griffin who wanted to become friends, so I knocked her out and gave her my meat. I continued my round and went on and killed a few more dinos. I came across a male griffin, which would be excellent for my lonely girl griffin that was just taming up. So I knocked it out, gave it my meat and left it to tame up. I went over to the Spino and I gave it some meat since I was zooming around on the Rex looking for trouble. Then a little bit later, I took my Wizzy out to the otter pond to farm some silica pearls and I alerted all of the otters that I was there to collect all of the pearls. The others tried rebelling against me, but they stood no chance with the mighty Rex. That was a lot of otters and now most of the lag is gone. Men hallå, hur många ska det vara? Day 7. I started out the new day by making myself ghrelin tonic. It will basically make the Dino starve so they can eat faster. On this new day I went and picked up my conflagrant Anki and named it Metalman. Then I also picked up the Doed, who was chewing quite loudly. I named him Spin to Win. Since I had a tonic, I went over to the Spino so she could be tamed up already. Then right before she's about to be tamed up, a crab creeped up on the Spino and ruined the taming efficiency just at the last second. Afterwards, I went over and picked up the griffins, which I will force them to make a baby for me, so that I can have an imprinted griffin eventually. Then I took out Metalman out for a spin to try him out, and you know what, I was actually surprised how much he farmed. Why can't they be this good in Vanilla Ark? Day 8. I wanted to expand my base a bit, so I started making these S+ wedges, which is a bit expensive but it will do for now as a base. I took most of the base down in order for me to place down the wedges. Then I placed down a terminal. I will use it for egg production and poop as well. Then I also made a fabricator that I will be using to making electronics eventually. After taking a break from building, I took my pterodon out to the island where it spawns oil and I farmed some. Base progress was still being made as of today. Then I almost forgot to give myself a fresh new haircut. Jeez. Day 9. The building mode was still being continued, but this time I made a greenhouse with one of my favorite designs that I usually don't have the energy for. Since I was making a greenhouse, I had to go and farm some crystals, so I took my Anki out for a spin. I continued until day 10. Day 10. Now it was finally time to put down an ascension portal and let the bosses spawn into the world. We had a custom setup, so about 4 bosses spawn every half an hour. Then bright and early in the morning I continued working on the greenhouse since I needed a lot of narcoberries for tranquilizers. I finished up the rest of the greenhouse and it was now done and ready. Then I took a break to go out into the world and I saw one of these Easter bunnies which can automatically produce kibble if paired with an Oviraptor and a Morellatops. I decided not to go for this route since this will make kibble kinda pointless, and what was the point of making the greenhouse then? I went for a conflagrant Maywing though, since they can be used as a wireless generator. I netgunned it, knocked it out with one arrow, gave it a tonic and some meat, tamed him up and named him Duckachu. It's literally a Pikachu but with a duck face. I threw out my Duckachu and let him power my fabricator. It definitely has some interesting bond effects when powered on. I was giving my base a couple of walls and a rooftop to end day 10 with. Day 11. I started out on a fresh beautiful morning by grabbing a bunch of poop so I could tame myself a dung beetle for that easy thermal fertilizer. I couldn't find any dung beetles, so I went back to base to make myself a fridge. I didn't want the turtle because it's gonna be kinda weird if the turtle is starting to eat everything when he is the fridge. I made myself the CKF sci-fi table so I can make myself a generator. Apparently when the server does restart, then the Maywing shut down sometimes and you have to re-enable its power, and I didn't wanna do that all the time. Then I went out and I found a dung beetle. I gave it some poop and I picked it up. I didn't find any more dung beetles, so I went flying around my base area for a bit. Then I came across this gorgeous looking griffin that I wanted to give a Kisa. I knocked it out, fed it and left it up to be tamed. I went out looking for this Hugnia since they can produce a massive amount of. I knocked these two out and fed them and tamed them. Then I picked them up, went back to base to make myself a new terminal that will solely be used for making fertilizer. Then I made myself the CKF Sci-Fi wireless generator with its powered junctions, placed them out, and then I had power all over my base. I wanted a bunch of gunpowder so I could make some Pugnacia darts, but I was lacking on charcoal. like a lot. Day 12, I went out scouting for a conflagrant mammoth which can burn wood into charcoal extremely fast. Then I found myself a mammoth. I proceeded to trap it, knock it out. I gave it some berries and left him up to tame. I flew over to the griffin to pick it up instead since it had been tamed up by now. I then came across a Jerbob Ross, but he was not safe in this area, so I grabbed him with my griffin and I took him back to my base where he could be tamed up in peace. A little bit later I found one of these prodigious Yerbaska that was kinda cute, so I knocked it out, gave it some berries and left it up to be tamed. I met and I tribed up with Akisa, who just joined the server. She wanted to build for me in this series, but that took forever. I found a big snail which could produce some paste. I tried passively feeding it the cake, but it wouldn't accept it, so I knocked it out instead. After it got tamed, I picked it up and went home. Akisa fell in love with the snail.
It's beautiful.
Day 13, I went out looking for Tenacious Rex or Spino and I came across one of the world bosses.
Oh god, that's Tempest.
I am not ready to take him on and he looks so cool though. A little bit later then I found a zombie Therizino, which would be awesome to have for some resources. There was unfortunately a Tenacious Carno nearby who was a big nuisance to me. I went over to the Therizino and gave him his favorite meal, which was brains. The Carno intervened and he got me stuck in his face, and oddly enough, he killed me off my mount. I lost my backpack and my griffin, oh my f***ing god. I got back to my body and I grabbed my stuff, then the griffin flew into combat and he got me killed. And the griffin got killed because he was a dumbass. I brought back my Spino and it was time to do a big murder. I took out my rage on the dinos in the area out of the frustration how bad I am at this game. If this video gets 4k likes, I will do a hardcore 100 days on the island. Time to get the new griffin. I went over to the griffin's cart to drink out a pretty high level griffin A12. My Spino almost killed it when trying to protect me. Then as soon as I tamed the griffin, I used it to tame myself a tenacious one, which is basically an alpha. A little bit later, back at base, I took my zombie Therizino out for a spin to form some easy peasy wood, which we could turn into charcoal in the mammoth. Day 14. When I was swooping around with the griffin, I did in fact come across this Tenacious Rex. A conflagrant even, which would be amazing to taking down an ancient mini-boss with. I proceeded to knock it out on the top of my griffin, giving it a tonic and a prime and leaving it up to be tamed. Since I now had the Tenacious Rex, it was finally time to try taking down our first ancient mini-boss. The Rex did quite a lot of damage, but we managed thanks to the healing potion on my hotbar. And yes, it will also heal your creatures if they are close by. When you kill one of these ancient mini-bosses, they will drop something called an insta golden kibble, which can be used to tame more powerful creatures such as the Primal and the Giga with socks. I went over to the area where I saw the Giga with the socks before. Then I started blasting him with arrows, knocking him out, shoving up some kibble, and then tamed him. I named him Roger. I don't know where all of these names are coming from. Day 15. I went over to check if any good griffins had spawned in the area, where I found one of them before, but there was another Tenacious Rex in the area instead. So I proceeded to knock it out. I gave it some prime and a tonic to wash it down, and then she was my new best friend. Back at base, I threw out both of my Rexes and let them do the dirty. Day 16, I started making some finishing touches to the base. It just felt a little bit open. Some babies finally hatched and got automatically picked up by the soul terminal, so I threw them out and left them be. In the middle of me building, a Mr. Fish just spawned right beneath my base, and that made me extremely worried. I didn't want to continue listening to the song, which means that the world boss is close, so I tried baiting him further down the mountain. The danger was finally gone, so I could actually relax. On day 17, I continued on upgrading and fortifying my base, which lasted until the evening, and then I put down one of these S+ hatcheries so I could incubate the eggs faster. On day 18, Now we're getting somewhere. I had my eyes on a Primal Griffin I could tame up. I netgunned it, knocked it out, and fed and tamed it with golden kibble. Not too far away, I went for one of these conflagrant dodos, which will poop out gasoline. I was flying around and I came across one of these tenacious glacial gigas. They are really tough and jumps really hard. Ouch. It took me many arrows to knock it out. I gave it an insta golden kibble and it was mine. I took the giga home so I could breed it with the other giga I had. Know this, if you breed a female tenacious giga with the normal variant, you will get the beta creature. This is not as strong as a tenacious, but like, it's in between a tenacious and a regular. I took one of the Rexes out to see if I could take down the Thanksgiving turkey. Since I was gonna need a lot of insta golden kibble, I had to kill a lot of ancient mini bosses. Because one of my hidden tasks was taming all of the primals. A little bit later I came across a primeval, and these can be killed for its energy or tamed to sacrifice to craft your own boss creature. The energy, however, is used for making a satiating nutriment, which is a kibble for taming primevals. Then I found a primeval phoenix. I wanted to gather the energy from it, and I didn't realize it was barbecuing me to death, so I died. I flew back to my Rex and picked him up. He did in fact kill the phoenix on its own, so I got the energy just by rendering them both. Day 19. I saw a dubstep penguin which was listening to music, so I picked it up to a safe area and then went ahead and tried knocking it out. I fed it and I tamed it. Then I started taming one of these Primal Argentavis with some swag. It's the second Primal I need for my task. Day 20, starting out on this day by painting my base a tiny bit to make it a bit more fresh. Then I went over and killed a primeval dragon for its energy and an ancient for kibble. Day 21, I started out on the next day by taming myself a female primal griffin so I could breed it with the male back at base and have an imprinted baby. I took the Therizina out for some farming because I was lacking on rare flowers and mushrooms. Back at base, I figured that you can use the conflagrant doed as a grinder, so I had to make one. I had to take Neon out to farm some stone because I couldn't make any more spark powder. Day 22, I made one of these blueprint creators from the Pugnacia mod, but I didn't really fancy it that much, so I used the upgrade station mod, which is very OP. What you basically do is that you put the item into the thingamajiggy and it will make it a blueprint. So I hatched more eggs and I threw out more babies to grow up. I would eventually need an S+ mutator to speed things up a bit. I went to the river where I farmed stone with Neon, because there was a Dodorex here and that energy from the Dodorex would be nice having so I can make myself a boss creature eventually. I figured it was actually finally time to try to take on a world boss so we could get some tech grams. Me and Mr. Fister were having a brawl for a very long time, but I finally took him down and I unlocked the tech grams. You get 250 element from killing world bosses and a few tier 2 saddles for your primevals. Day 23. It was finally time to put down some tech structures like a replicator generator, scanner, and then eventually a mutator to speed up the process of breeding. I took a few days of break and now it's day 28, so today we were gonna take out my second world boss today. It was Curium's little plant friend, not gonna lie, but it was a very horrifying looking plant. I lost a few Rexes in the process, but it's okay. Every time you kill the plant boss, it will drop his own crop plot and Pugnacia seeds, which produces berries ridiculously fast. And you also get some volcanic gear. I even killed my second plant boss today. Day 29. I started taming my first unicorn today that we could use to get some XP boost poop. Delicious. After I got the unicorn, I basically AFK'd until day 40. I let the babies grow up, and I was gathering more narco berries from the crops, etc. I spent the whole day 40 redesigning the base because I wasn't too happy about the placement in the center. Day 41. Akisa had revealed my second task I had to do, and that was taming all of the Primevals. Not sure which one it was. But none of the Primevals had spawned yet, so I had to go for some Primals. Just before the day was about to end, I tamed myself a Primal Gorilla, and that marks it as the third Primal. Day 42 was about finishing my Primal task. So next up was a Primal Stego, so I knocked it out, I fed it and tamed it. And what's so special about the Primal Stegos is that you can use them to farm one specific berry type for 2.5 harvesting by choosing its type in its radial menu. Next up, it was time to tame one of these Viking Primal Thylas. Skål på er. He went down quickly, but there was a rock golem that was nearby, so I had to get rid of him quickly. And not too far away in the sand dunes of Crystal Isles, there was a max level Primal Basilisk I could tame. With this tame, I'm gonna be very close to finishing off my first task. Then I scanned and went for a Primal Centipede, which can passively produce all of the artifacts when on wander. Not too far away there was a Primal Spino, so I just knocked it out and tamed it. There it is. To end day 42, I tamed a Primal Terrorbird underneath the base with a Scorpion. Scorpion actually does some neat torpor, damn. If you didn't know, the Primal Terrorbird can also fly. That is very unique. So I named her Flappy Bird because it kinda flaps with its little wings. Day 43. The hunt was being continued on and I had 3 primal creatures left to tame. Luckily, the Primal Track and the Carcanos I was missing were fighting each other, so I tamed them both up super easily. I was gonna try and take out one of the world bosses, and it was Skarner the Scorpion. My Rexes got knocked out within the first second, so I gave up. I had to retreat since my Rexes were incapable of handling that torpor, so that only means I have to get the Dino that has a lot of torpor, like a Giga with socks. Day 44. I was so close to being finished with one of my tasks, so I went over to the ocean to look for the last Primal, which was a Dunkleosteus. I ended the day by picking up some few grown up Beta Gigas, which should be sufficient for doing most of the world bosses now. Day 45. I wanted to try out the Rexes on another world boss, but it kinda felt like they were struggling a bit as I only saw numbers, and then there was a lot of deaths. The Rexes could have probably made it, but it would take a long time, so I went back to base to grab some Gigas, and then we killed it without any issues. Since the Titanosaur boss was nearby, we took him out also. After killing all of those world bosses, I had enough element to make myself an S+ teleporter, so no more flying back and forth to the base. At the end of the day, I started making myself some satiating nutriment, which is basically capable for taming Primevals. Day 46, a new day of possibilities. I had my first Primeval to tame today since it was one of my tasks to do. I shot once and I tried avoiding all of his flaming ball attacks since they were a great danger to me. I knocked it out finally, I gave it the satiating kibble and I tamed it. Once you tame them, it also comes with its own saddle. I tested it out on a Thanksgiving dinner, and you know what, it wasn't too bad. The Thanksgiving dinner was definitely getting well done at this point, very juicy. Day 47, it was time to get another Primeval down, and this time it was the monkey. Sure. Monkey. Smush. Monkey smush. The monkey wasn't too bad, but I was quite disappointed that you couldn't throw rocks with him like it does when you fight him on a vanilla arc. 67. Day 48 started out by going to the Ab area of Crystallize to get our third Primeval, which was the creepy Spooper. I wanted to make myself a Spinebreaker sacrifice, but I was missing a lot of the Primeval energies, so I had to go out and kill a few Primevals. Here you can see the remaining ingredients I'm missing. Day 49. Since I wanted my own Spinebreaker, I had to go out and tame a Primeval so I could use it as a sacrifice. I was flying around for a bit and I found a max level space whale, so I tamed it. I was quite curious how fast it could actually fly in this mod. This is absurd. Oh my god, it's so fast. Jesus. So enough messing around. I wanted to eventually make my own Spinebreaker, so I went and killed the last 2 Primevals.
Now we got all energy.
It is said that the Spinebreaker is the strongest tame in Pugnacia, but we'll see about that.
Oh. Okay, so this is kinda like a little rundown what I've done so far. We are basically ready for making our first Spinebreaker. Well, we have to take down a Spinebreaker, but I upgraded the base, you know. It has this very cool center bit now. It's highly updated, I guess. I've completed taming all of the primals. Now I'm off to primevals. I'm missing 5 more primevals. We're on day 50, so yeah, and I'm growing up like a Rex army that will be used for sacrificing them, I guess.
Day 51. Me and Akisa wanted to have a race to see who was the fastest to the green obelisk.
Yep. Yep, you be gones.
Attacking me.
Akisa said she wanted these prodigious leeches on Pugnacia, so I went out looking for high level
there it
ones.
is. Hello, my dad now?
I was basically inspecting the leech and I felt disgusted. Day 52. It was time to try going out and killing a Skarner since I haven't done that yet. The Rexes fell asleep like before. But nevertheless, I killed Skarner either way. I wanted to try taking out this cute Mothra. It was very beautiful but deadly since it does reflective damage. But we killed it without any problems though.
Oh, there we go, boots. Boots.
Day 53. It's time to tame one of these Primeval Dodorexes. Once I tame this Primeval, I'm gonna have 4 left to tame.
That's another tame.
Day 54. It was finally time to kill one of these Spinebreakers, but Akisa wanted to try out her dubstep penguin against it first. It was pretty hilarious. We found an easier target to try to kill, which was the plant boss. One of my Gigas was zooming around the whole lake and blasting off like Team Rocket.
Oh, he back.
Okay, enough messing around. Now we really have to go and kill the Spinebreaker for that item he drops. I sent some dinos on him and he instantly killed the tames. But yeah, nonetheless, we did kill him.
Ouchie.
Oops.
Oh.
Day 55. It was finally time to sacrifice the monkey so I could get my own Spinebreaker.
It like materialized on top of me.
Day 58. I wanted to get myself the next Primeval, which was a Manticore. But as weird as it sounds, it spawns in the ocean on Crystal Isles.
Breakfast.
Then on day 59, I went for another Primeval, which was a greenish dragon. I knocked it out, fed and tamed it. I named it Dwagon because I think it's very cute. It's definitely the old model from Ark because I don't think it sounds like that on Ark at the moment. I had to gather a few more energies so I can make more Primeval kibble, so I had to go out and kill a few Primevals. It was day 60, and I found myself a zombie Titanosaur with 51 mil torpor. I wanted to see if I could torp it out with the Doom Stick I got from Skarner. It did not quite work out as intended. I was a smart noodle and went on my griffin to torp him out instead. See chat, sometimes I can be smart. So I knocked him out and gave it some major berries, which would take a while to tame up, but it's fine. I went for the tenacious death worm I saw from before, so I could play around with it. It's quite unique since they are usually not tameable or rideable. Day 61, I went over and picked up the Titanosaur and went zooming with him. Day 62, me and Akisa took the Gigas out to fight the Spinebreaker so I could have a second one. So I started making the Spinebreaker sacrifice, but I was missing the tame, so I had to go out and look for a new Primal. I found a broodmother in the ocean, so I tamed it because it was gonna be used as a sacrifice. Day 63 started with one of the world bosses spawned in our base. I had to call Akisa to come and help me kill it. Then it was time to sacrifice the broodmother so I could make myself a new Spinebreaker. I gave the Spinebreakers the ability to breed through the mutator. I didn't want to sit and wait for him to gestate the Spinebreaker, so I made a propagator so they would drop eggs instead. Day 64 started out with me going out and fighting the Tempest to bring our brain. It's a very cool magical Leopleurodon, that's for sure. A bit later I wanted to kill the Kraken as well since he was in the area. It has some very wriggly tentacles though. When you kill the bosses, they drop quite a lot of candy that you can eat for improved movement speed. The Spinebreaker finally pooped out the baby. Every time you breed the Spinebreakers and get the baby, it comes with its own saddle. Day 69, nice. I was raising quite a lot of Spinebreakers and Gigas for all of the boss fights we're gonna have eventually. Also, what are we doing with these leeches here? They're just laying there.
I need more leeches. I don't got a female leech.
I tamed up my last primeval I needed for my task, and with my usual luck, the taming efficiency got ruined by something else because I tamed it. It was finally time for us to take down the Pugnacia bosses, so I had to place down one of these arenas in order to spawn them. Day 70, and now it was finally time to take down the first boss, which was the Brood Mommy. Oh my god, look at the health going down. Oh my god, the lag! The lag was immense and I could barely see anything. Well, we did kill her and we got the next item that you need to summon the next boss. Day 71. We started out the day by fighting the next boss, which was Megapithecus, and good lord, he hit like a truck. On day 72, I managed to find myself another tenacious Giga which sucks, so I poked at it once and it went down super easy. Now, since I had a pair of tenacious Giga, I could breed both of these together and get a boss killer. It was time to fight the third boss, which was a massive dragon. And I mean, it was massive, but we killed it without any problems. Every time you kill one of these bosses, they will drop a sacrifice that you can use to get your own world boss. Day 74. I started preparing for the fourth boss, which was a Manticore. We killed it nonetheless, without any hiccups. It was day 75, and now it was time to finally end Pugnacia's story with this last boss, the oversized hippopotamus. I threw out all of the dinos we were gonna use for this epic boss battle. This boss will spawn in other world bosses when you fight him, and we were so unlucky because he literally spawned a Spinebreaker on top of the dinos and it killed them with its orb attack. Luckily I had my Pocket Giga left on me to fight the hippo on my own, and I went down victorious.
That killed me.
I just killed it.
Agisa gave me the final hidden task, which was basically making all of the bosses, so I had to farm quite a lot for that. So I wanted more sacrifices, so I didn't have to farm all the primevals to make them. So we took on the bosses again until day 85. So on day 85, I tamed up all of the sacrifices I needed for the last task.
There we go. That's all of the sacrifices.
That's the sea of spoopers and monkeys.
the east is to tame, by the way.
Day 88. I've had so many people keep asking me if I'm Swedish, so I made a couple of paintings to prove that I am Swede by painting the flag. I am not good at painting, as you can see. It was now day 90 and it was time to sacrifice all of these monkeys and spoopers to make myself some tame bosses. And then all of the tasks are done, so I don't have to worry about that.
The squid and Mothra.
It was now day 96 and it was time to defeat Tiamat, the five-headed dragon. And then I sent the Spinebreakers in to fight it.
Oh, here we go. I'm scared.
Best of luck.
I'm scared. Dude, attack him instead of standing here. That did not look good.
Well, Spider, that
Yeah.
has problem.
It's because it has so much melee. Oh, okay, just went down. Attack this damn fell down. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, we just killed it. Woo! Woohoo! Oh my god, we just killed it. Unbelievable.
And then it was day 100 and it was time to defeat the world serpent Jormungandr. It didn't go as planned, but as he died he took down a few other creatures. It wasn't anything special about the end, so I'm pretty sorry for that. But hey, I did beat it in fact. But nonetheless, the mod is pretty easy and you can easily pull off killing the last Pugnacia bosses probably around day 20 or so. Well, Agisa did promise to build something for us and here is the end result.
My confidence level in these old videos are pretty bad. But at least we beat Pugnacia, and now it's time for the next one, Jurassic Ark.
Greetings, First Mike. You are heading for Isla Hope, one of the failed experiment islands for InGen. You've been assigned to recover all of the assets on the island, to recreate the park and assist the scientists in researching the animals further. So once you make it to the island...
Commander Johan, do you still receive me? Oh, what the heck is that? Oh no, I'm not gonna make it!
After a few hours later, I woke up to the noise of some critters crawling my way.
Oh, what? Help!
Nope.
Huh? It must all have been but a dream, but I couldn't let that get the better of me, so I set out on a new path to survive. But the very inhabitants in this very land were notorious.
Jesus.
I had a very big task ahead of me, and that was to try to survive and then eventually find the very scientists on this godforsaken island. With the ship going down, it left me with only my pants, so I had to do everything for survival, including killing the very prehistoric dinos for their hide and meat. I managed to come across a supply drop with some goods and armor, so I would be somewhat warm during the cold nights. I was walking around trying to find a viable spot for camp right now since the night was upon me. A sneaky smart girl came at me while I was scouting the lower beach.
Oh my god. Oh man, I need to get away.
Weirdly enough, I managed to pull a wardrobe out of my butt and I checked out what kind of clothes were available for me to wear.
Wow.
I looked around for a while and I found what I liked, so rate the outfit, boys. I settled down next to the water so I could quench my thirst more often. Then I spotted a raptor coming my way, but I wasn't high enough level to make Ebola yet, so I submerged myself to get away. But I did not expect an aquatic fossil to sneak up on me.
Oh! I died by a Tylosaurus. I didn't see it at all in the water.
So, I was thinking of risking it and going the opposite way, but the Rex saw a brand new toy to play with.
Why is the Rex looking at me? No, 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 no. No! You don't see me!
Then I made a canoe to move away from this area, but the Tylosaurus was back again.
How am I supposed to get into the water? Why is there so many Tylosauruses here? There's 2 of them!
I moved to the other side of the small island to get to the mainland.
Holy smokes, that's so many dinos there on the beach.
This is definitely Jurassic Park in its glory. When I reached the mainland, I saw a couple of fish flopping on the beach, so I went over to investigate. Before the day was over, I found a safe spot after a bit of searching, so I could make an outpost. I placed down a few pieces so I could call this my home for now. There was a bit of metal nearby, so I would be able to make a bit of metal tools eventually. The island had some hidden secrets, as there was a note just laying on the ground. I quickly ended the life of a sheep for some of that golden mutton. At the start of day 4, I had to put up some gates to prevent dangerous dinos from entering my safe space. I then made a bit of narcotics so I would be able to domesticate the flyer to further explore the island. I quickly killed off a tech parasaur for its mechanical parts. I got then jumped by a Perlovia. Awesome. Yeah, I love it. I scouted the parasaur I could befriend so it would be able to aid me in making more narcotics and pharmaceuticals. I took the parasaur out to farm a lot of mushrooms. They will come handy to me. Afterwards, I was out hunting for something else to ride on. But this Perlovia invaded my safe space.
Whoa, Perlovia!
I wanted to get my stuff back, but the Perlovia was literally on my bag. After a bit of sprinting, the Perlovia was nowhere to be seen and I managed to get my gear back. I wanted that bird though, but for some reason it got Thanos snapped out of existence.
What?
I was basically cherry picking which pterodon was better, and I just knocked this one out. But I noticed one small problem. I wasn't level 38 yet, so I couldn't make a saddle for a Terra. Then I ran into a blue drop with a pretty decent crossbow blueprint. That would come super handy for me right now. I actually went out in search of a different tame that I could ride on to level up my character. Then I saw an Isla Sorna raptor that I attempted knocking out. But it couldn't survive my trank arrows for some reason. I saw an albino nearby and this one survived my trank arrows and got knocked out eventually. I went back to the base to make a saddle real quick for the raptor. The raptor attacks really fast and rips and tears its targets. Quite vicious. I went out to the red forest in search of resources, but I got jumped by a kitty cat out of nowhere.
Whoa!
Well, left back at base when I respawned, I was able to make a Terra saddle now, so I took him out to fly back to my gear and Raptor. But I screwed up again, and I got jumped by the same Thyla.
Whoa! Okay!
I'm dead again. I didn't have much left to use, so I basically ran back to my body, being extra careful and checking all the trees of Thylas. I managed to make it back, but the Terra had to sacrifice itself for me. Rip in pieces, you will be missed. And not too far away, I found another Terra that could be the very replacement for the one I lost. I was gonna knock it out, but got caught by a flying rock. Running back to the body wasn't really easy either. I actually somehow managed to get back to my body, but my raptor died to the golem instead. The pterodon was still alive, but I had no raw meat to give it, so I gave it my meat. I managed to get back to the base, and I planned my next step for the day. I was gonna need some crystals, so I would be able to make a good chunk of useful things, so I ventured out in search of that. I found a cave with a little pond with a few trilobites that I could kill and harvest for useful items, like pearls. I dragged them up on the beach to kill them easier. Then I continued my flight, and I was pretty sure there could be some crystal at the top of this mountain. Jackpot. There was quite a large amount of it up here. I was gonna be stockpiled with crystal. With the crystal, I was able to make a few Pokeballs, so I could keep the Dino safe in a container. Back at the base, I placed the mannequin down to get some good night's sleep for the day. On day 10, I spotted a mysterious airdrop heading my way. It contained a note, binoculars, and a radio. I had set my frequency to the radio, and someone responded on the other side.
Are you the one I've been waiting for?
This is Private Mike. Over.
Are you receiving me?
Yes, I am.
I heard your ship went under and I've been trying to find you, but to no avail. I recently picked up on some slight disturbances around your area, so I figured that was something you had to have done.
Yes, it has been rough, but I made it just somehow. I lost all of the equipment and the men when I was coming over here.
Alright, well I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry for the loss of your men though. I sent over some equipment for you to figure out where the heck you are. Then make your way over here as soon as you're ready. Over and out.
Alright, with the new equipment I just received, I would have no issue tracking down the scientist, but I would definitely need a more reliable flyer to head over in her direction. I scouted the 145 that I bowled and knocked out. And not too far away, there was a high-level female I grabbed as well. The pterodons were making love, so I would have their baby to raise and use. It would be good to work on getting a fabricator as well, so I can get my hands on some electricity for now. I found my first beaver dam that had a bunch of paste that I would find some use in. While I was expanding the base, the pterodon egg had hatched. I spent the early morning of day 12 expanding and fortifying the base a bit. The big river next to me contained a lot of silica pearls and oil that was easy to harvest. So then I was gonna be able to make some electronics and gasoline. Before the day was about to end, I was able to make a generator for electricity. On day 13, I went over to the snowy biome of the island to quickly kill off a few penguins for their polymer. Then I was able to make a chainsaw. The next day, I went over to the penguins again to kill them off with the chainsaw to get a significant amount of polymer. After I've killed a lot of creatures, I managed to hit level 60, so I was able to make a fridge to store my food. Pretty late into day 15, I was preparing my long journey to the scientist's camp. The scientist had given me coordinates where I had to head. On my way to the camp, I couldn't help but notice the beautiful sky. The starry sky on the island is absolutely mesmerizing. I had then arrived at the camp, and I joined in on a team to help the science team with their mission. She gave me a quick tour of the place, so I know where to keep my things.
Most of the materials are just going into the smithy, and there's a fridge in here.
Like, where can I put dinos? Do I have a terminal for this?
This is just for science in here.
A bit later, I tamed up a Pheomia, which is known for being very good for automating the future greenhouse. Herbivores get hungry, so I had to learn how to cultivate eventually. The scientist had provided me with my own ride for my trips, which is way zoomier than my pterodon. I went out to collect a bit of paste again, since there will be a big demand for it making the park. There wasn't too much for me to do now, since I had just moved to this new place. I was so exhausted, so I headed to bed early. Bright and early the next morning, I started by making myself some better armor. Then started building the greenhouse. I took a break from building the greenhouse to pick up some hidden notes to gain some experience.
Well, there's one there, there's one here, there's one up there on that shelf.
I can't reach it. Then I went out to do a few belly flops on the ground to get a few seeds for the greenhouse. And then I went back to continue building the greenhouse. I had to take a break from building the greenhouse to go out and collect some cementing paste, since I couldn't make the last few pieces. Then I finished off the rest of the greenhouse so it was ready to be used. Since I didn't have any dung beetles, I did the classic old toilet trick to get my fertilizer. The day was closing in, but I had to put down a few beer barrels first. And let's not forget about the gardener as well. The next day I woke up to Dr. Kisa slaughtering her penguins. Better call Peta real quick. Either way, I had the task at hand, and that was to assist her in capturing and detaining a few prehistoric dinos we were gonna have for the park. So I started by making the trank rifle and a few specialized starts so I can knock out these dinos to make the process easier for me to capture them. The first one we went for was the Saurophaganax, which is a big carnivore. It's knocked out. The Saurophaganax wasn't picky at all, and he just wanted some raw mutton. Saurophaganax was one of the Allosaurid theropods, which scientists described the Saurophaganax as a large species of Allosaurus. Then I went out to see what kind of dinos I could possibly try to capture. There was a very odd looking dino called Herrerasaurus. It wasn't a raptor size, but it was quite menacing looking. We then trapped him in, but he did something very unexpected. He's out. Oh, what? He pretended to be asleep just to lure us in? Was that a bait? Did you see that?
We got baited.
There was also a huge looking Giga in the distance, which quite frankly scared us. So then we left the area and never captured the Herrerasaurus. On day 23, I made a tree platform with sap taps since we needed sap for a few recipes. Afterwards, I went out for some dung beetles. Then I spotted another Saurophaganax, a perfect mate for the one we already had. So I knocked it out the best way and humane way possible. Now they will be able to breed with each other so I could have some fertilized eggs. Since I was done with that, I went over to Dr. Ikisa to assist her in knocking out the Rexy. It fell asleep peacefully in the cage without any fuss. We gave it a bit of sheep meat since it tends to be Rexy's favorite. Then we headed out to grab a bit of silica pearls from the river I used to live next to. We needed a lot of electronics for repairing our trank weapons. Then I went into the redwoods again to knock out one of these Brontornis. It took a while for it to wake up, but that's another dino captured for the park. Oh, finally. There was also a lot of beehives in the redwoods, so I basically picked up a few of them too, since we were lacking a lot of honey. So with the honey I collected, I was able to make my own beehive for producing more honey. On day 26, I went out to farm a lot of metal and crystal we would possibly need for making the park. Then the rest of the day, I spent it by making bullets so I could turn them into darts. So on day 27, I started by upgrading the trank rifle since there was no way of us obtaining a better one. We did however limit it to a certain degree so you couldn't really max out the quality. So with this new trank rifle, I set out to knock out and capture a Spinosaurus for the park. Yeah, roar at you too. It was quite weird knocking him out since he ran away from me. I would have expected he would have wanted me since I count almost as a snack for him. I went out into the ocean to kill off some prehistoric marine life for some prime fish meat, but I didn't seem to get a hold of any. So I just gave the Spinosaurus some plain fish meat and left it there to wake up so I could capture and bring him back. Suddenly, I was in the swamp to assist Dr. Ikisa gathering a few snails since they produce a substitute to cementing paste. Dr. Ikisa wasn't thinking of our objective and captured a bunch of owls instead. Why have you tamed those?
Because they were cute and you shot him.
Right between the eyeball. I got over to the Spinosaurus because he had already woken up. He is a powerhouse and does exceptional damage to the wildlife. On day 29, I had flown over to the volcano to see what other prehistoric dinos could be found there. There was 2 Paleo-Tyrannosaurus to capture, so I tried my best in knocking them out. I also discovered one of these Ultimasaurus, which is a failed experiment that Dr. Ikisa had notified me that there are a few of them roaming around since they couldn't keep them detained. The Ultimasaurus had finally woken up from its slumber, so I quickly shot it to capture it in a soul trap. Ultimasaurus. The Ultimasaurus is a hybrid made from the DNA of a T-Rex, Trike, Velociraptor, Ankylo, and a Stegosaurus, making it a super deadly fighting machine. Its appearance gives it the head and a body of a T-Rex, the frill and horns of a Trike, the arms and legs of a Velociraptor, the back armor from an Ankylo, and its spine of a Stegosaurus. Now I had a pair of them Rexes as well, so that means I could breed them for some small babies. There was a few Acrocanthosaurus next to our park, so I decided to knock this one out. But the Acros couldn't be knocked out the normal way with tranks, so I had to shoot it with the shotgun from time to time in order to force down its throat some highly toxic biotoxin. After it went out cold, I threw in some kibble and waited for it to wake up so I could bring it back to the park. Since I was still waiting for the Acro, I decided to feed the Dinosuchus, but this was frankly quite scary since I had to walk up to its mouth and force it to eat the kibble. Ouch! It has been quite a strange day today, trying to capture dinos for the park. I am very much used to just knocking them out. Dr. Ikisa asked me to assist her in capturing a Ceratosaurus. All I had to do was give it a bit of kibble. Afterwards, I went for another Acro and I did the same process again. The first Acro I got would definitely be happier if I got her a friend. On day 32, we were gonna get another Rexy, so Dr. Ikisa put down a few gates, then we lured it into the cage. It went out after a few trank darts, so all we had to do was give it a bit of meat. And not too far away, I challenged a Giganotosaurus to fight me. These ones are quite intimidating and they will not go down so easily, but I wasn't gonna give up. Damn, that's cool! It took me until the very next day to make it knock out itself. Oh, it knocked itself out. But then I just had to give it a bit of food and then capture it when it woke up. Wow, that's a creature. Giganotosaurus is known as the largest known meat-eater dinosaur, and it was speculated that the T-Rex held that record for being the biggest carnivore. But recent studies and discoveries revealed the very existence of its size. They named it the giant dinosaur Giganotosaurus carolini. I started the next day by opening a few Rex eggs in order to get my hands on an evolved Rex. And by the end of the day, I found a pretty decent Evo Giganotosaurus, so I whipped out my Ultima to challenge it. It finally went out cold early into day 35. With this female Giganotosaurus, I would be able to breed these two for more babies. Then I went out on my usual scouting and came across a beach turtle. The turtle will be another great addition to the park. Then I went out to capture one of these roaming brachiosaurs. This one was quite stubborn and wouldn't go down that easily. My new baby Evo Gigas were ready to be hatched into the world. They looked very happy, like the turtle. Then we also got our hands on an evolved Tyrannosaur. Quite a unique dino actually. No way! I had to take care of a roaming boulder that was outside our park. The Giga got so angry that it scream pushed the Stego over to the park. I went out into the snow biome again and I was trying to knock out these Tyrannos, which would be a good addition to our Arctic park section. Dr. Kisa showed me that the park is being built but very slowly. It's a slow process, so it will give me a lot of time to capture a bunch of more dinos for the park. A bit later I went out to capture an escaped Allosaurus. Before the day was over, I started by tranking out an Ankylosaurus, which we needed for the park. It would be a great addition. I actually had to take a break from capturing dinos, so I assisted Dr. Ikisa getting a few more Acatinas. After my break, I then went out into the snow biome since Dr. Ikisa had asked me for an addition to the Arctic park section. Whoa, it just jumped over! Knocking this dino out required me to take drastic action and shoot its head while it was doing some kind of ice breath. I saw a few sand sharks, aka concavenators, quite unusual of a creature, but was quickly knocked out with the help of a few trank darts. I felt so buggy. It's moving so weird in the sand. A bit further away, there was a Senoceratops, basically a small variant of an actual Triceratops that I knocked out. Could prove to be some good addition to the park as well. Other than those strikes, I was actually out for one of these Dinotheriums. It actually took me quite a while to understand what it wanted, and it was basically being greeted with a glass of beer. I had to look for facial signs and whenever his ears were flopping, but I just couldn't get this right. No. Ouch! Okay, he was not ready to take beer. Okay, he was not ready. After a few failures, it accepted another glass of beer. Still, I had one more time to do this. I saw the floppy ears and I went for it. On day 45, we started by releasing the raptors into their new dino pen. I was getting tired of the old shotgun I had been using and I was looking into getting an upgrade. After making all of the prerequisite stuff for my shotgun, I finally crafted it. It was highly customizable as well. The V83 was way more convenient than the pump shotty. It's gonna be a breeze taking down hostiles. I was out the next day trying to capture an abyssal Siphactinus. A lot of the aquatic life didn't like it and it ended its life before I could capture it. No! Oh my god! I tried going for another one, but it was being bullied, so now I just gave up on capturing it. A bit later, I was out with Dr. Ikisa looking for a few tames to capture for the park. There was a Dracorex I knocked out to bring to the park, but while it was being tamed up, an Herrerasaurus bullied the living heck out of me. On day 49, I went into the redwoods again and I located two Torvosaurus that I could capture. One of them didn't make it sadly since it had drowned. I knew it was gonna happen. While I was out, one of Dr. Keys' failed experiments, the Indominus Rex, had broken out of the perimeter. It left a lot of death and destruction in its wake. Not only that, but Dr. Kisa told me that she and her team had done a lot more experiments, just like the Indominus, and they're out there on the island and needs to be eradicated. With me joining in on the science team, it gave me access to their databank, so forth giving me information about each dinosaur. The Indominus Rex. The Indominus Rex is one of Dr. Kisa's experiments. The Indominus was going to be the greatest attraction to the park. It was supposed to be the very terror for both children and adults, the perfect predator to display at the park. It was later revealed that it was a created dinosaur hybrid with a mix of T-Rex DNA, Velociraptor, the Racino, and modern animals, such as cuttlefish, which makes it perfect for camouflaging itself in the jungle. So on day 51, Dr. Kisa had to repair and rebuild the park. Even these powerhouses were called out too. Ah, poor babies. You're mad, yo. So, if we were supposed to take down the Indominus and the other failed experiments, we would need to get our hands on some real powerhouses, so I was out grabbing another Ultimasaurus. We can't possibly have it for the park, but it will be a good asset for fighting. A bit later, I spotted one of the failed experiments that had escaped a very long time ago, the Omega Rex. The Omega T-Rex is by far the largest, most ferocious predator to ever walk the earth. It was a highly mutated dinosaur that has turned into a predator rivaling the Indominus Rex in both size and power, leaving it with absolutely zero weaknesses. The brilliant coloration and unnatural markings easily distinguish this colossal dinosaur as a mutated king. We couldn't do anything about Indominus and the other failed experiments yet, so I went to capture a Kentro for the park instead. A bit later into the night, we were experiencing our first electrical storm, causing a lot of disruption for our weapons. I was out later getting myself a few more assets for the park. Then I grabbed a couple of poison dart frogs too. They were highly requested by Dr. Ikisa. On day 54, I ran into another failed asset, the Death Dodo. It was quite strange to see the Death Dodo also attacking its own minions. I guess cannibalism is a thing for it. The Death Dodo, also referred to as the Dodo Defense Project, which is the purple dodo. It is also said that it has cracks in which light will occasionally flash and electricity pulsating from the animal when it steps, but it wasn't displayed here. It's genetically enhanced dodo that shouldn't be meddled with. I went around looking for how the progress was coming along with the park. Then I prepped for going out again and capturing more assets, but I was getting close to capturing enough dinos for the park. On day 56, I came across a Suchomimus, which we didn't have yet, so I just did the usual thing and I knocked it out. This guy was super greedy and extraordinary cable didn't work. It wanted raw prime fish.
No, you... What?
Oh. Then I started raising a few gigas to raise up, since this will be used in order to fight Indominus and the failed experiments. Then I had to get myself a Tyranno Titan. It's always cool having a lot of carnivores in a park.
Nice.
I captured a Smilodon as well for the Arctic enclosure. Huh? I actually spotted quite the unusual asset roaming outside. the Orolo Titan. So I had to try my best knocking it out. Meanwhile, the Orolo Titan was counting some sheep. I grabbed a few Taurosaurus as well. But I wasn't quite finished yet, since there was a group of Apatosaurus I could get as well. They would make a fine addition for the park. It's just very time consuming capturing all of these assets. Once again, I had to take a break from this and Dr. Akisa showed me around the park instead. I like the trike. Oi! I found the Rexes.
You did? I did finish the Rex one.
Look at the Spino. While I was out again, I came across a Monolophosaurus that dragged me quite heavily. I started seeing all kinds of different colors. I'm hallucinated for like a minute. Oh god. I tagged it. I'm back at the Arctic. I was knocking out a high-level beauty. I couldn't just leave it behind, could I? Then I was gonna try again to get one of the Sifhactinus without it getting killed. Instead, I killed myself when I got stuck in its mouth. Oh! I killed myself. There we go. Now it should be out, so all we have to do is wait.
Oh, it's flopping. Oh, Lord, he flopping. Ah, there he goes. Get those land dinos.
There wasn't too much left for me to do, so I went out to grab a lot of pearls instead from the riverbed. And a bit later, while scouting around the desert area, I came across a Vastatosaurus Rex, so I had to capture it. Then, the next day, we had a new ride installed for the park, so the visitors could see each enclosure from a car ride. So, on day 62, we kinda ran out of things to do, so we skipped a lot of days, so now it should be day 93. On day 93, I was basically just prepping a horde of Giganotosaurus for the upcoming fights we were about to do. After a bit of searching, we found our first boss by the next day, the Death Dodo. Quite intimidating dodo with his flock of chickens. The Death Dodo was quite a challenge and damaged our Gigas quite a lot. Nice. He gave us a couple of tech cramps as well. This is quite interesting. You can harvest it with the chainsaw for element. Okay, that was quite a lot though. You get this much element from there? On day 95, I went out in search of the next failed experiment to kill, the Juggernaut 32. I found him lurking deep in the redwoods. Juggernaut 32, also referred to the Triceratops Defense Project. The Juggernaut is a purple Triceratops with spikes down its back on the sides of its face, making it a very dangerous enhanced Triceratops. We went into battle with our Gigas, and the Juggernaut was way too powerful for our Gigas. So then, I brought a group of them to finish it off. Oh, it's almost dead. I finally made a replicator and a generator to power the base. That took a while. Afterwards, I flew around for quite a while looking for another experiment, going from one biome to the next biome. I managed to find it over at the Arctic biome next to the blue obelisk, but we were gonna wait until the next day so the Gigas could heal. JV evolved Ankylosaurus is not your ordinary walking tank. It's an enhanced Ankylosaurus with much bigger health pool and damage, making it a versatile dinosaur in different environments. On day 96, we were playing around in the park before going after the experiment. Holy! I brought a bunch of Gigas again and the Yudi to give them a bit of a boost. Oh, it's gonna die, it's gonna die. Oh my god, finally it's dead. I found a very interesting beam light to use. I wish I had known of it way earlier. The next failed experiment was down in the ocean depths. And if you've seen most of my videos so far, I am completely afraid of the ocean and what it holds. Colossal Megalodon is also known as a defense project. With genetic tuning has turned this Megalodon into a hyper-aggressive shark, making it faster and stronger, but also displays more aggressive temperament than a normal shark. We baited the shark over to the trap we had placed down, and finished him off very easily with the Gigas. After we had killed the Colossus Megalodon, we were back to play around in the park. Woohoo! We shot a few fireworks too, alerting the last failed experiments that we were coming for them. Alpha 06, the next one up. This one looks like it could prove to be quite a challenge, so I brought most of the Gigas for this. Well, it's very close. How's going in? You're going in, Kiza.
I want to help. It really hurts.
Yeah, one Giga is gonna die, I can see it. Oh god, oh god.
There goes the Giga.
3 of them. Wait, did I just send him a private mic in there? Oh no!
Well, the Yudi died.
I shouldn't have done that.
No, you shouldn't have.
Oh,
He was
no.
so cute.
No, he was max level 2! Alpha 06 is known as a perfect genetic tuned T-Rex capable of pulsating electricity when it attacks, steps and roars. It doesn't possess any of the weaknesses as a normal T-Rex has, and is a lot stronger, faster, but has also incredible defense against any bullets or explosions, making it the perfect killing machine. Well, with the loss of that duty, I had to go out and fetch a new one real quick. On day 99, we played around with the cannon again, and with the combination of an umbrella, we could travel pretty far. Then it was time for killing the Omega Rex. I brought in everything since we didn't want to risk of losing any Gigas. Okay, well, they're going in.
That's not a good sign.
What happened?
He's doing like, 1,000, almost 2,000 damage.
Yeah. I can't see itself. Oh, okay. We killed it. Now, all we had left to do was to track down the last experiment, the Indominus, and get rid of it once and for all. The day had finally arrived. I had tracked down the Indominus, but when I arrived, it was being killed by something much, much worse. The Savage Acro. And if that very creature could defeat the Indominus, we had to take it down. I cannot fathom what it would be capable of doing, so I brought in every Giga we had and made them fight each other.
Dingy attack incoming. How dingy.
A lot of them kept dying, so I had a few more prepared just in case.
What was that attack?
Savage Acro is very angry, be careful. The Savage Acro made the Gigas enrage like crazy. Dangerous attack incoming. Oh, please. What is it doing? Oh, it's doing the roar. Oh.
Ah, we got it! Oh, just in time. Some of them were not looking too good.
We had finally eradicated the island of its dangerous escaped experiments, and the park was now finally ready to open. Well, this was one heck of a creative video, but nonetheless, another one done and off to the next one, Arc Supreme. Ark Supreme is a brand new overhaul mod with lots of new creatures and challenges I will have to beat. The mod will make me go back to the old days, so flying is a thing from the past. Yes, you heard me right. In Supreme there is no way of acquiring any flyers at all, so you will have to rely on your gut instinct. Supreme also has a penalty system, so whenever you die, you lose all of your current experience. But don't worry, it is retrievable. This mod consists of 9 different tiers, with each of them having their own bosses I will have to defeat. I will also have to defeat some world bosses like Lord of the Snow and Lady of the Beach, and then for the final boss, a very big monkey. To make it a bit more challenging for myself, I will have a few goals in mind I have to follow, or I will fail this challenge. So before day 25, I will have to put down the boss altar and defeat my first boss, which is the baby tier known as Delta. Then before day 50, I will have to beat the apex boss for unlocking the tech grams. And before day 90, I will have to defeat my first world boss. On the final day, I will have to fight Wukong the Destroyer, and I must be ready for when that happens. I will be doing this challenge on this beautiful map known as Svartalfheim, which is made by the creator of Fjordur and Valgero, which is Nekatus, the man, the myth, the legend. Also, this awesome mod is made by Woobly, a content creator like myself, so shout out to him for this mod, because it's incredibly fun and gives you a new different perspective of Ark. But enough has been said. I just ask that you, my friends, sit back and relax and enjoy the show. And maybe subscribe, it's free. So once again, I woke up on the beach on this beautiful map known as Svartalfheim. So I started to gather the necessities for a pick and I went to town. Then I looked over and learned some engrams and I almost got killed because of that. So you gotta be careful on this kind of mod, everything is aggressive. No. Since I didn't get killed the first few seconds, I decided to make some armor, spare and a campfire because this boy was gonna be hungry eventually. I named my tribe What Is Sleep, since I barely slept enough making this video. For people who doesn't know, but you can get a lot of rare flowers from this map, which I will eventually need a lot for in this entire mod. A bit later I found 2 moonshops I could easily tame to get some berries and rare flowers, but then a compy seemed interested in me, so I had to kill it for its meatus. I then started taming both of the moonshops, and I eventually made myself a bed and a settler's table, which is from the CKF mod, so I could start on making my temporary base. Then I placed down the foundations, I made bed down, but my character was starting to get a bit hungry, so I had to start cooking up some meat. I went out for a bit of exploration and I noticed there's a few bee rocks here. There you can just smack for some honey apparently. I would eventually have to kill my first delta creatures for its resources, so I made myself a bow and arrows. Then I found these high rich metal nodes, so I went over and grabbed some metal. You get a lot of metal including pure gold ore, which is the map only resource. I didn't fully explore it sadly. I then hit level 20 and I wanted to work on getting a smithy and better tools, but I didn't have a forge yet since I was lacking on the hide. On the mod you have to kill a specific creature for its resource, and I didn't see too many vanilla creatures around, so it was hard finding hide. Then I finally tamed the moonshops and I picked her up. I decided not to name too many dinos in this series because you can literally lose your new tame in an instant if you do. After a bit of searching, I spotted a moonshop I could kill for some hide, so I could start making a forge. I shot a lot of arrows, but he still wouldn't die, and then in the middle of it, a delta bee started attacking me. And once you kill these bee, you get a summoner for your own bee that is necessary for you to make the supreme kibble. Then a dodo killed me and I had no time to run away from it. Oh my god. I spawned back in and I made a bola. There's one thing to notice, you cannot bola or netgun any of Ark Supreme's dinos, sadly. Then I got back to the beach and I found the moonshops, but I was being chased by Pagan Mastax, so I ran into the dodo and I got killed by being too close to it. Second try to recover my bodies, I ran back and I got ambushed by Skeleton Jerboa. Like, come on. No, you serious? Oh my god. On my third try of recovering my body, I aggroed all of the dinos, so this didn't really work out. I need a new tactic. So I tried to go for this new tactic, so if I gather enough stuff for a bow again to lure the dinos away, I could possibly get my stuff back. Then I got attacked by a bee once again, then a dildo from nowhere that came up on me and killed me.
Oh, what the f is this? Nej men för fan!
I spawned in once again, and this time I got my stuff back, but when you die, a green orb drops that you can retrieve to get your XP back. When I got back to the beach, I started blasting the dillos with arrows to get their attention away from my body. I like that the apex still just one-shot that delta track, like Jesus Christ. I somehow got my stuff back with my moshot, so I headed back to base. Back at base, I used this bee summoner I got from earlier, and it gives me a tamed bee, which is mandatory for you to progress in the mod. Then, it was a new day, and I was out looking for more vanilla dinos to kill for some hide. And then I suddenly broke my legs from the cold. A Karna saw this opportunity and went for the kill.
How wonderful.
For some odd reason, the dino had issues consuming the corpse and basically camped my body like the dodo did, so I had to bait it over the cliff. Guess we are. I got my body back, and then I made myself a forge. I wanted to make a few trank arrows, but I had to get some more narco berries, so I took the moshops out to farm some. Then I got ambushed by a tech raptor who one-shot my moshops and did 76k damage to me, like, wow. That moshops didn't last for too long. So you see the reason why I don't name them?
Okay, I'm so annoyed.
I had to get my body back,
come here,
but the
brother.
raptor was in the way, so I had to jump off the cliff again and die.
Boom, dead.
I spawned in again, I picked up my bed and placed it down to reset the cooldown, and then I went over and grabbed my body. I then proceeded to make a smithy, I placed it down, and I finally made a metal pick. Since I had the proper tool, I went over and farmed some metal and some crystal actually, so I could make a spyglass. A bit later, I managed to find some more normal dinos I could kill for some hide. I was really happy. I saw that most of my meat were about to spoil, so I split it, cause I was gonna need narcotics eventually. Then I ran into one of these Sumi rock golems. I panicked and I tried my best to run away from it. Oh jeez. Great success!
Awesome.
Then back at base, I made a supreme cauldron, which acts as a mortar, but with its own recipes within it. Then I made a bunch of narcotics in the cauldron, and I noticed the cauldron is very fast at making it. Then I started to make myself some few delta trank arrows, and then a spyglass to see the torpor of all the dinos in the world. I found a delta dodo and I knocked it out with one arrow. Then I proceeded to kill it and harvest it for its hide and blood. And when you kill it, you do get the crystal from the respective dino type. I then swam out into the beautiful blue sea to quickly grab some oil. This was the only spot where I knew where to get the oil. Then I got back to base and I made myself a supreme bench because this and the cauldron will be the very two most crucial things I will need in order to start making the supreme kibble. I started making some delta essence since I'm gonna need it in order to make the delta rare flowers. It was a new day and I found myself a delta parasaur that I could passively tame with the flowers, but I and the parasaur got killed by the very same dilo from before. Yes. I tried a few times to get my stuff back on my body, but if you die with lots of stuff on you, it will be really hard to recover it again.
Okay. Oh, here comes the rock golem. But are you serious?
I was quite frustrated and I wanted to get myself a supreme bed, but I had to take out some deltas in order to make it. I came across a decent level parasaur and fed it some delta flowers and tamed it. I was not gonna risk on naming it in case we were gonna get one shot again. Then I came back to the base and I made myself a supreme bed. This bed has no cooldown whatsoever. I then made a couple of delta flowers in order to craft the beehive from the bee's inventory, and I did the same to the alpha as well. The beehives were ready, so I picked them up from the bees and I placed them down. These beehives can make supreme honey very fast. Since we had no access to flyers, I had to make myself a grappling hook to use along with the parachute. Then, the next day, I made myself an upgrade station so we could upgrade some of our tools and weapons eventually. Just one quick thing though, all of the saddles in this mod are hard capped and they cannot be upgraded. Then I made myself a few new pieces of Delta armor that could help circumvent all of these steps I've had so far. I then made the Supreme Forge, which is about 10 times faster than a normal forge. It will also craft the new Supreme Ingots that will be necessary later on. I then made a couple of spike walls to prevent wild dinos from entering my temp base. And friends, the time had finally come to make my first Delta cable of this mod. I just want to quickly explain how this works to you guys. If you have ever played Primal Fear at one point, you will start to notice the similarities here, but it's slightly different, which I will show here for new and old players. So in order to tame any of the new dinos, you will have to make the cable for each individual tier, which means Delta dinos will need a Delta cable, Alpha for Alpha cable, Apex for Apex cable. To make these cable types, they require you to kill the dino for its blood and crystal, so you can make the cable. The crystals are grinded down in the Supreme Smithy to essence, which you need to make the tiered flowers, which will turn into honey in their respective beehive. The honey is used in the recipes for the cable along with the essence, with some berries and fiber. And a bit further into the tier, some cable require something called bone meals, which you can get from skeleton dinos around the map. A bit later I went out in search for a good tame and I heard some music next to my base. It was one of the world bosses, Lady of the Beach. It had over 1 billion HP, which is just an insane number. I then spotted a resource gacha, which is necessary to get your first Supreme Ingots, since they produce a special kind of ore that's only accessible through them or a resource golem. I split the stone, dropped it all, and let the gacha eat it slow and steady. There was also a Delta Raptor nearby, so I had to be on the watch. The raptor then came for me, so I knocked it out with one arrow, gave it the cable and just waited. I tamed them both and picked them up. However, the gacha did in fact produce the copper ore, which is a very important ore to make my first Delta ingots. Back at base, I made myself a Supreme Gacha collector that can collect all of the crystals for me, so I didn't have to do it myself. Just remember to turn on the settings. I then made myself one of these Supreme Rafts, which is way easier to control than a normal one. Then I went over to the island where I can harvest a bunch of boxes for some easy metal ingots, paste and polymer. That should give me enough resources to make my first soul gun, so I didn't have to pick up the dino single-handedly anymore. Then a bit later I actually went over to this lake and I found some clams which can be picked up for some silica pearls apparently. Back at base I made myself an S+ fabricator so I could make myself some electronics for an awesome teleporter at some point. Then I found this Delta bulb dog on a cliff, which is amazing for traveling, so I started feeding it so I could have it. I then finally made an awesome teleporter so I could recover my belongings more easily, because it's been extremely frustrating recovering stuff from my body. I then tamed the bulldog and I named it Chomper. Chomp chomp. I opened a few gacha crystals and I got some copper ore, which I need for some Delta ingots. So this allowed me to make my first Delta pick, which has no durability and allows me to gather a lot more resources now. But I wanted a mining drill so I could farm everything so much easier, so I took Chomper for a walk to the Magmasaur cave. I found some obsidian and wanted to gather it, but we got sneaked up by a prime death worm. Like bruh, come on. I literally just tamed that bulldog. Then I went out and searched for a new bulldog. I found one, so I started feeding it, and I knocked out a few dinos around it to kill afterwards. I tamed the bulldog and I started chomping on the sleepy dinos. I didn't notice until now, but the bulldog does some sick jumps, which was impressive. So, second try of going down to the Magmasaur cave to get some black pearls for a mining drill. I was hoping no supreme creatures wouldn't spawn in there, but they did. No, move you bunch. Oh, I'm dead. I didn't even make it. I've lost so many Delta tames already, so I had to make more Delta kibble and think about moving location honestly. So I went out searching for bulldogs, I found 2 and I tamed them both. Then I took one of my new bulldogs out to my new permanent base location, which was on a floating island. Oh my god! I went over to my old base to grab all of the structures and place them down in my new base spot. I placed down everything temporarily until I had more stuff to play around with. I had enough of these bulldogs and I wanted to get some proper tames now, so I took one of the bulldogs out and I went searching for a good carnivore. I found a high level Delta Allosaurus, but it started attacking me, so I tried avoiding it as best as I could. I got caught by a Primal and I lost my bulldog again. Oh boy, no. These bulldogs are so weak. Since I saw a nice looking allo, I started preparing a bunch of gates to trap it in so I could tame it. I then also made one of these taming potions that you can feed to the dino, which will remove a good portion of their food. I had to struggle with Thylas ants and terrorbirds in the redwoods, and it was an absolute show. I've never been so frustrated in my life. Having no flyers really didn't make it easier, that's for sure. The trap really didn't work out, so I just tried blasting it with arrows and hoping it would fall asleep. I honestly didn't realize it, but a sneaky Pegomastax just took my awesome teleporter seconds right before I died by a Thyla. Oh no! Han tog min awesome teleporter! I couldn't make a new teleporter since we neither had electronics or silica pearls, so I had to jump down to the lake to grab some. I managed to make a new teleporter and I went to my last known location only to be stolen of another awesome teleporter. This Pegomastax was making me molding like Jesus absolute Christ. I fed the God Almighty Allo the taming helper and kibble. Then I picked up my taming trap and I ran back home since I had no teleporter again. I went out looking for another allo, but I came across 2 resource gouges that I tamed instead. A bit later I flew over the bay where my starter base was and I saw this massive dung beetle. I proceeded to knock it out and tame it. Then I tamed another bulldog so that I could breed mine together to get an imprinted one. I ended day 9 by going to the island to kill some guards and grab some easy resources from the boxes. Also, one of the gouges I tamed produced both copper and adamantium ores, which was just awesome. I started out this new day by getting myself a proper haircut to become myself. I then made a few of these healing darts, which seems to be the only effective healing method from what I discovered. Then I went down to the ab area of Svarthalfheim. The path was not safe, so I had to slide my way down carefully. Since I was down here, I just wanted to grab a few more narcotics since the mushrooms usually give you quite a lot. Then I found myself a crab in the water and it was all but a big mistake. The parasaur was useless in the water and I died to drowning like jeez. After I returned from the ab area, I noticed a strange issue with my game. The world was constantly stuck in darkness and Gamma 4 didn't even help. I couldn't figure out what was wrong, so I reconnected to the server, which seems to fix it. Then, the next day, I went out looking for another allo and I came across a 580 female, which I most definitely needed. I set up my trap and baited it over. No, wait. The allo didn't fall for the trap and I had to pick it up and place down a temporary one, which worked out. So I knocked her out, gave her a taming potion and some kibble, and then tamed it. Now I could start working on getting this allo spread for the Delta tier boss. Back at base, I proceeded making an Espas hatchery and a poop terminal so I could get some fertilizer. I went out for a quick medal run, and then when I was just about to teleport home, and Anki didn't want me to leave, like bruh.
Are you serious? Why did he come for me now?
I wanted to attempt going down in the Magmasaur cave again, and this time it actually worked. I managed to get down to the cave and grab some black pearls for a mining drill, but sadly I didn't get any of the element shards.
Time to die in the fire.
I made myself the mining drill and I went out to farm a bit of metal. I saw another gacha and I wanted to attempt taming it, but I got screwed by a scorpion, like how typical isn't that?
I'm here trying to split stone, I'm getting attacked by...
I'm here dropping stone for a gacha, while a saber-tooth wanted a piece of my sweet...
Oh no, 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 no!
I then found the male resource gacha I needed. So far I've only tamed females and I need a male so I can get some babies going. I threw out the gacha females along with the newly tamed male and I started breeding them. Before day 12 was over, I had to tame a pair of trucks I could breed to kill for hide and blood.
Why is it attacking me?
I started making some progress on a small greenhouse since I needed plenty of narco berries for darts and everything. Since I just built the greenhouse, I had to go out and farm some more crystals. On this map, crystals drop rare geode you can open for more crystals or stone. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, when you open lots of these gacha crystals, it will give you random loot too, so you can basically grind it for more resources. I didn't really have too much to do than waiting for babies to raise up for boss fights, so I went out to the redwoods to look for some other tiered bees. I ran into Primal and I freaked out, but I got killed by a bird.
Oh no, 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 no!
I found a bee in the distance, so I went mountain climbing like crazy. It was an apex bee, which has a really low spawn rate on this map, and that's why we have the Dino spawning rate turned up. Two of the aloes were done maturing, but I couldn't make a saddle for it because we didn't have a single piece of hide. So I grabbed my bulldog and I went over to the beach to kill some easy dodos or something.
He stole my awesome teleporter! Get back here! Why does it steal my awesome teleporter? You're kidding me. No! Dude, I hate those pegamastics. Steal something else, not my thingy.
Now, since I got enough hide for the aloe saddle, that means I can come back to the beach and kill all these creatures. Then I went to take down a resource golem, and when you use a chainsaw on them, you get more adamantium ore which you need for later tiers. And this is where you can get the crops on the map, if you didn't know. I then made myself some apex essence so I can make apex flowers to give it to the bee. I would rather have a beehive than a flying bee with 100 HP flying around. I tried up with my friend Akisa again. She was gonna do some pretty builds for us this series, but that remains to be seen. I then found my nemesis who stole my teleporter and I was so happy to kill it.
Oh, hooray!
Then I went over to the redwoods and I put down a tree platform so we could have some tree sap as well. On day 15 I just helped out Akisa by moving some of the structures because she wanted to build a bit. The next morning I went out to find some Y seeds so I could feed some traps to the gachas. I got the seeds, so then I started working on a gacha greenhouse. The next day I started on building the boss arena. I built it on top of a floating island, but I had to put gates around it to stop dinos from flying off. I then proceeded making a second greenhouse for the supreme crops that I would eventually get from the bosses. Here's one thing to notice: when you kill a boss, you get their seed that you can plant for a fruit that you need in one of the recipes to continue on the tiers. On this day I went and made a boss altar and aloe saddle, so I was basically preparing for the boss fights. I also then killed a bunch of trikes that we would need for its blood to make more health darts. I then picked up all of the backups we were gonna have in case things went sour on the boss fight. I also made a couple of delta shotgun bullets I was gonna need for a summoner resource boss. You're not safe. On this new day, I started preparing for the resource boss, so basically you will fight a summoner from Gen 2 and he will spawn mobs you can kill for crystal, hide and blood. Also, killing the summoner rewards you with XP potions.
What are you doing? Can I attack? Oh my
The
God.
way to do this boss fight is to use the delta shotgun bullets. How's the shotgun
I
going?
think it only needs one more shot and then it'll be dead, so I guess we'll... Oh, or kill it now.
Let's just kill it, whatever. So it's day 21
Ready, though?
and it's time to fight the boss. And we have 4 more days
go,
to
then.
take down the
What are you doing
boss.
on the rock?
This is gonna be our first kill, because the resource boss doesn't count.
Ah, you made it up on the Rock of Victory.
Are we sure
We'll
we want
surely
to be
win
this
now.
close to the boss?
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh my God, where's the boss?
It's end of the world.
All I see is... Oh! I pressed the wrong key and dismounted! No!
Oh no! Oh no! But you were on the Rock of Victory!
I pressed the wrong key, okay?
You're gonna be get back so quick! It's dying! Things are gonna start dying if you're not quick.
No! Oh my God, just kill him.
Oh my god, right? Oh god, my owl's about to die. And the owls aren't attacking him.
I died again.
This went horribly. I should have just let him kill it.
Luckily, we had a lot of backups,
True.
so all I had to do was prepare them.
How many backups do we have? Oh my god, we have so many backups.
Then it was time to try this out a second time. Mikisa teleported us in, and the boss was ready for us. So to continue on the tiers, we must take him down. This is the only way. And then we took down the baby tier boss of this mod.
We got him!
Did you make it? Did you make it?
When you kill the boss, you will get its respective plantable seeds you can plant because it will be used for the next tier of kibble. Then it will also drop its skull, which you need for the next tier boss.
I just ate. Oh my God, I'm so stupid.
And I'm prepared to make a few alpha narcotics and alpha darts, because we were gonna go out and look for an alpha creature eventually. If you were looking to making the new tiered armor, you have to go to the ocean and kill a specific creature for its alpha chitin. I wouldn't recommend making this armor, I would have just waited for Apex. When you kill a normal resource gacha, there is a chance for it to spawn a boss gacha you have to kill to get the summoner for your own. It has 6 million HP and I had no chance of killing it, so I just ran. Then the next day I came across high level female alpha Rex that I proceeded to tame. It took a while though. I baited the Rex inside the cave and Akisa came over and blocked the gates. Good thinking since there was a prime gig outside.
Is that the gig outside the gates?
Good thing I brought metal gates.
If you did like the video, please consider subscribing, it would help a lot. The next day I spent a bit of searching for Rexes and the only one I came across was a 240 male, which we needed so we could breed these Rexes for the next tier. A bit later I wanted to see if I could get down the Magnosaur cave to grab some Magnosaur eggs, but that was being blocked by a death worm, 10 out of 10.
There's a death worm here!
Then I asked if Akisa wanted to come along with me.
I died! Hold on a moment.
How did you die? Oh, yeah.
I opened the crackers too quick and he fall here. Oh my god, there's 2 death worms in there!
2! Okay, maybe I need turbo speed. Maybe that's the key. Turbo speed! No!
Screw that cave. I didn't need any Magnosaur eggs. So then I went around the redwoods for a bee, and I went AFK for a bit, and then suddenly I heard a bee attacking me.
Oh, it spawned a giant wasp, boss! Oh my god!
When you sometimes kill an ordinary bee, it will spawn a boss variant that you can kill for a summoner, which will give you your own that you can use to make boss on it. The next day I just prepared a few more Rexes for the next tier of bosses. It was then time to try out Alpha Resource Boss. So I took the Rexes over, I put them all on aggressive, I then shotgun him and then killed him. So I was quite curious if we could take down the boss now, since the Rexes did so good on a resource boss.
50 million HP. I hope it's enough.
Oh, but the damage wasn't enough.
The man is good, guys.
The Rexes only damaged him to half HP, it wasn't enough, and I needed more Rexes. Helvete också! So the next day I started preparing with a few more Rexes and leveled them up and healed them. So this second try I'm gonna do the boss, I want to have a backup of Rexes to send in case things go sour. It was finally time to take down the alpha boss fight properly this time. So the plan was to send in 2 waves of dinos. The first wave is gonna take him down very low and the second wave is gonna finish him. I was using Akisa's Delta Skull for this, so this is the only chance for us to take down the boss. And then we finally took him down. So the Apex seeds I got from the boss, I planted them and then I just had to wait so I could make the kibble. So in order for me to tame the Apex creatures, I will have to work on getting Apex bone meal. The bone meal can only be made from the skeleton creatures, as I explained from before. But first of all, we have to farm the stuff for an Apex chainsaw in order to chainsaw those skeleton dinos. The mats for the chainsaw can only be harvested from a bionic dino. Woobly, I gotta hand it to you, man. What have you done with these gas bags? They're more like thick bags. I then finally found the skeleton dino, I brought the boys out and then we killed it. I chainsawed it for some bones, and then back at base, I made the bone meal. So the next day I waited for some Apex fruits to become ripe, and then I basically went off looking for a high level Apex tame. I found a max level Apex Rex and I proceeded tranking it. It was very annoying since I had to go back to base to grab a few gates to trap it in, along with the Fire Rex. And yeah, well, eventually she went down, so I fed her and then tamed her. Well, since I had a female Apex Rex, I needed a male, so I went out looking for one. I did find it in one of the spots where I saw a normal Rex once, and it was a male. So I put up my traps, I put my dino behind it to bait it in, and then I knocked it out and tamed it. I let the Rexes smash since I was now working towards the Apex boss. I had only 40 more days until day 50, so I had to rush everything by now. So it's a new day and I had gathered all of the remaining resources for a supreme smelter. Oh boy, it's a really good looking forge, but I do wish it used some kind of different fuel than fire essence. Then I went out for one of these elite resource columns. They're a bit tougher than the normal ones, but they do give you most of the ores you cannot obtain. Well, I didn't think of this clearly and there was a minion still alive. I got back to the golem and there was no minions around. Then I went for a second golem also. Oh, I knew it. Oh my god. So back at base, after farming all of those resource golems, I made myself a new pump shotty, an Apex one with Apex bullets, since I would need them for the Apex resource boss later. And then I took my boys out to kill this skeleton element giga, and no, it does not drop any element, but it will give me elemental bones that I need to make the bone meal so I can tame elementals later. Since I finally had enough Rexes ready, I went over to the boss arena just to repair it a bit because it was damaged. And then I summoned the Apex resource boss because he will unlock most of the tech grams and give me 100 element when I kill him. It took me a whole day just to kill the summoner and get the element. I needed to do this a few more times because 100 element is not enough for a generator and a transmitter. I went back to base and then I made my first replicator. And after that I went back to the boss arena to fight the Apex resource boss a second time for the element.
Oh, now it drops shit.
Take notice, you will not get the element if you finish it off with the weapon. It has to be killed from your
That's
dino.
the only way to get element, unfortunately.
For demonstration purpose only, I show that you cannot get any element if you kill him with the shotgun. I had to kill him 4 times for some element, and that should be enough. I had farmed enough Apex Crystal, Hide and Blood for the entire tier. Then back at base, I placed down the replicator and started making the other necessary tech items. Like a tech generator, mutator, and of course the one and only transmitter, so we can scan for dinos. There is a specific reason why I prefer S Plus over SS these days, and this is the reason. So what's so fascinating about the transfer control unit is that it works like a transfer tool, but it's a stationary one. You can basically link it up with the tech sensor, so it will trigger every time you run next to the sensor. So now I will no longer have to manage the collectors. The TCU and the sensor needs to have the same pin, otherwise this won't work. So every time you're gonna walk next to the sensor, it's gonna dump everything from the collector to the cracker. I spent the next following day killing a bunch of gachas to get the boss gacha to spawn. The percentage is extremely low, but the boss gacha has a chance to produce resources that is hard to obtain, like vibranium and herbs. Then I found the twins of gachas, and this time it finally happened. It spawned a boss gacha and I killed it. I was so happy, you have no idea how long I spent doing this for. And with the power of editing, it only happened in seconds. I then looked at my scanner and I saw one of these frost honeybees and I went over there. Sadly, I got killed along with the bee by a bloodstalker. Like seriously, are you kidding me? Okay. It was now time to try defeating the Apex boss, since I only had 5 more days left to defeat it, or I will fail this whole 100-day challenge. I had set up both of the Rexes in hope it was gonna be enough. It spawned an Apex Rhino and boy, did he do massive damage. Like Jesus. I sent in my first wave of dinos and they were munching on him like never before. The Rexes started dying, so I had to whistle on the second group to attack the Rhino, but I was completely stuck on the Rhino's horn. Then I managed to get off my dino and I started healing my Rexes with the healing darts out of desperation. And then we killed it and I unlocked the next tier of engrams. This tactic worked out great and the Rexes killed the boss and rewarded me with Apex Skull and seeds I could plant. Then back at base, I replaced the old crop plots with these S Plus tech crop plots so I could get the fruits faster. Then I planted the new seeds and I replaced a bunch of other crop plots too. Then I made the beehives I was hoarding and I placed them down. I was still missing one important honeybee, and that was the prime one, since I was on that current tier. So I had to go out and I found one on the scanner, I killed it. What? I made the beehive and then I placed it down. The next day I went out to kill a lot of primes to chainsaw them for their blood so I could make some ingots and kibble. In the middle of everything, when I was killing an invisible basilisk and then chainsawing it, I was murdered by raptors. No! Then back at base, I made a bunch of prime narcotic and then darts because it was time for me to go out and look for a prime giga. It took me a while to find a decent level giga, but I found a 560 male and it was really tricky getting it inside the gates, and I really didn't realize the bear trap trick didn't work on him. Bruh. Oh, this giga, come on. I died a few times because of this, but after many attempts, I did trap him and then knock him out. Back at base, I slowly made the new prime armor pieces since they were kinda expensive and required at least 100 prime ingots per piece. The next day, I found a max level female prime giga on the scanner and I went over to it. I went back to base to grab a few gates to try trapping her in the corner, but then we both fell down the mountain and I died from a levitating giga. Oh my god. I saw that the giga was close to the cave where I tamed the Rex from before, so I tried baiting it in there so I could trap it in. I thought that was clever and that the Giga wouldn't be able to eat my face if I were slightly above her head, but no, that was the stupidest choice ever. Okay, there goes that plan.
Oh, we could reach me, okay.
It took literally forever to trank this beast out, but she went out cold finally. I named the Giga Steph after a friend. So I wanted to make the rest of the Prime armor, but that was lacking on hide and blood. So I made a bunch of Prime shotgun ammo instead, so I could go do the Summoner boss for some blood and hide. I went and did the Apex Summoner a couple of times because I wanted the element to make an S+ propagator, so I didn't have to be in render distance of the dinos so they could breed whenever I'm away from the base. Then back at base, I made the remaining electronics I needed for the propagator, and then afterwards I placed it down. So there was a new day, so I made myself a new S+ transfer control unit, so whenever I walked in the center of the base, it would feed all of the gachas. It was time to upgrade another greenhouse a bit, since the original wasn't enough for the gachas. So the next day I threw out a few more breeders and sacrifices I was gonna need, because I honestly didn't realize the saddles for the gigas were that expensive. I then decided to try out the Prime resource boss with just 2 gigas. It was a bit of a shocker really, and I should have probably used more than just 2 gigas. I eventually killed it, and I decided not to do it again since it didn't really unlock or give you anything special except XP potions. So the next few days I was basically just killing elite resource columns and letting more giga babies to raise up. It was day 59 and I had gigas fully raised up, so I put them in a terminal to prepare for the boss fights. Akisias told me she killed one of the bees and a giant bee boss spawned in, so I went over there to kill it for its summoner. The giant wasp can produce all of the boss honey that you need for each boss tier. This was the only beehive I had left to obtain.
Oh my god.
You got a grapple hook to it. Then apparently Akisa accidentally spawned the first boss tier in the base and she lost her wasp Kisa.
Might have summoned the boss here, my bad. Okay, we killed him, we didn't lose anything.
You lost one wasp.
Not Wasp Kisa!
I guess that's karma. I started killing a bunch of gigas since I would need them in order to make the saddles. They were an important sacrifice for a probable cause. Then I gave a few more gigas the saddles they needed, and then I placed them inside a terminal to get some passive XP and healing. I started the next night by leveling a few gigas and healing them up, basically preparing them for the Prime boss fight.
I waited long enough. Not enough resources to pull. Like what's going on? Who's crafting something? I cannot pull anything.
I'm not crafting anything.
It was some kind of weird bug that was
what
happening. I didn't understand it, but we did have the stuff for it.
I have to pull the blood myself. And we have 50. Okay, I'll meet you down there, Kisa.
And then the day had finally come to take down the Prime boss. So I placed out the first and the second wave of the gigas in preparation. Then I went over to the boss altar and summoned the Prime boss.
Here we go. Oh, perfect.
Apparently it was a blue death worm,
so
and I was kinda scared of him because I've already died a couple of times to them.
Okay, I'm gonna send the rest in.
Yep, send the rest in.
We're going. I don't think it's enough. Okay, you stay here. I'm gonna go grab more extras. Yeah. It's 30 million. I did.
Oh, we did it.
No, I didn't unlock anything.
Oh no.
I was too far away. Oh.
So I picked up the saddles and started to throw out all the gigas we had saved up. I got killed by a basilisk in the process.
What? There's a basilisk here? Oh, it's gonna kill everything. Oh, it's already killing everything.
The next day, we had 3 waves of gigas and I was pretty sure we would kill it with this. I had 3 waves of gigas and 1 dream, and it was to kill this boss and unlock the next tier, which was Elemental. The Elemental tier consists of Fire, Electric and Frost. The boss drops the skull that you need for all of the 3 elements here, so basically you will have to fight him 3 times. We already fought him twice, so we're just gonna have to fight him 1 more time.
About stuff.
I know, I'm standing here.
I don't think we do that way.
Feels good, man. Oh. Since I unlocked the new engrams for the next tier, I started making some fire narcotics so I can make the darts, because other darts don't work on different creatures, like I explained. We were gonna start on taming some fire creatures, because I really wanted that Spino because of the water buff. I had to wait a whole new day, but then I could make the 20 people I needed since a max level in my server only requires 10. Then we went out looking for a fire Spino. Akisa spotted one by a lake, so I tried baiting it inside a cave where I tamed the other ones. Treat for you here. Oh no, he's gonna kill me! Perfect! I died a few times trying to knock this out, but then I put the gates down. But I did not realize the Spino could walk over the normal gates. What? Did it walk out? So I had to go back to the base and grab some behemoth gates. When I teleported back to the Spino, there was a skeletal elemental Giga attacking it, so I had to kill it very quickly. I placed out Lady Broccoli as a bait so the Spino could go attack it while I was putting down the gates. It did take a while to knock it out, but then finally it went out and I could feed and tame it. Then I would only need a male for it, so I could start breeding them for the elemental boss fights. I wanted to get myself a frost Mawing so we could have some sort of transportation, since you could get a fire rock drake or a Mawing at this stage. I made a bunch of frost darts so I could knock it out, then I made a few billboards to trap it in since the billboard works super good and they cost hardly anything. I then spotted the Mawing, I trapped it in, and then I started knocking it out so I could tame it. Then I went over to the redwoods to grab a second one, and I did the same to that one. Akisa had found herself a fire rock drake she wanted. She trapped it in with gates, but we had difficulties taming it. I gave up after dying a few times, so I went out looking for another fire Spino. I found another fire Spino, then I started putting down the gates only to trank it out straight after that and then tame it. Since the Spinos were breeding at this time, me and Akisa wanted to see if we could take out the Nightmare Shadowmane. It took a while to kill it because of its natural armor, but he stood no chance against the Gigas. Once you kill the Nightmares, it will drop its blood, but we never got the chance to try it out, sadly. The next day I got myself a new imprinted Mawing and I named him Danny Boy after a good pal. So on this day I went out looking for Udis that could prove useful in the upcoming boss fights we were planning on doing. I found one, so I put traps all around it and then knocked it out. There was a second Udi up near one of the obelisks, so I put down a trap just for it and I knocked it out and then tamed it. So here's the whole reason why I went with fire Spinos. The water buff is a deal breaker for the Spinos, especially since they get 100k more damage. Okay, never mind, it does actually get some kind of damage difference. So with the hydration buff, it gets 848 damage, right? Without it, it does 738. Then we went out to try to kill one of these godly rock drakes because Akisa wanted one. Kinda hard targeting a boss. Okay, well they're targeting in the B now. When you kill one of these godly creatures, it will drop its godly soul that you can use on your elemental to upgrade it to an advanced elemental. And then I went out to tame one of these fire iguanodons to see how good they were. Apparently it can glitch out of the gates, so I knocked it out and tamed her. I named it Wolfie after a good friend. Then back at base, we were gonna upgrade one of these fire rock drakes into an advanced one. Talk about a big boost, hoo-yah! Health pool and damage went up by a lot, as you can see. These godly creatures need a new saddle that you can make in a supreme smithy. Since Akisa got her godly swooper, I wanted to get myself a godly Mawing, so me and Akisa went out to kill one so I could upgrade my Danny Boy to a godly. Oh my god. Then me and Akisa were gonna go attempt to take one of these godly shadow mains out, since there were no tameable shadow mains as far as I've seen, so we wanted to figure out what kind of creature you need in order to get yourself a godly shadow main.
Oh, okay.
All said you need an electric ravager to upgrade it. Then we found an electric ravager, a high level one, so I let Akisa put down the billboards this time to trap it. Then we just knocked it out and then tamed it. Back at base, we were then ready to get our first godly shadow main, so I pulled all of the resources required for it. It required blood from all of the creatures, including the soul and elemental bones. And then we had our first godly shadow main. I named him Sir Pounds. Sir Pounds were gonna be a very important asset in the series until endgame. Then I went out to try out this godly beast, and boy, was Sir Pounds an absolute alpha of a beast. I tried out the super attack and apparently it did just amazing damage.
10 million!
Broken.
145!
And then Akisa told me she found a new cave she wanted to explore, but she haven't learned from all of those other tries we've done. They are infested with dangerous death worms that are annoyingly
Is there
strong.
creatures over here?
Not that I've seen so far.
What is that? Ouch.
Oh my god.
I knew it. We shouldn't have gone in there.
It was now day 77 and it was time for us to do the first elemental electric boss. So I summoned the boss in. It was an electric spooter and the spooter did an extreme amount of damage, and weirdly enough, Akisa got her godly Rocktree killed. Somehow.
Oh. What?
Did you check your health?
Then the Spino started dying and we were only down to 2 left.
We have like 2 Spinal left.
I went back to base to grab a bunch of Gigas out of desperation for them just to be slaughtered.
It doesn't have much HP, so let's go. Oh my god. No, they died so quick. They didn't even get the bite in. Oh, seriously. Is this?
Then we just focused mainly on healing these 2 Spinos.
2 million.
And
I know, I'm
what do
standing
you know?
on its butt.
They actually made it. They killed it on their own.
Oh, I got the godly golem summon elixir. When consumed, will spawn a tame godly golem for it.
When you kill one of these elemental bosses, it will
right.
reward you with a godly
Where is
golem summoner. And inside its inventory, you can craft the vampiric ore for 3 metal that you can then melt down into ingots to make the vampiric set. So it's been a few days now because we basically just waited for the Spinos to get ready and grow up. So now it's day 80 and we were ready for the fire boss.
Nice.
Isn't that? Why am I picking up your shit?
That's a really great question. Why would you do that?
Because I'm trying to access the vault. And you keep throwing in front of the vault.
Then we summoned the boss and waited. It was a firebug and he did so much damage. There were probably a better way of doing these bosses, but I thought it was like Pokemon where fire is good for almost everything. And then we killed the boss, but I didn't notice anything. There was no message or anything, but I got the fireball
What
skull
happened?
and the summoner, so we killed it.
I don't know. What happened to it?
They killed it. One of us need to get it, so. If you didn't get it, then I guess that's fine.
I got the godly golem summon elixir.
Then we figured out we had to do some of the bosses again because we didn't have the prime skull for the 3rd elemental boss, which was Frost. And then I summoned in the Frost boss. It was a Frosty Scorpion, and if you played Pokemon, everyone knows that fire will always beat Frost. Jokes aside, I have no clue if that's true or not in this mod, but we used the fire Spinos on everything. Luckily, the Scorpion boss was focused on only one Spino, so we only had to focus on healing that one.
What am I stepping on? I cannot see.
The duck! You're stepping on the duck, that's me!
And then it went down and I got another summoner, plus the skull. Awesome. Day 81. Akisa slightly mentioned she wanted help
Where are we
getting an
going?
electric Ravager.
Pick up my Ravager.
I followed her with the teleport, only to get devoured by a lion.
Oh no! Akisa was not safe. Couldn't you clear?
No, it wasn't.
So the time had finally come for us to take down the last elemental boss. So I threw out all of the dinos that we were gonna use for this fight.
It's good.
I also tamed a very cute frosty goat that was jumping here and there.
No.
I accidentally forgot about the shine horn and it just ran in and died.
Well, my head died so.
We literally melted the broodmother and she felt way more easier than the previous 3 elemental bosses. Then, I wanted to attempt doing Lady of the Beach despite me having a few more days to get my first
God.
world boss kill. She hit like a truck, no joke at all. Literally destroyed those fire Spinos. We could not keep them up with the healing darts. So we were gonna go take one of these vampiric creatures out, which was a thorny dragon. And once you kill it, it will drop a thorny soul that you can use on a fire Moshops
Thorny
to
soul.
transform it into a vampiric thorny.
Elemental Mozochop.
I went AFK for a bit and Akisa told me she had found the fire Moshops and she trapped it in. So all I had to do was just go over there and feed and tame it. It literally took 2 days just to tame this. So I wanted to evolve that fire Moshops, but we were lacking on electric blood, so I had to go out and farm some. What's that? And then back at base, it was finally time to transform the Moshops into a vampiric
There we
thorny
go.
dragon.
Look at that. A thorny dragon.
Beautiful.
I killed a few Gigas to level it up, and then I went out and tried its awesome power. Well, yeah, that was a joke. The damage was a real disappointment compared to the godly creatures. Then me and Akisa had decided to take on Lady of the Beach with our Shadow Mains. They did so much damage to the boss and it was great. And when you kill one of these bosses, they will drop a token that you need in order to get your own tame, or use the token to summon the endgame boss. Currently, for what I've been informed, the tameable version of the world bosses were bugged or something, so we didn't bother getting one. Then we went to the Genesis biome to take on Lord of the Swamp, which was a big frog. The frog does a lot of torpor with its tongue, but it stood no chance against the mate-boosted pair of godly Shadow Mains. I had a great idea what to do with the Vampiric since it has some sort of self-healing. We were gonna use it as a tank, so we put exactly 99 points into HP. Then we named it Tank and Spank. Then it was also time to take out the 3rd world boss, which was a giant frost beauty. It didn't seem to do too much damage, but his roar feared us multiple times and that was kinda annoying. Akisa's Shadow Main was very close of dying and I couldn't heal it. But luckily Akisa came back and soulballed her Shadow Main and I finished off the Lord of the Snow. Then it was time to make myself the godly armor set, which I think was the best in the entire mod. Woobly, is it possible you can add some insulation to the armors, because the godly one doesn't have any insulation at all. It was now day 90 and it was time to take out the 4th last world boss, a big giant thorny dragon.
Did we get the token?
Yeah, I got the token.
I didn't get this. Oh, nice. Okay, we can go back now.
Then the next day I took Akisa's Shadow Main out so I could get some mate boost while I was taking out these godly Shadow Mains. I also took out 2 of these nuclear magmasaurs, and when you kill them you get a token to make your own nuclear magmasaur. I went out to look for an electric ravager I found on a scanner, but when I went to the area I got killed by an invisible basilisk. Then I got back to the Maywing and I got dismounted by a Microraptor, and there was an Allosaurus nearby and he just shot at me.
Microraptors! Oh!
I went fooling around with the bulldog while Akisa was killing a godly shadow mane, only to be chased by an ant.
Oh no! Help, help, help! Ah! Oh my god.
So the next day, me and Akisa went out to look for electric ravagers. Akisa trapped one in, we knocked it out and tamed it. And not too far away, there was another ravager, so we tamed it also. Akisa then prepared a lot of ravagers for us that we were gonna transform into shadow manes eventually. Then we had to kill a few of them, sadly, because we needed the electrical blood so we could make the shadow manes. It was day 95, Akisa had prepared a lot of godly shadow manes for the final fight, so all that was left was just to level them up and heal them. On day 96, we placed out all of the dinos and waited for day 99. I chose not to wait for day 100 in case we would fail and had to get more shadow manes. And then, the final moment had come. It was time to summon Wukong the Destroyer. And weirdly enough, there was no summoning circle. But I heard the mod still needs a bit of polishing, but it does work quite well. I summoned the boss and the sound was so goddamn loud that I couldn't communicate with the keys at all. The boss did a lot of damage, so we just focused on healing the shadow manes and tank and spam.
That is very loud.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, my ears. Hey, look at Tank and Spank, he's doing well. The Yudi's not doing well.
But then, we finally did it. We beat the whole Supreme mod. The dinosaurs, once solitary creatures, have banded together, roaming the lands in massive herds. These majestic beasts have also taken to laying eggs in nests scattered across the map, adding a new layer of danger and excitement to our survival journey. No longer can dinosaurs be tamed the usual way by knocking them out and shoving up meat to tame them. This is the Hunted, known as one of Ark's most difficult mods out there, and I'm gonna try to defeat all of Fjordur's bosses in 100 days. Anyhow, let's get on with the show, so friends, sit back and relax, grab yourself something and enjoy the show. So, I spawned in on the beach and I started punching a tree. I opened up my inventory and noticed how nerfed my character was.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
I was gonna make myself a stone pick, but that took like forever. I was slowly getting killed by the harsh cold while my pick was still being made.
I died from cold. Interesting.
Then I spawned in next to some early boxes of loot that gave me access to some metal tools. Either way, I started making a bunch of clothes because of the cold, but it took a very long time to make them. Then I made one of these eco camping bags, which was a necessity for me so I could work on getting a tent and a sleeping bag. I put down my campfire and I went out for something to kill. I managed to find a baby that I killed for its meat. Not weird at all, right? Right?
Bruh, okay, I can do this forever.
But yeah, back at base, I made a cooking pot from the Hunted mod instead, since it has more slots than a campfire, and then suddenly a dildo came for me in the middle of everything, but luckily I finished the crafting in time and then I killed it. So, in the Hunted, you have to go through some kind of interface of each creature whenever you wanna skin it or take something off it, like its venom. The speed and the amount to gain can be increased if you put more points into crafting skill, however. After I'd skinned it from its hide and venom, I got back to camp to put down a cooking pot while a dildo started attacking me and Akisa. The Dilo successfully killed Akisa, and I was next in line. And then a Troodon appeared out of nowhere, knocking me out while the Dilo ate my face. I spawned back in, and this time there was a Carno in the camp. What the It was super aggressive, and I tried my best to run away from it, but he just gave up and went for my tent instead. I managed to get up on a couple of rocks just in time, because there was a terror bird nearby as well who wanted my ugly face. I pulled some hide from my base and I made a bola, then speared the terror bird for an eternity. He ran away super bloody, but I bowled him again, then I finished him off with the spears. Akisa spawned in her tent and got eaten instantly by the Carno. Wow. I threw a few spears at the Carno, so he ran away with his tail between his legs. Then I decided to go skin the terror bird, only to be eaten by a Dilo that I managed to kill somehow. Then the Carno swooped by for the easy kill. Huh. I spawned back in, grabbed my items, and I killed the nearby Dilo feasting on my corpse. While I was skinning the bird, I broke my legs due to cold. You gotta love arc mechanics, they are great, I love them so much. The next day, Akisa proposed we should work on getting a raft to get off this beach. I was gonna go help her kill some raptors when one of them just appeared out of nowhere.
Oh, what the hell? I didn't see that raptor coming.
Akisa had killed a few of them, so I helped her skinning them for their hide so we could get the hell out of here. Back at base, while I was cooking up some meat, an aloe appeared out of nowhere. Like, are you kidding me?
Oh no! Why?
I managed to swim away from it, so I went to help Akisa continue killing dinos for hide.
Did you find it?
I hoped the aloe would walk away from the campsite, but he was munching on our structures. He wouldn't leave. This was his home. I was desperate and I tried luring it away from the camp. After a few deaths and tries, we managed to make him run away from the campsite. For now. The next day, Akisa had made the raft for us, so I loaded it up with our trash. Then we sailed a bit further down the island where we found the pterodon nest with its mom. I bowled and then I killed the mom in the nest. So, to get the fertilized egg from the nest, you have to go through the interface again and search the nest. Then the egg will just pop out that you will have to incubate and raise. But before we headed out, I had to grab some nearby metal for our journey. We didn't quite leave yet, cause we had to kill some penguins nearby for some polymer that would come handy later. But when I was plucking this one's feathers, I got attacked by the same aloe from before.
He's back!
He followed us somehow. I fended the aloe off the raft and I got my revenge finally. Towards day 4, I made a shotgun and a bit of gunpowder for bullets I would need for now. I had made a few bullets, then I went on and killed a turtle and descaled it. I then scaled off a few other dinos nearby that were already dead. We had planned on going to Asgard, so we had to go to the portal room. Must be some kind of way up. I remembered seeing paste here once, so I went down to the river to grab a bit of paste from the beaver dams.
No!
I got back to my body and I recovered my things. Then I ran back up to the teleporter and saw some Maywings on the way.
He's running away.
I didn't know if the mod had changed them too, since we had no access to an awesome spyglass yet. So back at the raft, I crafted up a boat since we're in desperate need of crystal. So I went over to a spot where I know there is crystal on Fjordur. On day 6, I was appreciating the gorgeous sky on Fjordur while rowing all the way to the volcano. I only went over here to grab a bit of oil since this is a very common area where to find it. Then I was back at the mainland, so I picked up a few beaver dams before heading to our new base location. The next day, I was grappling over the rivers looking for silica pearls, but nothing. I couldn't find anything. But later in the morning, I came across a river filled with silica pearls for electronics. After I picked up a bit of silica pearls, I decided to head back to my boat to move it a bit closer to the castle, since I had resources on it.
Why is there a million Dimorphodons flying towards me?
Then I was suddenly getting chased by a flock of Dimorphodons and I was desperately trying to get away.
Okay, I got away. Oh my god.
I made it back to the boat, safe and sound. I scouted another pterodon nest on the beach, so I went ashore, killed the mom, and I took the egg. So I decided to try taking a shortcut, but when I got closer, I noticed it wasn't one. Then a spiner came over and killed me. I tried again and again getting back to my body, and it was just pure death. It was now day 8 and I still hadn't recovered my corpse. But when I spawned in, I was burning for some weird reason.
What am I burning?
There was apparently a human NPC shooting fire arrows at me. But all I had to do was smile and wave to get her to stop. This time when I got back to my body, the spiner seemed uninterested in me. Probably because I wasn't within the reach of the nest anymore. I made the climb up back to base with all the resources. It was quite heavy. Then I started making some electronics and then an awesome teleporter finally. On day 9, I went around the base cleaning up the area from all the rubble and trees. Then I took my boat to the swamp to harvest a few corpses since they can drop organic polymer, so we had secured that at least. On day 10, Akiza was raising all of the babies while I was farming a bunch of wood with my new chainsaw. On day 11, we discovered a human village nearby that we raided for resources. There was a glitchy human here as well that we just killed.
It's so glitchy.
Because we do not take any prisoners or survivors. I was gonna help Akiza retrieve an RG egg, but its mom was still there and she did so much damage to me despite me wearing flak. But we got the egg luckily.
Oh, that's a spicy orgy.
That order did so much damage. I think we need weapons now. Crossbows are not gonna be enough for us.
The next day, I farmed a few high rich metal nodes near the base because I wanted to get some shotguns made. We were in dire need of more metal, so I decided to travel out to a mountain where I know there is a lot of high rich metal. And while I was parachuting to get closer faster, I saw a Giga who took an interest in me.
Hello?
Oh, really? It's gonna catch up to me. Ouch, he broke my armor. I took the Anki with me and I farmed as much metal as possible. I almost forgot to fill you guys in on this, but in the Hunted, you can make these nests to incubate fertilized eggs, but they need some kind of special resource to be powered, however. On day 13, I went over to the swamp again to grab a bit of polymer from the decaying carcasses. But as soon as I reached the land, I got jumped by a capro. Ah! I immediately netgunned them both and I killed one. Oh my god! I'm dead! I was running around for a bit looking for these corpses, but I ran into a human that killed me with his fire arrow. Oh my god. And I made it back to the swamp and I found a corpse and I harvested it up real nicely. Stupid frog, leave me alone. Oh my god, look at that tongue. A bit later, I put up some forges in a cave that would make it easier for me to just melt metal into ingots. The next day, I was still farming stuff, but this time it was more silica pearls since I was working towards making a chem bench. And then I took the Anki out to farm a bit more metal because we always run out of metal somehow. On day 15, I was in Asgard looking for dinos, and I came across a scorpion that could be harvested for some venom. The venom is for making narcotics and we weren't able to make any trank arrows because of it. I had 3 trank arrows from raiding the human village from before, so I netgunned this Maywing I saw and I knocked it out. I was really hoping we could use this Maywing, because in the Hunted, the saddles are not an easy thing to make, since you need some kind of implants to make them or get them from drops. Well, at least the Hunted creatures requires it. The Maywing was the only one we could make that didn't require any implants, because we did see the saddle in the engram list. Back in Asgard, I spotted a 150 Maywing, so I netgunned it, knocked it out and tamed it. A bit later, I decided to head down to the Magmasaur cave since I wanted a bit of black pearls for a mining drill. It would be more convenient for me than using the Anki. Oh no! On day 16, I made the mining drill and then I went out to farm a bit of metal, flint and stones. Also, I almost forgot to mention this, but we have the Eco Viking mod installed, so Akisa put down our Viking lodge, which would be our home. Then I flew down to the Ab area to grab a bit of blue crystal for a glider suit. And I came across a red drop with an Ascendant pump shoddy. That was insane. Afterwards, I went out to help Akisa skin a few dinos for hide, since it takes a while to skin them. There was a nest nearby too that I could collect for an implant, but Akisa had already taken it, but yeah, that's how you can get implants. On day 17, I went down to the Genesis space area to see if I could find any light pits, but they might have been removed since I last played Fjordur. After lots of searching, I came across an Allosaurus nest, so I collected the egg and I killed the Allos. Then a bit later, I grabbed the metal from the cave, then I went back to base to make the industrial forge finally. So the next day, I made a reactivated Delta implant so I could make the saddle for the Deinonychus we had. Then I ran into a problem where we needed something called core fiber that I had no clue how to get. So we put this on hold for now until we could figure it out later. But yeah, I was gonna work on getting a chem bench instead, but we were lacking out a bit of polymer, so I went back to Swamp to grab a bit of it. Before the day was ending, I finally managed to make the chem bench and I placed it down. I went out to the ocean to look for anglerfish to kill, since we needed angler gel for the larger nest to hatch some gargantuan eggs, like the Allos for example. But I didn't find any. On day 20, I killed off a few sheep outside the base for some raw mutton.
Sheep!
Yummy. Then I crafted up a bit of gunpowder so we could have some more shotgun bullets eventually. On day 21, I had started making a greenhouse since the crops were a necessity for making the kibble. And yeah, I ran out of paste again when making the greenhouse, so I gathered a bit from the beaver dams once again. Then I also grabbed a bit of crystal, since I was already out. Then I had finally completed the greenhouse. All we gonna need now was some dung beetles and we were good. Akisa was out grabbing the dung beetles to the base, so I just had to tame them. I had to put up some beer barrels too for the gardener. The next day I went out killing an anglerfish for some angler gel. We had finally ran out of it, so we were in desperate need for it now. I came across a dead Giga with its nest, but before I was gonna go grab that, I wanted to take its heart. No, like literally, his heart. But boy oh boy oh boy, it was way too slow to collect. But yeah, so I spotted a max level car shark, but I discovered it was impossible to tame them in the hunted, because the dinos in this mod doesn't seem to eat any corpses. I was attempting to pick up a beaver dam for pace, but I got almost killed, so I just left it instead. Do you guys remember that I needed something called core fiber? Apparently you need to look for something called the cocodru plant, and you plant it in the greenhouse, and that's how you get the core fiber. According to Kisa, we got a cocodru from a jerboa that she swore that it shat out. And then I went out looking for a dodo nest for its egg, since we needed it for making some basic kibble. I had killed a dino nearby, then apparently tamed up a fjord hawk. Bruh. Then I traversed back to the Giga and I collected its nest egg and 3 alpha deactivated implants right before I died. The alpha implant is basically for making a Giga saddle, Rex, big creatures. Yeah, it was gonna take about 5 hours real time to incubate the Giga egg, so we put it in the fridge for now until we can make an S+ hatchery, because I am not waiting 5 hours for it to incubate. Either way, I went out for a Therizino egg since it would help us out greatly gathering fiber for various items. So I had to take the Anki out again to farm a lot of metal once again. God damn it. So I discovered we didn't have any pelt in the base for making the gardener, so I had to go out and kill a few mammoths for pelt. When I was out grabbing another allo egg, I got attacked by the allos and almost died to them. Unfortunately, I lost the duck, but I got away with a sliver of health left. I couldn't be asked waiting for my health to regen, so I just killed myself. So for people who haven't played the Hunted before, the health and stamina regen is extremely slow in this mod. It doesn't matter how many health brews you chug down, you're still gonna be very limited to how fast you can heal. I took one of the aloes to Asgard and he did literally 65 damage.
Bruh.
Oh my god. The only way I could see us defeating the bosses on this map is by doing mutation breeding, which we will do later in this playthrough. On day 27, I killed an alpha raptor with my shotgun. Getting the stuff off it took a really long time, like no joke. I think I stared at my screen for almost 15 minutes. I went out looking for a turtle nest to collect its cocoa drip to increase the production in our greenhouse. On day 29, I went out to grab a bit of Spinocells and the nest egg that I would probably never use, but the alpha implant could come handy however. The base looks a bit more different from before. Akisa had been very busy tidying up the place a notch. Ah, Lord Jesus. On day 31, I gathered a bit more paste from beaver dams, then I went to Asgard to grab even more. I was actually setting up a breeding area for the aloes since Akisa wanted to start on mutation breeding ASAP. I had to put up a staircase also, so we could walk up easier to the breeding pen. It took me until day 32 to finish the staircase. But straight after that, I went back to continue on the breeding area. It was gonna be super simple, stone walls and a rooftop. Well, to solve the cementing paste issue, I was gonna go and tame some Acatinas that could passively produce it in the terminal. I was getting quite annoyed gathering paste from beaver dams.
Well, they're called.
Oh, mother! I saw that there was a Rex nest up as well on the scanner, so I tracked its nest down since I wanted the beta implant for the aloes. Like any other creature, I wanted the stuff from it and it took forever. Men, för fan! It's pushing me away! I did get the... Screw this brawler!
That works.
I was quite tired of the stylist table. We were literally using it as a storage table, so then I made a vault instead. Then I was able to make a bit of a kibble, so we could go and tame some sheep babies.
I feel like I'm struggle bussing.
This is kinda obvious though. When dinos don't have a nest, they will have babies roaming nearby you, passively tame with kibble. So I tamed them and brought them back home, so they could grow up and I could shear them for some wool. A bit later, I tamed up a few queen bees so we could put them in the terminal to get a bit of honey. Akisa had finally put up the aloes for breeding, and boy, my FPS was dying. How much FPS do I have here? 13 FPS! I finished up the roof of the breeding so no Argys would get in there and kill the aloes. Then I went out to collect more Spinocells for more beta implants. Once again, I was farming organic polymer since Akisa wanted the S+ egg incubator. Akisa was making progress on the breeding on day 36, but this looks so lame though. Imagine going into further bosses with these current stats, it's gonna be impossible. I was tearing up from seeing these single digit numbers. I was then able to make the S+ incubator for Akisa, so she didn't have to use the hunted nests anymore, since they were technically worthless. The range was like one block of cheese to incubate one egg. That's a bit awkward, but apparently the S+ item collector guy couldn't harvest the hunted sheep, so I had to do it myself, the OG way. I was able to make some high level kibble now, so whenever I wanted to tame something big like a Mosa baby, I would be able to do it now. This is kinda funny. The prime fish you get from the silica pearls can't be cooked or used for anything.
Dude, how long does it take to cook this fish meat?
What?
Huh?
No way! I then killed a few Moses, so I could chop them up for some prime meat since I needed it for kibble. I went over to Rex nest to kill the parents for armor plates and arms. I kept getting interrupted by a lot of things. Men vad fan! Oh my god! I killed the last of the terror birds and then this happened. Oh my god! It took a while, but I got an egg and I tamed up a baby. A bit later, I tracked down a human that I became friends with. I had given them proper armor and I gave them some names after a few friends. Then a bit later, I took the Therizino out to the swamp to farm a bit of fiber and flowers. I got back to the base and I caught Johan in the act. What are they doing here? What is Johan doing?
I think he's like stuck there behind her.
Oh! So I decided to head over to one of the dungeons and grab some runestones and an artifact. Okay, so I just want to explain something here real quick. So we had decided to play the Hunted on Fjordur and defeat its bosses here, but what we didn't take to account that none of the alphas drops you runestones in this mod, so I had Akisa put up random boxes with simple spawners with runestones in most of the dungeons. She never revealed it to me where they were, so I had to look around for them. But either way, I went further into the cave and I acquired the Hunter artifact. I decided to head over to the Molten Cavern dungeon, and this one has two artifacts, Clever and Immune. When I was in this dungeon, I was really close of dying to rabies, so I panic teleported home. I decided to walk across the edge to kill myself, because the health regen in this mod sucks. I don't want to deal with this. I managed to get the artifact pack and I walked around looking for boxes of runestones, but I found nothing. So I went and grabbed the other artifact, Clever, instead. A bit further away, I flew over to the third dungeon, the Frozen Fortress, for the Skylord artifact. There was a crap ton of Perlovias in here that would probably kill me, so I took it very carefully. I saw that there was a few anglerfish in this lake here, so I just killed them for their angler gel. I proceeded walking further into the cave, but one of the Perlovias hit the stun and I fell into the pit. Second try of getting the Skylord artifact, and I died to fall damage this time.
Oh, it happened again.
I had made an RPG to try to get the Perlovias out of the ground so I could bait them into the pit. After it was clear, I grabbed the artifact and runestones and I was out of there. No more cave hunting for me today. On day 41, I logged into my first blood moon ever seen. This is the worst day of doing absolutely anything in the mod.
No, it turns all of the normal dinos into alphas.
I wanted to see the ingredients for summoning the dragon, so I flew into the mines of Moria to check it out.
Let's see, dragon needs Hati and Skull. Okay, so that means Broodmother only needs one, and dragon needs 2 relics. Stop.
I killed a Limantria, and I apparently discovered a new seed you can plant. I don't know what it's for, I actually did never use it. So I went out searching for scorpions, because they can passively produce venom I need for making narcotics. Afterwards, I wanted to try my luck in getting some decent wyvern eggs, so I went down to the Asgard Trench to grab a few lightning wyvern eggs. I found a couple of decent ones, so I dropped them off at base for Akisa to handle, since she only wanted to spend her time now mutation breeding dinos. Not long after, I got over to Vanaheim to grab some poison wyvern eggs and managed to find a 185 egg that would come handy later. So I wanted to make a few exceptional saddles, that is for the aloes, but we were lacking out a lot of the keratin. So the next day I went out killing a few ankylos and grabbing keratin from them. Then for rest of the day, I basically just stood by and watched the beautiful sky of Fjordur, trying to come up with an idea to work on next. On day 46, I decided to go after some legit Danon eggs, because the Danons we had didn't feel legit since they had a lot of levels already, and the dinos in the Hunted start at level 1. Next day, I went over to find these decaying corpses, since they can be looted for implants. I was going for one of these blue drops, and there were an army of Deinonychus who wanted to eat my face. On day 48, I was just killing off a few Spanios for their sales, so I could reactivate the beta implants for aloe saddles.
That is taking a while. Jesus. It's been like
A minute almost. And then it was back to collecting more Deinonychus eggs so I could start mutation breeding them for the bosses. All there was to do was incubate the eggs and raise the babies, then breed them over and over until I have enough clean females to start the mutation process. We were trying to figure out if I could breed the Dainons at the church. My duck barely fits in there. The Menakis I had to raise to the purple drop, but I lost and I died to some lava. What are you gonna put on your duck? Why?
So that he can see you better.
Bruh, what is this? What have you done to the duck? This looks... How peculiar. Oh.
He's educated.
A bit later, I came across another alu saddle from a drop which was huge. This was huge for us. So, if we were gonna do the bosses, it would be a good time to get a Yudi, and this is like the first nest I've ever seen since this playthrough started. I killed the parents, I grabbed the eggs and the Yudi lungs. On day 51 and 52, I was out killing spiners for some more sales for reactivated implants. I had found a Rex nest, so I quickly disposed of the parents and I took their child. Then I skinned the parents for their arms and hide. There was also a baby pig who stuck in a branch that I gave kibble to, and then he was my bacon. And before the day was over, I farmed a bunch of metal again, since we just ran out of it. I have no clue how! The very next day, I found a village filled with NPCs that caused a lot of server lag. There was just too many of them for me to kill, so I brought in the big boy. I had returned with the Monka Giga, so he could slaughter the whole village and I could raid them for their supplies. So on day 54, I had an epiphany. If I were to explore the ocean and perhaps kill some of the aquatic fish, I would have to have some sort of area to raise all the fish in one safe spot. I was basically building the water pen for the fish. On day 56, the water pen was ready to be used, so I went back to base to pick up my Dainons, because they were done maturing. So all I had to do now was to put them up in the Deinonychus church for mutation breeding. But I wasn't quite there yet, since I had to breed them for a good while until I had about 100 clean females. I didn't do anything particularly interesting on day 57, just cracking eggs for more Deinon babies. I was getting tired of shearing the sheep all the time, so I put them in a terminal to generate wool instead. The reason why I did it is because the S+ item collector didn't work on the sheep. On day 58, I went out to kill a few more Rexes for armor plates so I could make the rest of the alu saddles for the boss fights. I then made the remaining saddles, so all we had to do now was breed the dinos, gather tributes and the remaining artifacts. I came across a Giga nest with its parents dead, so I quickly joined the egg. I didn't see anything dangerous nearby, so I went to get the skin off the Giga, but then I found the killer. It was an R Giga who almost killed me. Then I got back to the Giga corpses and I grabbed the skin and the hearts. Yeah, that took a long time, especially since there are Gigas at level 250. Oh my freaking god. On day 60, I just farmed a lot of oil for making gasoline. Then it was time to go back into the salt mines. Well, canyon in this case. But before I was ending it for today, I had to go get myself a baby IKEA shark from the ocean. And yeah, kill off some bad fishes too. There was even a baby mosa nearby, I just couldn't let it go. It was missing its parent, so I tamed it immediately. Then I left them all in the water pen to grow up. I also opened a few eggs before turning off for the day. And like I said before, I'm only saving the females. The next day, I logged in with a bunch of eggs in the hatchery. Nice. I had already managed to get one of the mutations, so we were literally starting now. I then went to the boss caves and I put down teleporters, so it would be easier for us to get over there, when the time is there. Teleporter for you. And a teleporter for you. I had to go out and farm lots of meat for the hungry dinos we had, especially the Danon since I was gonna raise over 100 females. On day 64, I was basically just breeding. Well, letting the Danons breed for more eggs. We had completely forgot about an eco mod we had installed. It was the eco primordial saddles.
Okay, that does look kind of cool though.
Come on, take a look how good the Allosaurus looks. Oh my god! It looks so good. I love this mod so much, you have no idea. Holy!
I told you they looked really cool.
Now this is something. This is a great saddle. Then I threw out a lot of the females to prep for mutation breeding. This was gonna be a long process though.
True.
And they're all gonna stay up there. So on day 66, we noticed that the T-Rex arms and other tributes had a spoil timer before it would turn to an actual trophy. To rectify this problem, we put down 20 boxes and all I had to do was split the tributes into each box. And that would help it with spoiling them faster instead of one by one. I figured if we were gonna defeat Steinbjörn in Jotunheim, which is one of the coldest zones in Fjordur, we were gonna need an otter. So we set our eyes to go out and look for an otter. To tame these otters, they don't want ordinary fish like Vanilla Ark. They want some salmon roe, which you can get from the salmon's inventory when you kill them. Oh, it requires one? No, that's easy. On day 67 and 69, nice. It was basically all about the breeding. The next day I logged in, the tributes had finally all spoiled. I had also upgraded my hatchery capability here now, like 30 AC units in a small room with the hatchery to get all of these eggs hatched. The egg incubator got to be tiring because you have to manually put in 10 eggs each time. Either way, we had decided to do the cave for the Skylord artifact, and right at the entrance I got Perloviad, but I survived somehow. Why are you staring at me? The red drop had a very nice Carshar saddle, but it was just too bad you couldn't tame them though. I got Perloviad once again, but I was so close to falling into the pit. Oh, I survived! My heart shook a little bit, not gonna lie. That does not look good, Akiza. Oh!
I'm alive!
How did you survive? So I didn't have an RPG this time with me, so I threw down my Maywing to try baiting the Perlovias out of the ground, and guess what? Yeah, it worked.
Oh.
What? How you die?
I fell. Get my otter!
LOL!
No! It's dead!
The next day, we went down to the dungeon for the artifact of the strong. The cave is amazing looking, dude, but there are way too many bugs in here though. What the hell?
I don't think we can fight against that, Mike!
No, but that can.
It's a swarm!
Then we got back to base and my hatchery was completely full. Oh my god, 300 eggs. After I got the eggs hatched and such, we went down into the swamp dungeon to grab the next artifact brute. The cave is known for being very poisonous, so a gas mask was required here. There was also a few Desmodus we had to dispose of, but it wasn't too hard.
Oh my god, it does so much damage.
The artifact, however, was on the other side of the cliff, so we just grappled our way over. Straight after that, we went to the Molten Cave to grab 2 more artifacts, and it went pretty smoothly actually. Whoa! Then we went to the cave to grab the immune artifact, and it was relatively easy to get, because I tried to do this alone before. The hunt artifact was next in line to grab. It was so much easier to do this one now with the keys around. The artifact massive was a bit trickier to get though, since it was only accessible from underwater in a cave. Then we had to climb our way up to the cave, which was pretty far up. There was a few Desmodus in the cave that we had to clear from immediately, since they do so much bleed damage. And yeah, it wasn't what I expected, but this was the labyrinth dungeon. But it was pretty easy to figure it out, however.
There's a 1 here.
Oh, I bet the numbers tell us the order we have to press the buttons in.
I got the combo wrong, which almost killed me. But it was green, yellow, purple, and then blue.
We're not good at this. And then yellow. Then purple. And then blue. Easy.
I didn't watch my footing and I died in a trap. I got back to the dungeon and I got chased by the Desmodus, and suddenly I was back at my base somehow. Please, Ark, come on.
Oh. Wait! Where am I? I feel like I got teleported.
I'm back at base! I managed to get to the door again. I put in the combination and I catched up to Akiza.
Okay, what is
There was another combination. I put it in the
green.
door open for the massive artifact.
I already put it down. It's green, purple, yellow, blue.
There was a second water cave entrance to another dungeon I had to swim to. The Forgotten Caverns, which had the artifact of the Cunning.
Oh god.
It had a lot of bugs to clear from, and then a few traps, but nothing too dangerous really. There was also a pretty cool area down here with the Black Pearl. Then it was time to get the last artifact, which was the Devourer. Unfortunately, this was an extra hard challenge for me because I have a water phobia and I wasn't having a good time getting the artifact. I just swam fast towards it and I grabbed the artifact. But that's basically it for all the artifacts, so we were ready for the Gamma boss fights now.
Oh god.
So for the day 74 until 76 was all about breeding the Dainons to be ready for the bosses on day 77.
Okay, so this is kind of a quick update here. Oh my god, it's so laggy over there. Stupid Anunaki is over there. So this is how much we have so far. 10 HP, 10 damage, 10 weight, 10 stamina. Now all I have to do is work on getting a pair for them, each of the sets, and then I'll merge them together. That we will use for the Gamma boss. And hopefully they are enough for it. The allos are pretty much ready, at least now. Now we are gonna work towards the final stage. So I had the HP melee on the table there, and I have the rest of the sets I need to combine them all together, which we will use for the Gamma boss. Okay, so now we finally got the final merge here that we're gonna use for Gamma bosses. As you can see, 10 HP stamina, weight and melee.
It was now day 77 and all the dinos were ready for the boss fights. So I grabbed the runestones and we went over to the bee boss. There were a few hibernating bears in the cave we had to get rid of. Then we threw out all of the dinos and summoned in Bela. The fight was relatively good, not easy at all though with the dinos we had. We did not take into account that we would need a gas mask for this fight, because Akiza died to some kind of poison attack.
Oh, it shot poison at me. Oh god.
Well, we did kill it after a while and got the Bela relic. The relics are for summoning the 3 island bosses. Then it was time for the second mini-boss, Steinbjörn. He was a super tanky bear and honestly, He took a while because of his damage reduction. I noticed how hungry my Yuri got after doing the courage roar after a few times. Yikes. In the middle of the fight, the Yuri passed out from hunger since I didn't have anything on me, so I jumped up on my Dino quickly. We finally killed him after a while and we got the Steinbjörn relic. We actually gave it until the very next day so the dinos could heal because the dinos took quite the beating from Steinbjörn. But then it was time for Hati and Skuld, and they were super easy to kill for the relics. Alright, so the time had finally come down to taking down our first island boss, the Megapithecus. This was literally my first time doing any of the island bosses on Fjordur. The arena was slightly different from the island one, but it was really good looking in my opinion. The Deinonychus were the real monsters in this fight. The bleed damage is a boss killer for sure. Then we head over to the Broodmother summoning area and activated a portal. Like the monkey, the Deinonychus are essential tame for doing any damage to the bosses. It's like they were made for the hunted, honestly. I love their bleed damage, I just can't get enough of it. On day 79, it was time to take down the hardest boss from the island, the dragon. The fire breath he does is percentage based, which I was super nervous about. Some of them got stuck in the lava. Oh my god! I could definitely see it. The Deinonychus was doing all of the big boy work, and then we finally killed it and got the last trophy for the Fenrir boss fight. The dinos took a real beating, so we just had to let them heal up for the next day. The time had finally come to take down the Fenrir Gamma boss. Never mind. He started blasting me with his breath attack, and he had abilities that froze me completely. Oh god. I'm in trouble here. I am not doing good on Yuri. I got kicked off the boss by one of his attacks, and I immediately jumped up on an aloe. The Yuri was so close of dying, and I kissed a soul bullet right before it was about to die. That was so close, dude. But yeah, that was the Gamma Fenrir, and since we figured we had 20 more days left of this mod, we were gonna work towards the beta and eventually the alpha fight.
Ooh.
That looks cool. I decided to go out into the ocean and kill a few sea creatures for their trophies, since beta and alpha need a lot from the ocean. I do not like the ocean, especially squids. Ugh. I had returned to the ocean, since I had to go back to base to repair my scuba kit. But then there was an alpha squid coming after me that I did not see. Oh no!
Okay.
Where's my plucky duck? I'm leaving! I'm leaving! I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
Was there 3 squids there?
There was an alpha!
Oh. That's worse than 3 squids.
156k HP! Where's my shark? Bro, come back! I'm being followed by a million sharks here. Oh, are you serious? I see an alpha mosa. Well, the alpha squid wasn't there anymore, so I gathered all of the things I needed. This new day, I decided to go out and farm the remaining stuff for alpha, since we already had enough for the beta fights. I continued farming tributes between breeding sessions, so I would come back after a few minutes and check out if I got the mutation or not. Then I would go back out. I had a timer for whenever I was supposed to go back out. Shut up, phone. Then I was gonna go back out again, and these were the last ones I would have to farm for the alpha fight. I split all of them into each individual box to make them spoil faster. After I was done with that, I grabbed the dinos and I went to kill the B-boss again. We probably went a bit overboard with the dinos on this one. Then straight after that, it was time to do the Steinbjörn fight. It was a lot easier now since the dinos had a few more levels into them than before.
Rage buff.
And before the day was over, we summoned in the last ones, Hati and Skull.
Skull has been defeated.
The next day, we fought the Beta Megapithecus. The Danos was put to good work, the 10-stat mutations did a good job damaging the boss, but the Yudi however was still useless since the food depletion was a joke on it. Oh no, my personal Deinonychus died as soon as the boss died. But luckily, I had a few more backups left, but that was my personal one. Well, before the day was over, we decided to do the Broodmother beta, and this time I didn't use the Yudi. I wanted to try out the Danos and see how good they were, and yeah, the bleed never disappoints.
I think we should just focus on Broodmother and cleave these. Nice. Tech grams.
On day 85, we were throwing out 10 Deinonychus and 10 Allos for the dragon boss fight. There was one thing I didn't account for, and that was that we needed 2 gigahearts for the alpha fight. I only had one, which was for the beta boss fight.
So get behind him.
The Deinonychus bleed was pumping out a very high amount of damage. The Allos are pretty good too. They're very good for distracting. We lost a few dinos during the fight, so this is probably the limit to how far they can go up against beta bosses.
Nice. Oh my god. That was difficult.
After the boss fight, we went to the oil area on Fjordur to collect some gigahearts for the alpha dragon fight. And yeah, it is day 86. It took me until day 86 to collect these gigahearts. That's how slow this process is, and it's incredibly annoying on higher level of creatures. Then back at base, I was back into opening eggs for mutations. What a fun cycle of life for me. On day 87, we were ready to attempt the beta Fenrir, and if we beat this, we will be able to continue working towards the alpha fight. I learned my mistake and I brought Kibble for the Yudi this time, since it fills up the food really fast, because we could not risk of losing or dying to this boss fight. I kept my distance, courage roared the boss dinos and kept the minions close to me while Akisa killed them. A lot of the damage dealing Danos were dying, and then the boss wasn't taking enough damage, so Akisa ran in to deal damage to him. The Allos were really close to dying, so we had no choice.
100k, 100k. Yeah, the Danon is doing so much damage, so much damage, so much damage.
You could literally see that the Danos was the big G in this fight. Akisa unfortunately died to one of the attacks, but her Danon survived.
I don't know what
That's
killed
all we needed though. I am the cameraman, and the cameraman never dies in these moments.
Yeah, we got it.
That was a super close call, but we killed it. So now we could work on breeding and merging the dinos for the alpha fights.
Okay, this is kind of a quick update how far I have made it. So all of the dinos are ready. So you see here the melee stat is down here and the weight here. Now all I have to do is wait for this to grow up so I can merge them. We now have the pair of the Deinonychus merged. So all I gotta do is just let them raise up and then continuously breed them for babies. And then we're ready for the boss.
On day 91, I started by basically just throwing out babies for the fights that were to come. We had to do all of the dungeons once again since we had a few artifacts already, but not all of them. So we gathered the artifact of the strong for the alpha fight to begin with. So the next one was to do the brute, but the Akisa was so slow to get to the poison cave, so I took the time by throwing out some more boss dinos. She looked so confused when she teleported next to my duck. Oh my god.
It just took me to your plucky ducky. Bye, Mike.
What are you doing, you fool? Either way, I made it to the poison cave, and Akisa ran off alone, and she died to Desmodus. The next cave was, I don't remember the name of it, but it had the immune artifact. I was gonna try grabbing a bit of venom from some dinos too, since we could make some narcotics for health boost then. I quickly went down into the ocean to grab the Devourer, and I teleported out of there immediately because the ocean. On day 93, we were working on getting the massive artifact from the labyrinth, so we had to go through the labyrinth again. I ended up dying to some rabies. Then I got back, and Akisa died to the trap I died from last time. Well, we got the artifact and we jumped into the next dungeon for the cunning. Akisa was clearing the dungeon for me, while I was grabbing off venom from all of the creatures. It took a really long time to do this, since I wanted a good number of it. Well, I figured it was about time to get an iguanodon, since the recipe for the narcotics requires narcoberry seeds. So I set out to look for an iguanodon nest to grab its egg, and then convert the narcoberries to seeds. You can apparently do this while the dino is still a baby. I didn't know that. So it was now day 94, and it was time for us to take down the 3 mini-bosses again, and Bela was the first one. We brought the humans for this fight, and only Azrael died. We lost one of the great warriors! Afterwards, it was time for Steinbjörn. It was pretty hilarious seeing the humans and NPCs going in for the boss fight.
Your skull.
No! No!
There go the rest of them.
Oh my god, this took quite a long
Oh.
time though. We tried keeping all of the boss fights to each separate day so the dinos could heal in between the fights. The next day, we took down Hati and Skull, so then it was time for the island boss
And
fights.
Skull's out for the camp.
Okay,
On day 97, we were gonna fight the Megapithecus Alpha. We rode into the arena like champions. The monkey did an insane high number of damage, but we did the same and we took it down.
nice.
The Broodmother Alpha was up next. The dinos just ran fully into the boss and started dealing lots of damage to her. The Deinonychus bleed did so much damage now. These boss fights wouldn't be possible with the dinos we had before, so it definitely helped with a few more points into damage and health mutations.
Awesome.
Day 99, the Alpha Dragon was the one I was a bit nervy from, because that breath is no joke. This fight took a while to do though, but we played very carefully and waited for him to actually walk to us this time. Nothing can withstand the Deinonychus bleed.
Yes! Oh my god!
Woohoo!
It was now day 100, and I had prepared a lot of kibble for the Judy and the Pigu. So the game plan was to send in the bacon strips with the aloes, and now we stayed far behind, courage roaring the boss dinos. Here is a little problem we discovered from the beta boss fight. When any of the players attack head on or with the gun, the Fenrir boss will target the rider. So we learned from this by staying behind and not using any guns.
Bacon's bean! Ah, bacon's bean! Probably should have sent Pigu into the fray as well. I'm doing like no damage to that Fenrir.
Yeah, the boss is taking a lot of Deinonychus damage though. You see that? 6k.
Yeah.
The boss was getting lower and lower, but so were the aloes. It was so close, and then suddenly all of the Deinonychus died from the boss in one single attack. I told Akisa to get in there and apply a bleed to the boss, since that was the only thing that was reliable at this point.
Come on! Oh!
Come on, we can do it!
I was so that close of dying! Oh my god!
We did it!
This is way too difficult. Oh my god.
And with this mod done, that concluded The Hunted, known for its incredibly difficulty, but now it's time to move on to one of the more fun overhauls out there, Ark Eternal. In this 100 days challenge, I'll be playing a well-known Ark mod which introduces dinosaurs with elemental powers. From lightning-fast raptors to massive fire-breathing griffins, I'll be facing some of the most powerful creatures this mod has to offer, and we'll be doing it in style with elemental powers of our own. But it won't be a cakewalk since I will have to defeat one of the fiercest bosses this mod has to offer, the Dark Hierophant. This is 100 days of Ark Eternal. Starting out on this beautiful but deadly world of Valguero. So as soon as I spawned in, there was a bunch of dangerous dinos scattered around the whole starter area. God damn it. Try number 2.
There's so many dodo wyverns. Like 1, 2, 3, 4? 4 dodo wyverns.
I tried spawning in Shall Kill Zone 2 and that was a terrible spot as well.
Is there a raptor right there? Oh, it sure is. Okay. Oh, there's a Giga here. Oh, there's a dodo wyvern here. Oh, there's a Rex here. No, don't do it. There's a golden Giga coming. Oh.
I was trying to think where to spawn next, so I tried another spot, and while it was peaceful for the moment, I decided to make a few starter tools to begin my awesome journey. Then suddenly I got distracted by a bunch of bags that was on the ground with incredibly good starter loot, but yeah, not really safe there either apparently. I was gonna give this area one last shot, but then I got backstabbed by a fjord hawk? What? I said screw it, it was time to spawn far away from that area, so I went over to the beach zone 1.
This seems a bit more quieter.
It looked safe, and it felt safe, so I could start gathering the necessities for starting out. Then I made some cloth gear so I could stay slightly warmer. Then suddenly another fjord hawk was coming for me, so I bowled and killed it.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Now I have a Desmodus here.
So in Eternal, random dinos tend to spawn whenever you kill something. Okay. I placed out a quick outpost in case I would die again. I didn't really have a good start. Then I made one of these Eternal spoil and mortar, so I could make some easy paste for the Eternal corpse recovery. Then I had to farm a bit of stone to make the ruins, which is a very good starter hideout. The ruins will make it so dinos won't take notice of me, which I kinda need right now. Then I ran down to the beach only to find a couple of more bags on the ground. Then I saw one of these knocked out fire turtles, so I gave it my berries and I got my first tame. I had to quickly swoop some crystals so I could craft some pokeballs and get my first tame to safety. Then I was out looking for some more tames to get, and I ran into an electric trike that I just bowled and knocked down. It was a very low level, but it was just gonna have to do for now. I tamed it up and I named it Sparky. Then on my way back to base, I ran into Pegasus that only wanted Eternal Barrier to tame, so I threw my bola at it to knock it out, but then I got quickly run down by a raptor. A bit later, I found 2 dinos knocked out.
Yeah, do that.
Oh,
The Rex, however, wanted Eternal meat, but I didn't have that, so I just shoved some regular prime meat up its butt.
Let's call it Rexy.
And then it was finally time to make the Eternal workbench for making all of the Eternal stuff I would need. Then I made one of these taming potions to help out with the taming. I still have no clue what it does. Then I crafted one of these Eternal gliding suits, which is ridiculously fast. What is the point of a flyer when you got this? So with the gliding suit, I quickly scanned the beach and I found a poison pterodon that I could use for knocking out dinos. So I knocked it out and tamed it.
Let's give it something original. Pterodon.
Bruh.
Wow.
Then I flew over to the oil cave to quickly grab a bit of oil for a soul gun.
Whoa, okay.
Honestly, I did not realize the wolf could run into the cave and kill me. At the end of day 3, I was heading over to a new base location.
Yep.
Day 4, I arrived at the new base location and then I tried up with the Kisa. I made some hot potions which are super good for healing dinos. They heal them to 50% of their HP.
Men do I need?
Also, if you have watched this far into the video, you might have noticed that there are no subs. I had been thinking of it for a while, but with the hard-coded subs I usually do, it's very hard for me to address spelling errors, so that's why we're moving on to the YouTube CC option. I can't really fix the videos if the subs are hard-coded into the video, and then I would have to re-edit the video and re-upload it.
Also, don't get me wrong.
I will continue doing subs, but it will be optional for you guys. So if you want to watch the video with or without subs, that is a possibility from now on. It will be perfectly synced like usual. Into day 5, I tamed up another Eternal Rex that was just knocked out. Akisa had found a flying cat and we were gonna use it to tame dinos with. I flew around with the bola trying to trap him, but I died to some weird shit.
Okay.
Then she told me to meet her up by the red dog since to tame the Managarmer. We had found an Eternal Alpha Bear that we knocked out so we could transform it into an elemental eventually and knock out prime dinos. My flying cat started having a massive diarrhea in the middle of everything. That's kinda like me though, I know exactly how it feels. Meanwhile,
Wait,
I was
what's
out
attacking
looking
me
for
now?
dinos to tame up.
There's a
I
fire
got
wyvern.
attacked by some dragons that I knocked out. Then I tamed up the Alpha Wyvern since the Kisa brought me some alpha meat for it. We had also knocked out an Alpha Wyvern that we killed for its loot. Then I took the Eternal Rex out to kill a bunch of dinos for their dino hearts and DNA, but the Rex was horrible at dealing damage, absolutely horrendous. I later evolved the Rex into an elemental fire with the help of a TLC potion I got from before, but the damage difference was barely noticeable.
That's not a lot of damage.
Then I just spent killing a bunch of dinos until day 8. So the Rex was completely shit. And I decided to go out and tame a Giga instead, since we literally need all the dino hearts and DNA for a lot of eternal recipes. The Rex just wasn't cutting it, and I had to go on a massive hunting spree. The Giga was so much better than the trash Rex I had. We started knocking out an Alpha Indominus, since they're a step up from the basic elemental tier. It is kinda weird, but the balance seems to be a bit off in this mod. I killed a pair of Prime Rexes on my own without any issues with this kind of dino? Interesting. On day 9, I spotted a so-called Cloud Slayer, which is technically a Godzilla. According to the spyglass, you need to kill it for a Scylla summoner and some blood. So usually when you kill it, you're supposed to get the summoner in your inventory, but it was in a bag, so I just had to pick up the summoner from the ground. So back at base, I used the summoner and I got my own Scylla. The sound of it is very much like the Scylla from the movies and the Jurassic Park mod. I evolved the Cloud Slayer twice with the Scylla blood I acquired from before.
Is it bigger?
Elemental Cloud Slayer.
Oh, now we
You
need
need 75
75.
Soul Blood now.
So the Alpha Wyvern we tamed before, we transformed it into a Prime Wyvern, which can turn into an unknown variant, which is mandatory for knocking out any tame in this mod. Day 10. I was out killing a bunch of dinos again since we needed quite a lot of more DNA and hearts. Then I got back to the base after a massive murder of dinos. I evolved the Scylla again twice into a Prime. I had no clue how far we could evolve it, but we kept on going with it. On day 11, it was time for us to go and tame some DNA jug bugs, since they can produce Dino DNA passively in the soul terminal.
Oh shit! I'm gonna die!
I died while we attempted going inside the cave, but we fed and tamed them both.
Oh, that's a lot of torpor. Wow. Wow.
I started by evolving my alpha bears into elemental types so we could knock out prime dinos now. Then I went out in search of a reliable tame to get, but I got grounded by something and then a dodo wyvern swooped by to eat my face. I got overrun by a bunch of dinos and I was literally stuck. Then another dodo wyvern swooped by and killed me.
Oh god.
I absolutely hate dinos that can kill you off your mount. We then found a dino heart jug bug nearby that I tried knocking out, but I didn't realize it required prime arrows. So I went back to the base to make a few arrows so we could knock it out. I got back to the jug bug, so I knocked it out, but we forgot that we needed prime berries as well, so I had to fly back to base a second time. Back at base, I was cooking up a few berries since it required a vast amount of it. Then I arrived at the jug bug, I gave it the berries, and I waited for an eternity for it to tame up. In the redwoods there was a blood jug bug we went over to tame also.
You see him tumbling down?
Yeah.
A bit later we found another blood jug bug, pretty far away, but there was also an element jug bug that could produce element in the soul terminal, so that was a must to tame. Then I went out hunting some Zillas to kill for their blood, so I could evolve my Zilla further. I was trying to kill another Zilla, but I was being bullied by some dinos pushing me away from the Zilla. God damn. So back at base, I gave it the remaining 125 Zilla blood and I evolved it into Darkstar creature? What? That was easy since Darkstar creatures are top of the line tames. I noticed it was a bit dorky trying to jump up on the Zilla. You have to literally mount it from a certain height. Then I ran outside to try it out and boy.
So let's see how much it does. Oh my god, almost 1 million.
Jumping from that Indominus 50k damage to this was a pure wet dream. So while I was out running rampant killing stuff, there was a mythical boss that spawned next to me that I was kind of forced to fight since it just pushed me around. There was a Bigfoot that joined in too on the fight, so after I killed the wyvern, a phantasmal broodmother spawned in that I had to fight as well. I was getting kinda annoyed being pushed around like this. It was incredibly annoying. Well, 10 minutes later, I finally killed the broodmother and I unlocked some juicy tech engrams and some finger pain.
Oh, I unlocked engrams!
Then we went out to knock out the prime wyvern, so we had a breeding pair of them so we could transform the bred ones into unknown types. We knocked out an alpha wyvern that we could just turn into primes since we didn't find any high level primes unfortunately. I turned the alpha into prime, then we used the gender switch potion on one of them, then bred them together. The wyverns had laid an egg, but we didn't have an Espas hatchery yet, so I just left it at the base for a Kisa to handle. We were running quite low on metal, so I took Steg out to farm the metal. And if you haven't noticed, the Steggy can also harvest a bunch of other random shit.
Oh, yeah.
The only drawback about this Steg is the carry weight, it's garbage. A bit later, I took out a mystical mammoth, then a bionic magmasaur spawned in. So when you kill them, a tameable variant spawns that you can tame. I didn't have any futuristic orbs at the time or insta-tame it, so I couldn't tame it, so I just left it there. On day 16, we started making our first unknown poison wyvern that can knock anything out in Arc Eternal. Akisa was trying out the wyvern and knocked out the magmasaur. I then continued farming a bunch of resources since we needed metal for some tech structures. At the start of the day, I was gonna make the tech replicator, but we were out of polymer, so I had to go out and kill some cribs. Then I placed it out, and then I made an S+ tech generator as well. Also, I was gonna check out our soul terminal, and I was quite shocked.
Oh my god!
The junk bugs produce so much in the terminal, it's insane. Then I made a tech transmitter so I could scan for dinos around the map. I was quite annoyed just flying around and looking for them. And then it was time to make the boss summoner altars, since we were ready for it now, I think. I quickly grabbed a bit of dino blood and I crafted the Compy summoner that can be evolved into different dinos, and its final evolution is the Dark Star Armored Giga. To evolve the Evo creatures, they need something called evolution fuel, which will be crafted in the dino's inventory with the help of Primate. You cannot physically move it, but with the S+ mod you can pull the fuel from dino to dino.
You sound so very confused.
Then I also made the Evo Pego and the Archaeopteryx. On day 19, I placed out a platform for placing out all of the Evo dinos that would continuously make me Evo fuel. They should not be moved, neither picked up, or they will lose everything they crafted. I had to craft up some eternal cable so I could evolve the Compy to level 2. There are 8 levels in total when it comes to evolving these Evo creatures. Then I evolved the Compy and it came out as a raptor.
Well, that's his new name.
We went down to the river to summon the mystical Giga. The boss drops a specific essence we need to make the summoning regent, which is used for multiple recipes and evolving the Dark Star dinos. Then we summoned in the Rhino and I killed it as well. Then another bionic Magnusor spawned in.
Oh, hello.
Back at base, I evolved the Raptor into level 3 and it came out as the Evil Carno. Then I evolved it again to level 4 and I was getting closer to the Dark Star Giga. So I couldn't evolve the dino further since we were low on eternal dodo eggs, so I had to go out and tame a few dodos. The next day I headed out to tame myself an eternal Anki, which can be used to melt raw metal into ingots and make insta-tame meat in its inventory. I didn't want us to lose our original dinos, so I made a cloning chamber so we could clone all of the Darkstar creatures whenever we need more of them. 234 shards? You kidding me? That's so cheap! Into the midnight, I was out killing mystical bosses for their essence and loot, and Akisa eventually joined me for the fights. Then we had a graboid that spawned in on us that was buggy as hell to kill. It just kept on floating upwards, but after an eternity of constant left clicking, we killed it. I was outside trying to knock out one of these robot stegos, but then a bionic boss giga spawned on me. I tried my best crawling away from it, and I eventually succeeded as soon as I reached the water. Then I jumped off on my Darkstar Scylla to kill off the boss. Akisa came over to kill it as well, and we both got a big amount of futuristic orbs and artifacts. We then killed a mystical Giga that just happened to spawn in at the worst time also. The next day I started by evolving the Aloe into a Rex with only a few more evolutions left. Then I made the remaining kibble for the next evolution and evolved it once more. And then I evolved it the third time, but that's where I hit the snag. I couldn't evolve it anymore since we were missing out on something called Mystery Element. So we killed a bunch of mystical bosses for their essences, so I could make more summoning regions and figure out how to get Mystery Element. After killing those bosses, I got my hands on a tribute dino called River Princess. It was a cute wolf, but I didn't actually use it for anything. You're not crazy. The wolf can actually fly. So we had to summon in a few phantasmal bosses, since I was lacking out on a few tech engrams. After killing all of those phantasmal bosses, one of them dropped a god shrine, which can in fact produce all kinds of resources in the game every 10 minutes. I also made a few ascenders to unlock more levels for my character, since it's also a part of the Arc Eternal mod. So well, We were out killing a few resurrected dinos and we were literally trapped in by a million small bosses, so it was very hard for us to get out of the fights. We started summoning some bacon overlords, since they have a chance to summon in a powerful tame you can knock out that is stronger than any Darkstar creature. Well, we weren't lucky and Bacon Overlord Daddy spawned in instead. We were not ready for that kind of boss at this point, so we tried getting out of the death zone. By the end of the day, we were taking out some bionic gigas to see if we could get some mystery element, since we had no clue how to get that still. Then a Siren Head spawned in and Akisa had baited the Bacon Daddy Overlord back to the area. God damn it!
Well, this just got from bad to worse, but also kind of cool.
Okay. After a bit of searching on the Eternal Discord to see how we could get the mystery element, it was concluded that we had to actually kill an armored Darkstar boss. Then it gave us the remaining ingredients for evolving our Indominus into the last stage, the armored Darkstar. We had then put up a couple of mutators to force imprints on the dinos to get a bit of a boost for them all. It was quite a surprise, but the cloning of the Darkstar was incredibly cheap.
That's a good question.
So we went out with our Darkstar Gigas to try them out, and they were so much better than the Darkstar Cloud Slayer. I was having some weird connection issues with the server where I couldn't interact with anything. It worked fine for Akisa though. We had cloned a bunch of Darkstar Gigas to attempt taking down the Bacon Overlord Daddy.
Oh, here we go.
So we got the Bacon Overlord summoned in and killed them. Then when it died, the super OP Bacon Overlord Griffin had spawned in.
Bacon Overlord Griffin! Bacon Overlord Griffin! We have a Bacon Overlord Griffin! I repeat.
So I just tanked it while Akisa were torping it out so we could tame it.
Bacon Overlord Griffin. Oh my god, that attack. It's a good thing he's attacking me, Akisa.
I was babysitting the Griffin so it wouldn't despawn while Akisa farmed some resources for the insta-tame meat. Oh my god. Then obviously we started cloning it so we didn't have to worry about losing them. The damage difference from the Darkstar creature was a massive boost. 5 million in damage, man! What? So we went ahead and tried hard mode Broodmother and it was easy as heck. We even fought a turkey that was not difficult at all to defeat. The challenging part was to find it since it was barely visible. We went on a rampage to take out a lot of bosses for their loot and gear. We continued killing bosses through the whole day 31 and 32.
Jesus.
The next day I started by making a few more Ascenders, then proceeded to kill a few Terra Novas for experience. Sadly, not a single tameable Terra Nova spawned, despite summoning in a few of them. A tier 2 Magmasaur boss spawned though, which did some weird lightning attacks that pushed me pretty far back.
Wow, I got pushed.
We continued grinding bosses at the start of day 34. Back at base, I started evolving the other Evo Dino, which will turn into Manticore at its final stage. So I noticed some weird thing going on with the Featherlight evolution. Usually when you evolve it, the Dino is supposed to disappear, but I still kept the Featherlight. What?
What happened there?
I couldn't evolve it to the last stage since we were out of primordial boss essence. Akisa suggested we should kill a few normal bosses since we were missing out on a few tech engrams, preventing Akisa from building the tech base
just
she
give me
wanted.
wall.
So we wanted to take out the dragon boss, but we were missing out on a lot of the tributes, so I went around killing all of the things until I read something on the Eternal Discord. Apparently there was a creature that can passively produce tributes in its inventory. So I searched for Blackidon to see where it was, and I brought it back to the base to knock it out. Let's see. You can put any item in its own inventory and it will passively craft all vanilla apex drops every 10 minutes. Then we were finally ready to take on the Alpha Dragon. It was a joke to defeat. Then we fought the final island boss for the tech engrams, and now Akisa could finally build something.
Ooh, my triangles.
Straight after that, we started fighting a bunch of mystical bosses for their essence, since we were lacking on it. The real challenge here was not to lag out of the game. It gave us the remainder for evolving the Dodo Wyvern into a Manticore. I really didn't like it since it did absolute no damage in comparison to the Bacon Griffin. Then I started prepping a lot of Bacon Griffins since I wanted to attempt taking down the Bacon Daddy Overlord. Okay, so it spawned a bacon metal monkey that I could tame, so I whipped out my Dino to prep it for knocking it out.
Oh god, those griffins are gonna die.
I do think it's kinda stupid that the bacon overload corpses still gives off the boss buff, which drains HP from dinos. And somehow, I died on top of my Wyvern without seeing any attacks happening. I had some difficulties getting back to my Wyvern and discovered the Bacon Overlord Daddy spawned in, but a bit further away from the summoning altar though. There was a Bacon Bigfoot knocked out near my corpse, so I just fed and tamed it. The other monkey, however, was too close to the Bacon Overlord Daddy, and I tried knocking it out, but I am trash at this game. Oh my god. The monkey is literally laying knocked out next to the boss. Sadly, when I led the Bacon Overlord Daddy away, the monkey died. I had my army prepped and ready to attempt my first Overlord Daddy. It was a real struggle with my frames, but we did pretty good damage to him either way.
Oh, here we go. I have no frames.
Oh no.
No, not kill.
120 million.
Yeah, I'm fighting him right now.
And then we killed him and the lag stopped altogether. So there were only seekers left to deal with, which was okay.
I learned a baby potion.
Monkey.
Another bacon metal monkey
There
spawned
is.
in from the death of the daddy overlord, so I just came over with the Wyvern and knocked it out and tamed it. I noticed that I got some advanced tech armor from the bacon overlord, and I assumed it was probably the best armor set in the entire mod. But then we finished every boss in the first tier and had 2 tiers left to go. Because I'd finally built a new tech base which took forever.
Open floor plan.
Wall dank, you got its own floor. Jesus, this is so open, I like it.
We tamed up the fire robot Magnosaur that we knocked out many days ago because I was gonna use it to farm some metal. Okay, so I really wanna know, what is the point of the robot Magnosaur if you can't use it to harvest metal? I grabbed the steg and I farmed the metal that way instead. We started fighting a few more Terra Novas in hopes of getting a tameable version, but no. Another tier 2 Magnosaur showed up again and we easily killed it.
Nice, is that?
On day 42, it was finally time to start evolving the last Evo creature we had. I really love the color theme of the Evo Dinos, and the Razor Tooth from Atlas is a pretty cool one as well. Then we got our last Darkstar creature, and I think it's honestly the strongest of the ones you can evolve. We then forced 100% imprint on it with the mutators and gave it mutagen to give it the highest possible boost. Then it was time to clone this bastard to use it as a cannon fodder. We killed a couple of bacon overlords and the big daddy spawned in.
Do you think we were making it laggy in the server?
We were fighting the overlords in hopes of maybe getting a tameable bacon nemesis, but it never spawned. On day 43, I was basically just lagging this whole day, so yeah. On day 44, I made this empowerment station, which will increase your dino stats by 10%. Sadly, I couldn't make the level 2 since we were out of silver and golden carrots. So we spent the next few days killing all of the bosses we could with our dinos, including another daddy. So then I was able to make the empowerment level 2. I enabled it and I received my 10% stat boost.
Nice.
There was still a daddy overlord down in the ab area we had to deal with. So if you have watched this far into the video, there is something you should know by now. Basically in Eternal, it's just about killing bosses over and over again until you have enough stuff to go to the next tier. Then we fought another Overlord Daddy in hopes of a tameable Armageddon or Nemesis, but nothing.
Yeah, I have 1 FPS.
I turned off my HUD for the fight, which was a clear mistake. So when I turned it back on, my game froze for 10 whole minutes. There was a Silver Knight we found on the scanner, so we went over to it to knock it out and tame it. It seems to be a B version of the Bacon Griffin, however. We fought yet another Bacon Overlord, and I noticed how bad the Silver Knight was in comparison. He could not tank any damage at all. Okay, so I had looked up on the Eternal Discord how to get the powerful tame that is arguably stronger than the Bacon Griffin. The Bacon Overlord Daddy.
Ah, I see now.
So in order for us to get that, we have to tame a Bacon Overlord, and then we have to kill a Resurrected God boss a few times to get specific arrows to tame the Resurrected Skeleton Dinos. With those dinos, you make bones that are ingredients for making the Overlord Daddy. We had underestimated the Resurrected God. He had an insane damage reduction, so we had to think for a few days what to do about this boss. On day 53 and 54, we didn't do anything here besides cloning and planning for taking down the Resurrected God. We tried the Resurrected God again, with a few Darkstar Gigas, but it still didn't work out well, so we had to think of another strat for this. It clearly didn't work for us, and the bosses kept on spawning in our faces, making it even harder. I had prepped a lot of Darkstar creatures now. Before we only had like 10 per fight, but this time I had cloned more than 30 of them, so we had backups. Okay, so this time it was gonna be more of a proper try. We had waves of Gigas placed out, and Akiza had her pockets full of them, so she could just throw them out as soon as they start dying. My objective was to kill the minions as fast as possible. So if you kill the skeleton minions before Ark even registers them as a dino, the chance for other bosses spawning in was very minimal.
Jesus, it starts spawning even more mobs faster and faster. Well, all the bosses are coming here. I'm grounded. 3.9. Oh, we killed him.
We killed our first Resurrected God and got the skeleton arrows. When we killed the Resurrected God, a wicked Ultima Dragon spawned in.
What is that? That's a wicked Ultima Dragon!
Which is possibly the best creatures when it comes to clearing landscapes. I was super desperate to get this dino, so I went on my unknown Wyvern to torp it down. I fed it to insta-tame it, and then it was mine. The damage of this dragon was just ungodly. The ultimate cleared everything so easily, it was crazy. We started off the day by killing the resurrected golem again.
There you go. Is that?
I noticed a problem with the Valguero map. Apparently lots of the dinos and bosses spawn at exactly 50-50.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Either way, despite the issues, we went to take on the resurrected golem once again. Okay, since we were both alive when the resurrected golem got killed, we both got 1 arrow each from the boss, so in total we had 6, so we only had to tame 5 specific skeleton dinos for making the daddy overlord. I let the Kisa knock them out since my ping is about 200 on the server. Yeah, that's right, I posted a comment on my previous video where I would record my next journey. It's still a public server that anyone can join and play on. They also have a vanilla with sprinkle servers. We had tamed the resurrected Stego for the arms, then the resurrected Giga for the legs.
Legs.
The rock drake gives us the headpiece, resurrected Carno for the body, and the resurrected trike for the core. Then back at the base, I started crafting all of the bones for the overlord daddy.
If the creature remakes, really good.
Then I made the overlord daddy. He was a very big boy.
Oh, yeah.
Holy smokes, this big. We tested him out on the Terra Novas and he did awesome damage. Way better than the Bacon Griffin.
You know what I do want to know? What it's like to be bigger, Bacon Daddy.
Jeez. We even fought an overlord daddy with our daddies. The fight was super easy and no lag even, which was godsend. So we had 2 bosses left on this mod, and that was the Dark Hierophant and a Bionic Magnosaur tier 3. Then we started pumping out damage on a Bionic Magnosaur. That was so easy with these daddies though. Then we killed the Magnosaur, which rewarded us with the Evo Dragon. We could evolve into Dragon Snake at its final stage. We went back to the ab area to start evolving it until we hit the snag.
He wiggles.
Watch this being the last evolution. We couldn't evolve it to level 7 since it required a Dark Hierophant essence. We apparently fought more Bacon Daddies than we believed we were fighting. It seemed like there was at least more than 2 daddies that we fought there. Okay, I definitely saw wrong. It was only 2 of them. We started off the next day by taking down the Bacon Armageddon. Then I went back to base to grab every boss dino we had at our disposal to take him down.
Next tier level gaming here. See? Bacon Overlord with the mouse in my hand. Just. Yeah, not sitting at PC. Oh, he's almost dead.
For millions.
Damn, he's almost dead.
It took us half an hour to take down the Armageddon with 2 Bacon Daddies, 50 Bacon Griffins, and 10 Darkstar Gigas. It kinda sounds like I'm trying to order something here. So when we killed it, we got the arrow for taming our own Armageddon, but sadly the tameable version was disabled when we did this playthrough. We decided to take out 2 resurrected gods afterward, which proved to be quite easy with these daddies.
Ah, I got the stuff this time.
We were gonna try making the resurrected golem and try it out to see if it was better than the daddy, but we were lacking on ancient orbs, so I went out to farm a bunch of them. While I was out killing a bunch of dinos, I crashed myself out of the game by killing too many things. Dude, I can feel someone's fart from outside. Then after farming all of these ancient orbs, I made the parts and then the golem. Not gonna lie, I was extremely disappointed because it did not do more damage than the daddy. So we didn't really have too much to do at this point here, so we basically just waited for the last few days to finish off the mod. Day 98. Today was all about prepping for our final boss fight, the Dark Hierophant. I started naming all of the golems after a few random people commented on my Dino Overhaul X video.
We have 21?
Yeah, apparently we do.
We'll pick it up then.
We had placed out all of the dinos for our final boss fight.
No, I said
This was gonna be an
how
epic fight, I could feel it. We ended up buffer overflowing out of the game.
Well, oof.
Try number 2. We had soulballed a few dinos like the Gigas and Griffins for the fight, but we buffer overflowed again. What is going on here?
Yeah, I buffered out because of it.
After 10 minutes of loading in, we were gonna try this out the third time. We were only gonna use our bacon daddies for this fight, and it was relatively easy.
Oh god.
It felt extremely laggy though, which definitely caused the buffer overflow.
So, this is literally how you do at Arc Eternal bosses. You get yourself a wireless mouse. Next tier level gaming here. Right here, boys.
Yup, any second now.
But then we easily killed the final boss without any real struggle, except the lag. I know we fought it with a couple of extra days left, but I was kinda tired of playing Arc Eternal at this point. And with the Dark Hierophant finally defeated, we are off to the absolute hardest mod in Ark Survival Evolved, Dino Overhaul X. Dino Overhaul X. One of the hardest mods out there with its extreme and cruel progression system, where you will have to sacrifice your favorite tames in hopes of getting a stronger one. And every time you set foot outside your base, you have the chance of losing your tame to some monkey who didn't like you, and that will put you hours back into grinding for the very tame you lost. Nowhere was safe, not even the bases, since 3 of them were blown up during this playthrough. Dogs really likes to trick you into thinking you're doing good, and before you know it, you're back at the beach with the shambles of your home in front of you. Apparently, it really likes to kick you while you're down. To make it even more challenging for myself, I have set up some goals I have to follow, or I will fail this challenge. So before day 25 I will have to defeat my first prime compy. Then before day 50 I will have to defeat any mega boss for unlocking tech grams. And on day 75 I will have to defeat my first titan boss. On the final day of docks I will have to fight Titan Overlord, and I must be ready for that day, otherwise it's game over. But yeah, I've been playing a good variety of mods from Supreme to Primal Fear and Eternal, and I can tell you that this is definitely the hardest mod out there. Primal Fear doesn't even come close to the difficulty of this mod, and Docs really had me pulling out my hair, and my mental state went into the nether region. A lot of time went down into making this video, so make sure to leave a like and a comment, and if you possibly want more of this in the future, make sure you're subscribed and let's go. So, starting out on this beach on this godforsaken place on day 1, with 99 days left to go. Then I started gathering all of the starter tools and spears, and scouting for some apex dodos to kill for some easy starter items like titanium and tungsten. The titanium and tungsten is a very important ore in docks since you need them for almost anything. Then I saw a pack of Dilos I was gonna try killing, but they bested me like a piece of cake. Oh no. Here we go, death number 1, goddammit. Try number 2, making all of the stuff again, then a bow and some arrows. I then actually spotted a dodo that I killed so I could make a bola for any surprise attacks. So, in this mod, you can apparently passively tame a couple of starter dinos and they do not require you to knock them out, which is super useful. So I just got reminded that you cannot bola any apex dinos in this mod, so I died because of this. Oh, okay. Then I swam back to my body and I recovered my stuff, but then I got unfortunately killed again by its spit. Okay. I wasn't having too good of a start, as you can see. Then I got back to my body and the Dilo was nowhere to be seen, so I started taming up a low-level parasaur nearby. And just so you know, the max wild dinos in docks is 1250. Then a bit later, I attempted to kill another apex Dilo, and just for information, these dinos are imbued with rockets up their butts so they can basically run at Mach 10. Then the Dilo actually managed to drop some early starter ores, which are only obtainable by killing the dinos, so I could make myself the dock's crafting station eventually. Since dinos can literally sneak up on me at light speed, I figured it was probably for the best to live on a raft. Then I tamed up my first dino, which was a Lystro. I named him Experience for whenever I get myself another dino so I could passively give them experience. Funnily enough, you need to be a specific level to tame any of the dinos, but I found a trike that I could tame with my current level, so I started feeding him some berries. In docks, you get your own handy manual you can use to learn more about the mod that gives you hints about what to do, kinda like a step-by-step book. At the start of day 2, I tamed up the trike, which is super useful to start off with, since it can basically fend off from a bunch of smaller dinos, farm stone and metal, so you don't really need an Anki. I wanted to get a bit of crystal before I was gonna move off to a better base spot that Akisa wanted me to check out. And oh yeah, I will be doing this playthrough with my buddy Akisa again, so I expect that she can finally finish off a base this time. I got some obsidian and then I ran up the mountain to look for some crystal. In the moment when I was just about to change the gamma because it was darker than the darkest night, I got killed by a Carno. Just because I had to change gamma. I got back up on the mountain again, then I recovered my belongings and I snagged some crystal. Afterwards I parachuted back to the boat and then I made some soul traps to move the dinos a bit more safely. I then spotted the very apex Dilo that killed me the first time, so I got my revenge. It dropped a bunch of dock stuff and some kibble. I then tamed a dolphin with the kibble I got from the Dilo kill, so I can use it to farm some silica pearls. It's very important taming apex dodos in docks, so I used the creature finder to look for them. Their fertilized eggs are used to make the docks treats to tame pygmies, which are crucial to progress, but I will explain it all later. Then, at the start of day 3, as I was sailing to my new base location, I spotted a female apex dodo I needed, so I tamed it and then I continued my journey. I was gonna need 2 apex Dilos as well, so I had to eventually tame a pair of them too. And as I was sailing down the ocean, I saw a mega shadow mane in the distance and I was too afraid to continue going forward. So I waited a bit for it to swim away and then I took my chances and I continued sailing down. After I got past the shadow mane, I spotted an apex Dilo on the beach that I later lost in the jungle, and so I got killed by a Carno because of this. Oh, come on. Then I got back to my body, I found the apex Dilo from before and I knocked it out and tamed it. Then I continued on with my journey to the new base location, but what do you know, there was an apex dodo nearby, so I just had to tame it. So as soon as I reached the island I was moving to, my dumb brain realized one important key ingredient for an awesome teleporter. I need some polymer. So I had to quickly swoop down the ocean again to the desert area to kill off a mantis for its polymer. As soon as I arrived, I saw a Beepus sheepus I killed for its wonderful tasty mutton. Oh, yummy! I had sighted the mantis in the distance, but there was also an angry monkey and raptor nearby, so I had to deal with those first. Then I quickly dispatched the raptors, but the monkey did me good. The aggro range on all of the dinos in this mod is just ridiculous. Stupid monkey. Then I got back my stuff, I killed off the mantis and I harvested for polymer. Then I killed off another one and I went back to my raft to make myself an awesome teleporter, so I could recover my body more easily now. On day 4 I arrived at my new base location, then I started clearing the area of vegetation. And I put down a couple of foundations. Since I got a new base location, I went out searching for some high rich metal nodes and crystal. I also saw a beaver dam, so I snagged it of its beautiful paste. Ah, beautiful metal. Then I got back to the base and I started cooking up some metal ingots. Afterwards I went out in search of killing some easy apex steel for more titanium and tungsten, since I needed quite a lot of it to make myself a docks crafting station. Oh, jeez. One of the dealers basically teleported inside me, so I died again. On day 5, I decided to go out and kill an apex pterodon instead to see if they could drop some more ores than the dillos. This one needs to be killed off quickly with a long neck or they will fly away. It gave me the remaining ores for making a docks table. So then, back at base, I crafted up the docks table and I placed it down. I then proceeded to make myself the docks refining forge, and know this. This is the only forge that can melt the docks ores, and they melt regular metal extremely fast as well. I had to also make a generator with some fridges to store all of the fertilized dodo eggs that will be used for later. Day 5 was about to end, so I wanted to get myself a Maywing to traverse easier around the map. I quickly stopped by to tame up an apex stilo, which is also needed for its fertilized eggs. Then I arrived at the Maywings and I actually saw 2 decently high level ones, so I put down my billboards and I passively fed and tamed them up. Then I got back to the base and I let the Maywings make love. Ooh la la. At the start of day 6, I had some baby Maywings that needed to be raised, so I had a healthy supply of ducklings. Then after that, I took one of the breeders out so I could go for a swim to get some silica pearls, so I wouldn't run out of electronics. I will need a good amount of them for literally everything in this mod. Then I swung over to the desert area again to kill off a couple of bugs for polymer and chitin, so pace wouldn't be a problem. So back at base, I made a chemistry bench so I didn't have to wait for 1,000 years for anything to be crafted. I also got one of these advanced mini grills, which is a dock structure that can cook up meat super fast, and not only that, it will also cook up the docks meats that give you a bit of boost to your dinos. I had begun building the greenhouse for the crops, that is a very important ingredient for the docks treats. I then prepared by setting up an S+ hatchery so I could let it do its job and pick up all the eggs for me. After that, I went over to the desert area again to grind some mantises for some polymer and chitin. Unfortunately, I got killed. Yeah. Okay. I decided to go to the desert area again. Yikes, bad choice. Ouch! Ouch, what the f***? I died from a drone! Oh my god! Okay, you know what? Screw the desert area for a bit. So, I went out to kill a bunch of apex monkeys for the drop, since they can drop a hefty good amount of random stuff that I would need. Also, when I scanned for a monkey and I was heading over to him, there was a mega T-Rex guarding him, so that caused me to die again. Oh my god, why was there a mega T-Rex there?
I would have to agree with you on
I
that.
decided to head over to the snowy area of Lost Island to see if I could tame up some penguins for some polymer.
Seriously?
Oh, no.
Let me get this! Oh my god.
Are you being eaten by the cuckoo?
I died. Then I headed over again and tamed up a couple of them, and back at base I let them do the dirty, so I had a good supply of polymer. So, the day was going pretty smoothly, so I decided to head over to the desert area to quickly trap an Apex Rex and knock it out. So I had something useful to defend me with. When I was out in the desert area killing off an Apex Raptor, I got notified that there was a Prime nearby, but I didn't see any, and I got so scared. I thought the game lied to me, but there was apparently a Prime Hellhorse nearby, so I got killed again.
I didn't even see the Prime Hellhorse! It broke all my armor too!
This is something I despise a lot in this mod. Because there is no armor that exists that has infinite durability, so you would basically have to repair your armor all the time after each death. Bruh. That becomes very frustrating and repetitive. Then it was finally time to make myself some Dog's Taming treat, because I think I'm ready for that stage. And this is why we need the fertilized Dillo and Dodo eggs, so I'm just gonna explain this as best as I can. So in Dogs, we have 5 different treats you can craft in Dogs crafting station. The Taming treat is basically for taming pygmies that you need in order to progress in this mod. The pygmies, however, can be evolved into different stages with the other 4 color treats that you simply put in their inventory. With the Dogs meat, you can basically evolve your pygmy into rideable variant that you can use to defeat some early bosses. The pygmies will also give you some special buffs that will increase your damage or defense. So, in order to tame any of these pygmies, there is only one way and one way only to tame them. You basically have to walk up to the pygmy and you have to access its inventory and dump the taming treats and just wait for it to tame up. But not only that, it isn't that simple. There is a 25% fail chance that a monkey vanguard will spawn and attack you immediately. There is also the possibility that once you start taming these pygmies, you will also aggro other monkeys nearby to you that you either have to fight or flee. This mod has a lot of overwhelming information, so I won't cover everything about it. Now when I got the candy, it was finally time for me to go and tame our first pygmy. So I had a weird encounter with some compies and I was freaking out because their hitboxes were non-existent.
What?
Hello?
What is going on here? Oh my god, they're gonna get loose and kill me.
Nice.
Stupid orc, come on!
Don't try to tame 2 pygmies at the same time, because now I had a bigger chance of the monkey spawning and I got killed because of this.
Michael, motorcycle! Oh, okay.
Sadly, I lost one of the pygmies, but I tamed the other one up.
My pygmy got tamed and it got killed by an Apex King Kong! Oh, success! I tamed Archie.
And just as soon as I was about to leave, the monkey ran up to me and freaked me out. But in the end, I finally got a hold of my first pygmy.
I'm so sweaty now.
So back at base, I wanted to work on getting my first industrial Dogs mining forge. The Dogs mining forge can passively produce metal, crystal, obsidian, and the most importantly thing, titanium and tungsten. But sadly, I was lacking a lot of the ingots for it, so I went out to farm for it.
Mom, don't take off.
Then I went out for some
please.
low-level Apex
Please, Mom.
Dodorex to kill.
Oh
Since
my
it's a
God, Mom.
bigger Apex creature, I knew it would drop a good chunk of the ores for my new forge. The Rex also dropped a so-called tier 2 saddle, since there are several different saddles in this mod, varying from tier 1 to tier 2 and enhanced saddles for certain creatures.
Oh, the Rocker just gave me a Rex saddle.
It also dropped one of my most favorite guns in this entire mod, the AA-12 shotgun. On day 11, I found a pretty high level decent Apex Dodorex, so I ran up to it, placed down my trap and I tried to lead it in. I ended up trapping it, but in the end, I died. Then I got back to the Dodorex and she was still there munching on the gate, so I just threw down a few trank nades and then I knocked her out. I fed her and tamed her.
I'm gonna call him...
If you have been watching this far and haven't noticed, we have an upgrade station on the server, so I basically upgraded the Dodorex saddle to max armor and I felt ready to take on some bigger dinos. Akaisa had finally arrived to my base and we
You wanna
tried
join?
up. She wanted to
Yes.
bob for a bit and then she went over here.
And now I'm
She's gonna help me out in dock since it's not really meant for solo gameplay because we are playing on the medium
like you to meet-
difficulty.
Dolphin.
I then killed off a bunch of penguins for the sweet, sweet polymer that anyone would love to eat. Couldn't be me though. Couldn't be me. Nope, nope, nope. I was gonna go and kill an apex pterodon, but this was kinda weird though. There was a nest next to the starter zone, so I tried dispatching of the dragon, but I got burned to a crisp. It's literally outside your house! When I teleported
Wait,
back to
really?
the
Where
outpost,
is it?
it was completely gone. I couldn't see the wyvern
What?
anywhere. Well done. I'll just joint your egg, cause there's no one here. Bright and early of day 12, I had finally farmed enough ore so I can make the dock's industrial forge. So all I had to do was place it down and put some gasoline to power it. I noticed I didn't have too much gasoline, so I had to go out to the ocean to take out some ocean hot dogs for their oil. Then I also tamed up a pterodon pygmy on the first tree,
Success.
which was very lucky in my case. Then I saw a second pterodon pygmy, but I got one shot by some monkey,
What was that?
so yeah. Okay!
I have crippling depression.
I guess I didn't learn from my mistake, so I tried going out and taming a pygmy and yeah, I died from another monkey. Okay! What did I get killed by? I was in K mode. I got killed by a flying monkey minion. Yeah, screw this. I decided to go for Jerboa pygmy because they can be used to gamble for items. But to do that, I need to tame one. Stupid car! No! I died to bleed! I managed to get back to the Jerboa pygmy and another dumb monkey spawned again. And as soon as my Jerboa tamed, the stupid monkey killed it. Docs, you're really a pain in the ass for me right now? Like seriously. I was molding pretty badly and we were gonna try killing this monkey, but hey, I got killed by another monkey.
he has to
God
move.
damn it. I hate these goddamn monkeys! Day 12 was coming to a close, but I really wanted a Jerboa pygmy, so I went out to get one. Only to be killed by a corrupted survivor? Are you serious? Excuse me. I teleported back to the pygmy only to be knocked out instantly by the very same corrupted survivor. Men vad fan är det här för skit? Then we had a very intense PvP
Cannot
battle. It was a fight for death. He had stupid console aim assist, so I had to rely on my aim, which was awful. I killed him and then my pygmy tamed up, and that's what you call a victory. At least in my case. At the start of day 13, I went out looking for golden dodos since these guys are the zoomiest of boys. The best way is to trap them in and kill them, and they will drop you a very big amount of dogs meat along with saddles and dogs ingots. Yeah. Then I killed the second one as well. Then I headed back to the base to make my second dogs industrial forge. I started using some of that meat I acquired to make the dogs treats. Then I gave the Jerboa the treats and I waited for it to evolve.
Oh, there it goes.
First one. After it evolved, I gave it 25 pieces of meat to evolve it into Prime Jerboa, since these buggers are good for gambling for better items and weapons. Hell yeah. Early into day 14, I wanted to get a high level Apex Rex to tame up, so I placed out my trap, I let it in, knocked out and tamed him. Then a bit later there was a decent level Dodorex I also tamed up, so I just had to lure it to the trap, which was a breeze. Then me and Akisa went out to hunt some golden dodos with our Dodorexes. So I figured since we each had our own Dodorex, I decided that we should go and kill our first Prime. We spotted a Compy Prime, which is the easiest, so we went for it. But suddenly we got attacked by Raptor instead, which was a Prime. So we killed that. And then we killed the Prime Compy, which was super easy. I then joined our first Manticore egg that we can evolve later. And know this, there will always be a nest protector protecting an egg, so you either have to fight it or lure it away, and if you lure it too far away, another one will spawn on the nest. So after killing our first primes, we got our hands on our first piece of enhanced gear. And what's so special about these pieces is that they give a different buff depending on what you wear. So for my case here, I got the chitin enhanced boots, which is a good piece of gear for my tames, and the boots gives me more Dino speed. So I used the upgrade station to upgrade the armor and durability. I don't particularly like this mod, but I hate repairing my armor 24/7 even more. Then I took my Maywing out to farm a bit of black pearls, because some of the color treats unfortunately require it. Then I gave the Borb all of the treats in hopes it would evolve. I do not like the 25% chance that they have for this mod that the Pygmy will evolve, and that kinda sucks. Then I evolved it to basically a level 3 and it came out as a unique, which is pretty rare. There is a 25% chance again that the Dino can turn into a unique variant, which means it will have better stats than a normal Apex Prime and even an Ancient Prime. Then I decided to go out after some eggs, but I couldn't lead them away, so I had to stand and fight for their eggs. I got the eggs, so I headed back to base. After I got back to the base, me and Akisa were discussing about the Prime Jerboa because it wasn't a level 1000. If we want to gamble and actually get something useful, it's highly recommended that the Prime Jerboa is at least 1000 plus in level for higher success. So then I had to go out to tame another Pygmy Jerboa. Oh, goddammit. On day 16, I went out and tamed a few Phiomias and dung beetles that I could use for my greenhouse. I've been using the toilet glitch for a while and I was getting tired of doing it. Then I hatched up the eggs I got from before and I AFK'd. What a good parent I am. Then a bit later I picked up the manticores and dragons, then placed them in the storage until later actually. I tamed up an apex rex that I could breed to just use as a cannon fodder. Then afterwards I went for one more prime campaign to get some more armor pieces. This time it was an unstable flak piece, but I wanted the chitin one. And then I got attacked by a Therizino and I ended up dying to the bleed. So, I wanted to see just how powerful the Dodorex was, so I took my chances and fought the Kyruku Prime. Okay. The Apex Kyruku was no joke. To take a break from killing primes, I went out to tame myself an RG Pygmy instead. It went well and no friggin' monkey spawned. Wow. Then I was kinda feeling it, so I went for my second RG Pygmy, and as soon as I was about to pick him up, he got killed. Then I picked up my trap and checked what killed him, cause I couldn't see, but then I got backstabbed by a monkey. They are getting smarter and smarter and helping each other, like what is this? Then I had enough of these monkeys and I was actually fighting one with my weapons, and I actually managed to kill him. The Dodecarus Pygmy finally tamed up, so I went home immediately. Screw this hellhole of an area. Since I lost my Dodorex to the Kyruku, I was in need of a new one, so I set out to look for one. I placed down my trap and I tried baiting this one over, and I got killed by the fire.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Then I got back and the Dodorex was still in the trap. I quickly put down a gate to lock him in and then knock him out.
Okay.
And then he appeared. The Titan Overlord was passing by in the sky. That is the final boss in docks and arguably the hardest one. It was now day 19 and me and Akisa tried out our Prime Argys against the Prime Raptor. The Raptor did some incredible damage, but the Argys weren't too bad either for being a good starter Prime.
Ooh, we got the tick.
rifle. We got the tech rifle, the OP one.
Nice.
Holy How many?
Mikey, you're being attacked.
Really? Is that what's going on? I then proceeded to knock out the prime compy nearby, since they can be used to making your own prime dino. I am not gonna go into detail about this, but if you give it some specific tributes, then it will transform into the new creature. I also chainsawed the lava golem nearby that we killed. It gave me a lot of ores, including the dark ones, but they were very heavy. I had calmed down, so I went over to the desert area again to tame up a jerboa pygmy, and luckily no monkey spawned on me this time. Since I saw a doed pygmy nearby, I figured why not get this also, since I was there. Worst choice of my life, a monkey spawned and killed me. My luck ran out that fast. Then I teleported back and I led the monkey away from the pygmy with my Maywing. It was easier taming pygmies in the desert area because everything was so open. The pygmy had tamed up, so I quickly picked him up and went home. So back at base, it was time to try evolving this Jerboa since I was trying to get the high level prime. Oh, 973! Still no level 1000. I also then evolved the Dodecarus since they are good at tanking damage. Epic Stoad 775. When I was tracking a golden dodo, I spotted an unprotected egg. I had no clue what to do with the Apex Stoad of Iron though. I was out taming another pygmy again, but as soon as he tamed up and I was gonna pick him up, I got killed by a flying monkey. I got killed by a flying monkey minion as soon as I was gonna... Oh my god. Well, I got back to him safe and sound, so I just picked him up. Not too far away, I went for another pygmy because why not? We need a good amount of them since nothing is breedable in this mod. So as soon as he tamed up, a Mega King Kong killed it, and then me. These monkeys, dude, I'm telling you. So I went for another pygmy, but I died to another monkey. Fun! It's very close. I'm gonna turn into monkey very soon here. God damn it. Then one of the monkeys was guarding the pygmy I was trying to tame, so yeah, I was kinda molding here. I led the monkey away and I got back to the RG, only to die to some stupid bleed debuff. I managed to get the RG and I was so pissed off that day, so I rage quit for the day. Yep, I rage quit. So new base then. It was now day 20 and Akisa had prepared a new base spot for us to move to, so all I had to do was just move the dinos and the remaining stuff over. I also built a little area for the dillos and dodos where they can continuously lay eggs and not disturb me with their sound. But yeah, we had the shiny mons installed on the server, and I found one of these enraged bears on the server, so I decided to kill it to see what it would drop. I was surprised I would unlock some tech grams. He gave me tech engrams? At the start of day 21, I wanted to take out one of these doed primes. He was really tough to kill and my small minions would die in one attack. He didn't drop anything good except chainsaws, a huge disappointment I must say. A bit later I went to take out an Apex Som Dodo Prime with the Dodorex and it was quite easy thanks to its fire attack. Also some of these primes can drop tech saddles and items you can basically harvest to get element, well grind. Then I took out another Som Dodo Prime to see if I could get my hands on some nice loot, but it was meh. I came back with my Prime RG to take out this raptor that almost had my Dodorex killed. I finally killed the raptor and it dropped the so-called enhanced Manticore part, which will allow me to use the Manticore's X ability to shoot out poison spikes. So I made a bit more of these advanced exploding sniper bullets since they proved to be very strong. At day 22 I went out for another Prime Wild, killing him from a distance. Let's see, what did we get? Ooh, Then after that, I went out and killed all of the golden dodos on the server for the meat.
What is attacking?
I was killing off the last golden dodo on the
God.
server for the
Okay.
moment, and when I was just about to head home, I
Well-
got knocked out by an ant.
I guess I'm dying
Yeah.
to an ant.
I got killed by an ant. Wow.
Oh, how typical.
So I was gonna go out and kill another prime company on day 23, only to be killed by an Ardentavis I didn't see.
What did this get killed by? Apex Orientavis? No, I lost my Jerboa.
So I got hit by one of the Som Dodos attack, and you keep the infection even when you
What?
die.
I'm infected.
The only way to get rid of it is by eating some antidote.
What do you need to get rid of this curse?
Oh, it does not help. Is that what I need? Oh, thank God. I guess I'm just stupid. Whoa. Well, I got back to the prime compy. I was still tracking, and I killed it off with my shotgun, only to be killed by his minions.
Oh, shh.
Then I killed off another prime compy, which dropped one of the most important enhanced pieces for now. Chitin chest piece, which can clear all burn effects on your dino. Oh ho! Oh! Here we go! Then after that, I went for another prime compy, but he didn't drop anything good, so there's that. When I was out in the thick jungle, I died to some Dimorphodon minion.
What? Dimorphodon minion? What summons that?
Oh boy, Dogs is really frustrating sometimes. Randomly just dies to something I didn't even see. That's Dogs. When I was out in the jungle, I stumbled upon a Motley Therizino, which was from the shiny mod. I killed it, but then I died to Scorpion Prime I didn't even see.
Whoa! It's this Apex Scorpion right there. Psh.
Well, I was tired of
like
killing
I'm really
compies and I took a break to try out my new dragon. It is unrideable until you force feed it one of these prime kibbles. The prime kibble is used for a lot of recipes like health brews. I flew over to my Rex to pick him up, but he was sadly killed by the scorpion. But I wasn't too worried. So I went for another prime compy nearby, and what do you know? The only good drop there was the prime kibble. So I was just
Why
flying
is
around,
there
minding my own
here?
business, until some flying monkeys came for me and killed me and my dragon.
He killed the dragon! Oh my god!
On day 24, I was just out gathering lots of wild eggs to replace the things I lost. At the start of day 25, I went and picked up a few boxes of random loot a Titan turkey had dropped. I killed another Apex Prime Doad and it didn't drop anything good. God damn it. A bit later, I showed the keys at the new armor room I had set up for us. I raised a few more Maywings since we keep losing them every time we venture out in the world. So when I was outside trying to kill an Apex Manticore for its nest egg, a death worm spawned in the snow biome, not too far away from our new cave
Oh,
base.
I'm dead.
Then I was just about to retrieve the egg and I died again from poison explosion from the death worm.
What? I ran outside the base and I died instantly.
I then figured out that there was 2 death worm primes right outside our gates. Very unlucky. The next day I spotted an Apex Bianca, so I wanted to try taming it, so I went back to base to grab my Borb and some tranks. But as soon as I teleported back in, it spawned a freaking Mega Reaper on my... So, yeah.
Oh, there's a Reaper here!
Goodbye, Borb.
Oh, is there a Reaper there now?
Goodbye. We went to take out the Prime Doad instead to try our luck with some good juicy loot. It actually dropped the Prime Phoenix Summoner artifact. You basically just have to use the item to get your own. Phoenix Prime. I had no clue what to do with the Phoenix, so it stayed in storage until the end of docks. Then it was finally time to kill off a Prime Deodon, and let me tell you, these piggies are incredibly dangerous since they can summon a horde of Somdodos. Jesus. We didn't know this at this time. As soon as we killed him, I landed to go pick up the loot, and a Somdodo spawned in my face just to kill me.
Oh, I'll be up here where it's nice and safe.
I was gonna try fighting it with my Dodorex, and somehow, yes somehow, the Somdodo was more powerful than the Dodorex. This continued until day 27, so we did kill one Somdodo, but we didn't realize a second one had spawned on us, so we died again. So we gave up on fighting them since we both lost our Dodorexes, so we had nothing left. At least powerful enough. Then I went over to the desert area again to tame another Dodorex. Yep. So I wanted to science how much the Prime Dode would do to my Dodorex. He basically just one-shot it.
I mean, science needs to be tempted. Oh, okay. It does kill the Dodorex in one blow. Like a replicator.
Day 29. I had made myself a tech replicator, so I placed it out, but I couldn't really use it yet since I didn't have a tech generator unlocked. Then I took out one of these Dire Bear Primes. You can summon a Vanguard to defend him, so fighting from the air is the best option. I was gonna try fighting an Apex City Prime, and I didn't know what it was capable of, so it basically grounded me and killed me and my unique Borb. God damn it.
I might die here.
I was trying to see if I could get the high level Prime Jerboa, and it finally happened.
Then it was time to do some gambling.
Don't gamble, kids. It's not worth it. So for this Jerboa gambling, you basically just have to use one of the heads you get from killing a Prime, and you throw it in its inventory with the projectile blueprint, and then it will do some swooshy swoosh, and your new item will be in its inventory. And then I had to evolve another RG because I lost mine to the goddamn Jetty. On day 30, I started cooking up some sacrifice potions, so basically it is what it sounds like, except you get the heart every time you sacrifice the Prime Dino. So I started sacrificing some Doed Primes for their hearts. All you have to do is just put the sacrifice potion in its inventory, jump up on the tame and hit X. Then I went out to the beach house the keys I had made, and I used the transmute shrine to offer up my hearts for an ancient dino. But I forgot that it requires not only the hearts but the Prime Kibble as well. Okay, so I got the kibble and I offered up my tributes to the gods, and I received an ancient Prime Dimorphodon. Now let me tell you that this dino is pretty good for a first starter ancient, since it can shoot out fireballs. Pew pew! So I got back to the base and I started sacrificing even more tames for 3 more hearts. But then I ran out of sacrifice potions because I was missing Sarco Eyes. It's one of the ingredients for making the potion, so I went out to kill some. I then went out to the desert biome to tame up some more monkey pygmies that I could evolve and then sacrifice, maybe. After dying to all of these monkeys, I kinda wanted to become a monkey myself, so why not just get a Prime?
Okay. That was fast. I didn't have time to react to it. Oh.
Day 31. So I then sacrificed one of these apes for the last heart, and then I went and used the transmute shrine again. Now this was kinda weird, but I got a second Dimorphodon ancient and I thought it was bugged.
Oh my god.
So I took one of the Dimorphodons out to try out its fireball damage. I easily killed a Prime Raptor. God damn it. I couldn't help it, but I wanted to try out the fireball attack even more. After killing all of these primes, I completed the whole set of Riot enhanced armor. Then I saw one of these lava golem primes and I kinda wanted to test out what kind of abilities it had.
Oh, okay, fireballs.
I wanted to get myself a unique monkey, but luck wasn't on my side today, so I sacrificed them to the gods so I could have the hearts and try getting a better ancient. And poof, there we go. I got myself a Griffin Prime. This time it wasn't too bad, honestly. Day 32. I went back to base to grab a Dimorphodon Chibi, and apparently if you combine both of them, the Dino and the Chibi together, it will do 10% additional damage. So I had to try it out, so I took down 2 primes with ease. So I was quite happy with the Dimorphodon. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I'm a masochist, I don't know. But I went out to tame another monkey pygmy.
Oh, okay.
I hate these monkeys. Day 33. I was trying once again, gambling for the Fat Man launcher, but still nothing.
It's not bad.
Oh my god. Akisa had finally logged on to play a bit, so I basically just told her what to do with the sacrifice potion because she haven't tried it out.
Yes. And you do that with these 2 monkeys here now.
Then we went over to the shrine where Akisa could offer up the hearts to the gods. She got an ancient Doed Prime.
Oh, what did you get? What did you get? Check your
I got
inventory.
an ancient prime Doed.
It was now day 34, and I told Akisa I had decided we should try go killing our first Mega Compy with our Dimorphodons. It wasn't that too difficult. It wasn't. But hey, we got some tech grams, some nice looking loot, and obviously the tribute from the Compy.
He has a terror.
Afterward, we went to take out another Mega Compy, since it was nearby.
44,000?
So Akisa was online, and I thought to myself, why not take out the Prime Yeti together with the Dimorphodons?
Oh.
And luckily, no one got grounded, so we killed it. Then we took out the second Yeti Prime, and know this, since there are 2 of us, we both get the heads from the dinos, which will give us more tries for evolving tames. So we were both hunting lightning environments since I wanted to get our first ice manticore, and to do that you need to give a normal manticore X certain tributes, in this case lightning environment Talon, Apex Pithecus head and Yeti Prime head, to evolve it. Then back at base we started evolving our first manticore, and when you do this it will turn into an egg you will have to incubate and raise.
And throw them out and let it grow and it will.
At the end of the day, I found an Apex Ferox Prime I wanted to try killing, but it really didn't work out with the Dimorphodon, so we eventually gave up. So this is kinda weird, but I think I found a bugged Apex Ice Manticore. It was very strange, and apparently I could pick it up with the soul gun.
You can soul bullet?
Then we were gonna mass evolve some monkeys, because I wanted a unique one so we could use it to take down something big. I've died so many times to the stupid monkeys already, so the poop attack must be really good, right? Right?
That was probably all of our meat, right?
After so many tries,
First pop.
we got our first unique monkey. The other monkeys we evolved, we just offered up as a sacrifice for a second ancient Doed Prime.
Oh.
Yeah, it was time to
Another
try
one.
taking out one of these prime deathworms with the unique monkey and a Doed tanking. The monkey did so much damage, it was great.
What? You do so much damage.
Check that worm.
So this is kinda weird to me since it's a prime, but the deathworm doesn't drop anything besides his head. Then we killed another deathworm with ease. So it was time to try out the combo against the Mega Dimorphodon.
90,000?
Sadly, Akisa could barely hit him and the Doed couldn't really tank it. So we ended up both dying to fire,
Oh god.
I think.
Yeah.
Since we couldn't take down the Mega Dimorphodon, I decided to take out the Prime Yeti instead with the Doed and a tech rifle. Then I killed the second one because I was feeling it at the moment. A bit later, I saw a Spinosaurus X Wild and I had no clue what kind of tier creature it was, so it was time to science it out and see just how powerful it was. I messed up and I got killed.
Oh, I should have stayed up in the tree.
I killed it on the second try by being grappled up in a
I killed
tree.
it. Awesome.
Wow. Then I wanted to try killing it on top of my ancient Doed, and he almost actually killed the Doed despite it being so tanky, so he was definitely up to the prime level tier I would assume. Well, I wasn't paying attention and the Kisa was taming a pygmy nearby while I was trying to kill a dude prime.
Oh no!
She got killed by a flying monkey and then
Run.
I got killed by it. God damn it, Kisa. There goes the griffin. Well, we were gonna try giving the shrine a shot again, and you know what? It is not freaking worth it. No! We are stupid, but we were gonna try killing one of these mega Arrhenius, and we literally had no clue the web could instantly knock us out.
Oh, I didn't know we could do that.
I'm so sleepy.
What? It just jumped up after us. Oh no, I fell asleep again.
It kept on knocking us out, and Akisa kept on falling down the cliff like a noob. It was pretty amusing, honestly. You fell down?
Yeah, I fell off the edge.
And this is why I like playing with other people when I do these challenges.
Fell off the edge again.
It is not fun doing it alone. Sure, it's a challenge, but it's not as entertaining in my opinion. I went on my doet and started shooting the spooters on top of it, and suddenly there was 2 mega Arrhenios.
I have to rely on my spyglass.
You killed yourself! Super weird, but we killed them both.
Yeah, nice.
So the Mega Rainer dropped the summoner for an ancient prime scorpion, and what's cool about the scorpion is that it summons scorpions who can summon their own minions. Interesting. Minions who can summon their own minions? Yeah, that's pretty cool. A bit later I took my ice manticore out to try killing a lava golem prime, but the manticore could not handle the damage at all, so I died and lost the manticore. Wow. So I had another idea to try out so we could get our first prime lava golem killed for its lava core. The lava core was very important for getting our first prime manticore. So the idea here was that I told the Kisses to stay far away shooting at the golem with the dark sniper rifle with the explodey bullets while I was tanking and shooting it too. The plan really did work out and we each got the core. Nice. Then we went out to take out the King Kong Prime 2 for its head, which is one of the things we need for the Prime Manticore. A bit later I took out a few Apex Dragons too, since they dropped the Dragonstone, which is for the recipe as well. Day 39. Then I went out and took out the Prime Phoenix, which is the last thing we needed for the Prime Fire Manticore. I then put the required item in its inventory and I waited for it to evolve. There is only a 50% chance it will succeed on evolution, which I find pretty stupid since you have to kill all those difficult dinos for the tributes. Well, the luck was with us there and we had our first Prime Fire Manticore. While I was out killing another Prime, I got my hands on an enhanced Dodecarus saddle, which is very good to have, since that special ability lets you do Super Smash attack.
Let's see, what
The
did we
Super
get?
Smash attack deals an immense amount of damage.
Dodecarus enhanced saddle!
Back at base, I upgraded the armor on the saddle and I turned it into blueprint, obviously. Because dinos tend to die pretty easy in docks, which we already know. Then I went and evolved one of these Apex Fire Manticores to a Prime, which didn't fail either. Awesome. To start the evolution process, you basically just have to be mounted and you press X button. And then it will start some kind of light show. Right. At day 41, I found a high torped up Prime Compy that I simply just knocked out and tamed. So while I was out killing a manticore for its egg, my minion accidentally destroyed the nest and by spam pressing F, I threw off my Kairoku and it died and I also lost the egg. Wow, damn. I was casually flying around with the Maywing and I suddenly got knocked out in the air.
Come on,
and I almost
wake up.
died to some Amargasaurus. God damn it. Then I got another Lava Golem Prime killed for its core so I can make more Prime Manticores later. Seriously? Oh. So I have gathered all of the stuff from our storage and I was ready to make my first Hellhorse Prime, which is a good one to start out with since they shoot out a big ball of fire that does some pretty high damage. At day 42, I went out for a test drive with the horse and the damage numbers were fire to see. A bit later, I went over to the desert area to see if I could kill the prime ice manticore for its head, since you can apparently use its head on your own manticore to gain 50% more overall stats. It was a scary fight, but hey, he went down without too much of a struggle. I had then used the head on my manticore and I went out fighting another prime manticore, which was way easier now. But then we had our spare head for a Kisses prime fire manticore. I tried evolving a fire manticore twice and it failed both of the tries. God damn it. Screw that 50% chance. I hate it. I don't like it at all. It was day 43 and a beautiful day. So since losing all of the tributes trying to evolve that manticore, we were out of course, so we had to go and kill a lava golem prime again.
Got it.
Nice. Awesome. So we attempted to kill this Apex Ferox Prime with our horses, but it is literally impossible to kill it, and it was preventing us from getting the Ferox head for an Ice Apex Dragon. Oh no! We gave up and went to the desert area to take out the first Mega Carnotaurus instead, which for some reason didn't fight back at all? I read on a document it was supposed to summon minions, but it didn't. Really? We then took out an Ice Dragon Prime, which is a bit scary because it has a one-shot ability. Oh my god! Then the time had finally come to take out our first Mega Dimorphodon, and notice that they are really dangerous, especially when they get close to you. Their bite attacks do a massive amount of damage, and you can literally lose a prime manticore in a few bites. No joke. Kiza, it's following me, do something.
I'm out of stamina.
It's almost dead. Okay, I'ma heal you, It's coming back. Oh, nice. What did you get? Did you get Mega something trophy?
I got Megamorph Tooths.
That's the one we need. Token, right? So we sacrificed the Dire Bear for a token that we can have for a Mega Rex eventually. Nice. So you want to see this evolve now, Kiza?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Good thing we got 2 more Tooths.
We have 2 more?
Yeah, it came with 3.
I need 2 Mega Tooth. We have 1 left.
Wow, I hate it. Thanks.
Day 44 was just about to end, but I wanted to give the Jerboa gambling a try to see if I could get the Fat Man nuke. And what do you know? I got it. I got the nuke. So much gambling, and I finally got it. I don't know the percentage of getting the nuke, but it's definitely in the lower 10%. Day 45, we grinded down the saddles for element, so we could make a few nukes, because we were gonna take down the Prime Ferox with the nukes. We kamikazed it, but we did kill it with the nukes. Finally. Oh, we killed it, but we died!
We did it! We got the head!
So then we head back to base and we
disco
evolved
ball.
our dragon and got our first Ice Apex Dragon Egg. It was now day 46 and time to try taking down a Mega King Kong. And we literally just nuked it to death. Yeah. On him. I shot 3 nukes on him. Shoot. Shoot on the ground. Oh, sorry. Oh. I got killed by a spear.
So quick. Oh, he's only got 25k health left.
Oh god, he's gonna heal fast, I think. We killed it after a few deaths, but we didn't unlock an engram since we died before he died. I also tamed my first Ferox too, that you can somehow evolve into Prime Ferox, but we never got too much into it because he was way too cute to evolve.
It's tasty.
So we had our first Manticore X armor piece, which was the boost. Hell yeah, they're basically the same as Chitin, but a bit stronger. Better stats. So we had an issue. We literally had a Mega Reaper outside our base, so we had to try baiting it away, but then we decided to try killing it instead. Oh my god, I did so much damage to it with the tech rifle. Day 47 of still trying to get the Reaper away from the base.
Oh, okay.
Then we started nuking the hell out of this Reaper.
Oh, he's shooting spikes again. Ah.
We shot some more nukes and we hit quite hard on the Reaper this time.
Oh, I fell down.
We got another few hits on her and then I died again. Oh my god.
I'm gonna die from this one. Oh, I fell asleep. Oh, okay.
This is the most crucial part for us here because she is kinda low and we are running low on nukes and element. We used all of the nukes we had left and then we finally killed it for the tech generator.
Oh! Yes! Ooh. Generator!
So after killing the Mega Reaper, we got a very important summoning artifact. It was a Prime Ferox which you can, in its inventory, convert 10 crystals into pure one that you need for a Prime Reaper. The pure crystal is like steroids to Reapers, so they deal a massive amount of damage, like ungodly amount of it. The Prime Ferox can also be used for transforming into a Reaper. I had a few more nukes left, so I wanted to try it out on a Mega's T-Rex, and oh boy,
science.
It does so much damage to it.
Oh, it does 200,000 to the Rex! Oh,
but
God,
I know I
can
definitely kill the Rex with the nukes.
I killed myself.
We were once fighting another Mega Carno, and this time it actually spawned some minions, and they
God.
did pretty good damage.
Help me burn them. They do so much damage. Thanks.
Then I sacrificed our Apex Scorpion Prime for its token, because we were working on getting a Mega Rex Prime. Yeah, that's right, our own Mega Rex. This tame can only be obtainable by collecting 10 different tokens from primes. Ancient does not count, unfortunately. We already had the Dire Bear and Order token, and with the Scorpion we had 3. Afterwards we went out killing a Mega Dimorphodon for its teeth, so we could evolve the Manticore into Prime Ice.
Oh, this one is gonna be sacrificed.
No, I love him. Please, can I keep him?
You know,
Look, I'm a leech. Slurp, slurp.
The evolution failed on the first try, but on the second try it did work. Then I offered up some more hearts to the gods, but all I got was trash. Thank you. Thank you very much. Since we had all of the important tech compartments, we were still lacking on the dog's cloning chamber, and the only way to get it is by killing a Giga X. The Giga X can only spawn by killing a Mega Shadowmane, so we spotted one and we started blasting it with nukes. We killed the Shadowmane and then a Giga spawned in, and I died from a Kisses nuke.
Hello there.
It did spawn a Giga. Wait, you killed me?
After we died and got back, I started chasing down the Giga, and I accidentally attacked the wrong opponent and didn't realize it was a Prime Raptor. So yeah, you can see what happened here. So when we teleported back to the area, we got spawn camped by a Prime Dire Bear. God damn it. Akisa was slowly losing her sanity, so she took a break, but I didn't give up, so I tried doing this with my Doed, but the Giga walked too close to the nuke and I killed myself off my Doed. Yeah. I took our spare Doed out, and this was the final stand. I was shooting, rolling and trying to keep myself away from its mouth. I found out he is very slow, so this is probably the best way of taking him out, in my opinion. But then, I eventually got him lower and lower, and he finally went down, and I unlocked the dog's cloning chamber.
Oh my god, finally! Oh my god!
Just a note to you people, Every boss that summons in always has a timer on them. You have to defeat them within a certain time limit or they will despawn. So that's why we were rushing it. I then made the dog's cloning pad, I placed it down, and now we are in business. We decided to work on getting our first prime dragon, but we were missing a few ingredients like these poison golem cores. So we had to take him down, but I died to some poison balls. Yeah. After spawning back in, I lost him in the mountains, and then suddenly I just fell next to him and I killed myself with the nuke. Nice. I didn't quite realize it, but we got the core and I was so confused.
Started.
So it was now day 50 and it was finally time to take down this Mega Rex since we needed its tribute for making our own Prime Dragon. We shot a few nukes to get his health low, but then we died to heat-seeking fireballs.
Oh my god,
damn.
it came right for me.
Then I went in with the do it tactic again, and this time it actually didn't work out. The damage wasn't enough.
No, he's 40k!
I ended up dying with him having super little HP left. We got back and we started looking for the
I
Rex
believe
again,
so,
but
yes,
then a
number
dumb
6.
Indominus showed up and killed me.
So yeah,
Oh, men för helvete!
just
I teleported into Akisa and then I died to a stupid Dodo Rex. Oh, come on.
Akisa took your teleporter!
Then on this last try we did kill him. Hooray.
I killed him.
I got my Mega Rex arm for the Prime Dragon. The day was almost at an end, so we decided to kill off another Mega Dimorphodon since we needed his teeth for the Prime Dragon as well. Akisa had told me she managed to bait one of the Mega Monkeys inside an ice cave that we started blasting with the nukes. And you know, you can guess what kinda happened here.
Oh my god!
Ooh! That went right through the wall.
We spawned back in, shot a few nukes, and died again. And then, for some reason, when we teleported back, the monkey had died. It died from the nuke debuff. So we didn't unlock any tech ramps because he literally died when we weren't here, but we got the second piece for the Manticore armor. So back at base, we had to sacrifice our Apex Ice Dragon for its head so we can evolve the Compy into a Prime Dragon. Nice. Then we went to the beach to open up the summoning artifact and it turned out to be a unique one. God damn it, that's really nice.
Oh my god, can we clone that?
And since we had the cloning chamber, I started cloning the dragon. This is kinda cool, but you can use the tributes on a clone to evolve it to the next form and still keep the original. Unfortunately, when we did this, we didn't get a unique variant. A bit later, I decided to evolve an Apex Poison Wyvern to Prime and it came out as a unique variant. Then we took out a few Lobby Megas to get some more element and tributes.
Yep, it's there.
Day 52, we were curious to see if an ancient Pithecus could stand up to a Mega, and yeah, it couldn't.
No! He's like... No! He was like 40k health!
So we went back to our usual nuke tactic.
I got a nuke.
I was gonna tank the boss with the Doed, but Akisa's aim is trash.
Standing in the nuke.
You killed me!
Well, then we killed him, but I killed myself in the process. Yep.
Yeah.
We were just gonna kill a Prime Fire Manticore and we both lost to the fight. The reason why we probably lost to the fight is because the Titan Overlord was powering all of his minions. So then we came back with our Ice Manticores and we got revenge. So it was a new bright day, but I logged in almost dead? What the hell did you do to me, Akisa? So I started setting up a flat area where we could clone the Dinos since the small breeding area wasn't big enough. Day 54, so I cloned our Prime Dragon since I was gonna transform the clone into a Prime Ice Dragon. Aww. Then I went out trying to kill the Lava Golem with the Prime Ice Dragon and yeah, he got one shot.
Okay, he one-shot it.
This is a very typical thing in docks. You sacrifice the dino, you evolve it, and then lose it in a matter of seconds. Then I came back to get some revenge and I killed it off with a bang. A bit later I took Monkey out to try him out and I almost lost him too, fighting a prime dodo wyvern. Jesus Christ. I had cloned another dragon and I wanted to try out the unique variant instead. And oh boy, it does feel like the normal prime dragon is superior. So, I had prepared with an unstable kibble to try taking out the Mega Dimorphodon alone. But what I didn't realize at this point is that the kibble throws you off and I fell off the dragon and yeah, you can guess what happened there. Oh my god! On day 55 I had cloned a second dragon now and I went out to kill a few primes or some tech items to grind for element. Then I suddenly got hit pretty hard from something I didn't notice at that time and then I lost another dragon. That's my Mega Dodorex! Then I went back to get some revenge on this Dodorex. I shot off 2 nukes before dying. Then another try of taking him down. He surprised me quite a bit there, so I died. Whoa! I shot a couple of nukes again and then I died. This was my last stand and only a few nukes left. But I got my first Dodorex killed with a nuke rewarding me with some tech grams and beautiful loot. Then I grabbed my third clone dragon out to kill a few more primes and oh boy, I just love this monster. Day 56, I had cloned another prime dragon, then I evolved the clone into an ice prime so I could sacrifice it for the token. So then we would only have 6 more tokens left for our first Mega Rex. Then I went out killing a bunch of Mega Rhinos since they were quite weak to fire damage because they are literal spooters, you know. Then I evolved our lightning wyvern to zombie to help kill the lava golems a bit easier. By the end of day 56, I was killing off a few more primes and I almost died to Prime Ice Dragon too. Gosh, those Prime Ice Dragons are not to mess with. It was now day 57 and I told the Kisa that we should try working on getting a unique Manticore today, so we were trying to take out the creatures for the tributes. We found the lava golem and we tried taking it out with the monkey and it did decently but not great. Then we went for another one that didn't seem to be able to attack me. It went smoothly with me staying behind throwing boulders. We also found a dire bear nearby too, so we just took it out without any issues. So while we were out taking out Mega Dimorphodons for their teeth, I got grounded by a Mega Reaper underneath us and I ended up dying. What grounded me?
I don't know actually.
Mega Reaper!
Oh. Pardon me, will I go up further in the sky?
Then I went back to the area where I died because I thought my dragon died too. But we couldn't see the corpse or anything. Apparently a few milliseconds before I died it went into Soul Ball. In case I wanted to try taking out the Mega Space Pithecus with our dragons to see how they would handle the fight against him. And you know, it went surprisingly well. Here comes snowballs. 15,000, 11. Snowballs we're not afraid of. Here comes the rocks, now we can go for attack again. Awesome.
We got the engrams too.
This is a great thing to know as well. When you kill the Mega Space Pithecus, a Steinbjörn spawns nearby that you can fight for loot. I didn't think we were ready for it, so I panicked and ran. We got the Prime Monkey Summoner from the boss, but we sacrificed it for the token, so then we only had 5 more tokens left to collect for the Mega Rex. Then I sacrificed our original Prime Poison Wyvern for the token, so then we had 4 tokens left. Then throughout the day of 59, I helped the Kisa killing Apex Iranius since we needed their spider fangs to make our Prime Dodo, so we could sacrifice it also for a token. Then the next day, we were ready to sacrifice it for a 7th token. We also had a unique Prime Dimorphodon that we tried cloning before sacrificing it, but we just sacrificed it either way since I couldn't be bothered, and what am I gonna do with that Dimorphodon at this stage? So the dinos we had to work on to sacrifice for a token was the Raptor and the Leech Prime. We didn't really have to go out farming for a Leech Prime, but because Akisa is way into leeches, I don't know why, so don't ask me in the comment section, I wasn't allowed to sacrifice the one at the base. So in order for us to make the Prime Raptor, we had to take out the Mega Raptor for its heart, and this dino makes a really dangerous attack on death, and can certainly kill your dino if he doesn't have enough health. My dragon almost died and he has 300,000
Oh, here
health.
comes the fireballs attack.
Oh my god, he almost killed my dragon. Do you see my HP? Then we went out on a mission to take out all of the turkeys for the feathers, since it's for the Prime Raptor evolution. Back at base, we started transforming the Prime Compy and we had our first Prime Raptor. We sacrificed it immediately since it had 11k HP, but then we only had one token left to get, and that was the Leech. Then me and Akisa went out to kill a bunch of apex snakes for their hearts. Day 61. I saw one of these Rex X wild in the water and I decided to give it a bit of a warmth since the water looked so cold to him. So our zombie lightning wyvern was fully mature now, so I immediately cloned it. And then I evolved it into a prime. I got the unique one on the second try, which was just amazing. Oh, we got the unique. This here, folks, is the true golem killer. It is a beast taking down lava golems with its lightning attacks. Akisa finally came back with all of the required hearts and frog legs, so we could transform the compy into Prime Leech just to sacrifice it for our last token.
What?
Oh, I thought we were gonna make the Mega Rex. I'm so stupid.
No, we're making the leech. I was like, you really care about my leeches, don't you, Mike? This is a...
No, I forgot. I'm sorry. Okay, go. Oh, it's just a normal one. And then we grabbed all of the tokens and our unique Prime Compy. We put the tokens in its inventory and just waited for the magic show. We got the summoner and I used it, and what do you know? We got the unique Mega Rex.
Oh my god!
I honestly don't know if it's 100% to get the unique Mega Rex, but we felt so happy with this one. So it was time to get to cloning. Then it was time to try out the Prime Lightning Wyvern, and oh my god, it was a beast taking out these lava golems we have been struggling with. Akisa was trying out the Mega Rex with tanking capabilities, and I was DPSing the rock golems down with ease. Then we went for another one as well. Ah, it felt good having a Lightning Wyvern. I honestly didn't know that the Wyvern had a special attack, and I was incredibly surprised how much that special attack does to Golem. It was amazing. After killing all of these creatures, we had started evolving lots of fire manticores in hopes of getting unique ones. So let me take a moment here to explain something. We have been basically cloning a lot of fire manticores, evolving them and raising them in hopes of a unique one. But we didn't actually figure out how to tell how to get the unique variant. This is something that should be a bit more clear in the docs document, because we've been killing a lot of primes and using up a lot of element just to clone these manticores. And the only way you can get the unique prime manticore is by letting it raise up to an adult. Sorry for my ranting, but this is something me and Akisa was very frustrated about. On day 66, me and Akisa went out to kill a Mega King Kong with our new manticores, and you know what? The fight wasn't too complicated and you could basically read his attack pattern. Basically he will throw a big ball of poop and then a spear that will ground you, and that gave us the opening in between to take him down. Oh, there's the spear. And here's the nuke, man. Oh! Oh! He's almost dead. Nice. And then we went out in search for Mega Dodorex because Akisa hadn't taken one down yet. I got hit by his fire attack and I was stunned, so I died and lost my Manticore too. I got back to the fight on Sparky, and Akisa unfortunately died in the fight. I killed the Dodorex though. Since the Mega King Kong fight was pretty easy for both of us, we killed another one without any issues at all. So we had our dragons, and we were gonna attempt to take down our first Mega Fire Wyvern. And when you kill the Mega Fire Wyvern, a zombie wyvern will spawn on its death, and it's an extremely powerful enemy to defeat. Killing the Mega Zombie Fire Wyvern gave us the third piece of Manticore armor, and then we only had to take down a Mega Manticore and a dragon for the last two pieces. So there was a Mega Electrophorus nearby that we wanted to try taking out, and suddenly in the middle of the fight I got grounded, but it wasn't from the eel, but from a Prime Yeti, which resulted in me dying and losing my dragon. We managed to kill it before day 66 was over. Whoa. Ouch. Ouch. I didn't get the loot. Or engrams. The next day, I told Akisa I wanted to try taking down the Mega Dino Pithecus, and that boss is absolutely no joke. Ouch! I managed to get hit by its artillery of poop bombs, and I lost my dragon too. Oh my god! We were trying to learn his fighting pattern, and avoiding his attacks were almost next to impossible. The only time we could damage him was in between the poop throws and jumps. The jumps is something you really need to avoid because that will actually ground you if you get hit. Control is something for this fight. You gotta have some control, otherwise this fight is gonna be impossible. Let's hit the pattern. Oh! Oh, he has a shield. There's the pattern. Yeah, it's a shield you have to damage, it looks like. I got hit by the Dinopithecus, which grounded me, so I retracted back to the old base, and I died. Then I started to see an opening, so I took my chances and shot the nuke. I'm shooting nuke as he goes down, you know. Akisa had spotted a Mega Hellovis and she suggested we should try taking it down. But it did not work out and we both ended up dying with our dragons. Then we tried on our Manticores, but we ended up dying again. Okay.
We need a new tactic.
So we waited until the next day so the Mega Rex could heal passively, and we tried killing it this time. Akisa had killed it right after I died. Day 69. Nice. I started comp evolving for some better armor pieces we needed, so you basically drop in a chest piece with the corrupted crystal, and it will turn into a box. Well, yeah, a box within a corrupted armor piece, which gives better stats than normal armor pieces. So at the start of day 70, I started compy gambling a bit for better corrupted pieces. Then I managed to get the last corrupted piece for the whole chitin set. So what's so important about the chitin chest piece is that when it's corrupted, it doesn't only cleanse my dinos from fire debuffs, but also poison. I had completely forgot about the corrupted crystal buff it gives to your dinos. So when it's on your tool belt, aka toolbar, it buff tames with more damage and defense. So I wanted to give it a shot and try taking down the Mega Dragon, but his fire ability basically one-shots my Manticore. Then I got another Manticore clone that I put more speed into, trying to figure out its fighting pattern. I started realizing my problem there. There was not enough stamina or speed. Damage isn't what I need, it's health, stam and speed. Okay. I see the problem. Try number 3. I got the third Manticore. I put in a lot more HP, stamina and speed on this Manticore. So in between the fights, I was basically shooting off nukes and kiting the dragon, staying away from its barrage of attacks. The fight went on for a while and I almost got the Manticore killed in one of his barrages, but then I killed him. It spawned an Uber Dinopithecus X on the dragon kill. I got the loot from the dragon and the fourth Manticore piece leggings, so I only was missing the chest piece from the Manticore. I was kinda feeling it and I decided to take on the last Mega, which was the Mega Manticore. I tried kiting it and switching to nukes in between attacks, but in the end it didn't work out. I was running out of heals on the Manticore fight as well, which was bad. Oh, damn. Then I tried for another approach with the dragon, but the dragon isn't quite fast or tanky enough, so that made me end up dead. Okay, this was my last try of taking him down and then I would give up, but the fight kinda went a bit smoother now since I kinda grasped his fighting pattern. The fight went on for almost 10 minutes, and between the fight I was trying to shoot off nukes and one of them actually landed and I killed my last Mega. Hell yeah! Pass it, please. And that was my last Mega killed, and I got my final piece of Manticore armor. Just gonna do it like that. At the start of day 71, I started gambling a lot more copies for that corrupted gear. Then I went out to try out the new armor set against the Mega King Kong, and you know what? I could barely tell the difference. Afterwards, I went over to a Mega T-Rex to take him out, which proved to be quite easy. Then I took out the Dodorex as well that was stuck. It was quite easy to kill him off with the nukes. The next day, Akisa had spotted a Mega Electrophorus in the water and we were gonna take it out together. When I used my nuke, it apparently exploded in my face. Hello? What? I killed myself. I got back to the fight and then Akisa had finished it off with her dragon. Wow. So at day 73, we had set our eyes on starting to take out Uber Dinos, but for us to do that, we had to kill specific Megas in order for them to spawn. We had a few lowly Megas attacking us, but we took them out without too much worry. Nukes. Oh, I think a Giga is attacking us or something. Giga spawned.
Oh my god.
We're getting attacked by 2 megas. Oh my god. There's an Uber Kong behind you! Behind you! Behind you! Then an Uber King Kong had spawned in, and he did so much damage we couldn't actually survive his attacks with the Mega Rex, and we died. My creature fell asleep. A bit later we tried taking him down together again, and he couldn't really reach us, and we killed him thanks to that. Holy smokes.
Oh, we did it. I got crushed crystal from that.
We got an Uber King Kong head, which is the recipe for an Uber Soul that you can have on your tool belt. The Uber Soul gives 20% more damage and 15% defense to your dinos. Back at base, we made our first pure corrupted crystal, which is like steroids for Reapers. According to the document, it gives the dino 55% defense and 100% additional damage. It's up there. So we went to take out a Mega King Kong as a test to see their awesome power, and they literally melted the King Kong. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So since we had the Reapers, we figured it was time to take out the Apex Prime Rodan, since we can get our own endgame pygmy from it. Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. There are possibly better ways of taking it out, but according to the Docs document, the Reapers are the best for taking down Rodans. Come to me. We need to heal together. Okay, healed. Oh, we killed him!
Oh,
What?
that was easy.
It rewarded us with the Rodan's heart, then we went over to the Transmute Shrine and got our Pygmy Rodan. What's so special about the Pygmy Rodan and why he's the endgame Pygmy is because he gives you and your dino 20% more defense and damage, and he also provides 200% experience, stamina regen, and he sets creatures on fire. Day 75, we were gonna try taking out the Dinopithecus with the Reapers. Oh my god! What? He dismounted me! And somehow Akisa's Reaper bugged out and it burrowed into the ground and killing itself and her. I would not recommend taking down the Mega this way, since it proves to be way more difficult for ground mounts. Acme. This is the day where I have to take out the Titan, otherwise we are gonna fail the challenge. The first Titan we are gonna take out is the Broodmother. Okay, let's just... Oh, here we go, here's damage. Ouch, ouch. Come closer to me, Kissa, so we can heal. The Reapers did insane damage to her, but we were starting to get low, so we teleported out of there to heal up. This is kinda funny to know. Once you start attacking a Titan, it will be attracted to you no matter how far away you are. So when we had healed up and got back to her, she despawned, so the timer must have run out. Then we started spawning in Titans with the shrine until we got the Broodmother. I wanted to see if I could stand up to the Titan Manticore, but I got literally one shot.
What?
Akisa tried getting me killed, so I nuked her.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, no, Mike.
Then the Titan Broodmother spawned, but she walked so goddamn fast away from us. We were struggling to keep up.
Fair. You only got 2.
I went in with my Mega Rex and he couldn't stay alive. Then we both went in with our Mega Rexes and took it out right before day 76. Awesome! She dropped a lot of summoners, but not the primal summon I wanted. But the most important item here is the Titan Soul, since you need 4 of them in order to fight the last boss. You need poison, ice, fire and physical soul in order to summon Titan Overlord.
I guess it's time to see what it's capable of.
On day 76, I took the Primal Ice Dragon for a spin, and it was pretty good with its special lightning ability.
Oh my god! I didn't know it could do that.
I almost lost it to Prime Apex Rodan.
I killed it. I killed it.
For all of the people who has watched this far, just so you know, all of the wild dinos are always gonna be stronger than a tame. Either way, we went to take out the Mega Reaper Queen, and it was really easy with the dragon. We took out another Titan Broodmother, and I got our second Prime Dragon. Where are the Manticores?
Oh,
God damn
finally.
it, that's what I want.
Oh, dude.
We need the Primal
That was so
Manticore
many losses for
because
us.
that is the strongest and
Oh,
best one for fighting all of the Titans. My friends on the server was taunting me to take out an Uber King Kong on my own with the Reaper. I got shredded to bits in a matter of seconds. I got back on a Mega Rex and then I killed it. It drops quite a lot of loot and element, which I love. It was now day 80 and we were still killing off these Titan Broodmothers in hope of a Primal Manticore. But we got the Primal Dragon again! Like, are you serious? Then we killed
God,
yet
look at that
another
damage.
Titan Broodmother with our dragons, and this time we actually got the ancient Primal Manticore.
There we go.
Okay, what did we get? Oh!
So we started cloning it to make sure we had a healthy supply of that Primal Manticore.
You can't complain that we're...
Huh?
Where is she? She's up in the air! She went flying! Look in there!
It was now day 81 and we were gonna try taking out the Titan Turkus. The fight was kinda simple since it only summons mega minions around it and it grounds you from time to time.
Here's a Dimorphodon. He spawned Monkey, he spawned Mega Monkey, Mega Kong. They cannot ground us with the spears, but they do kinda high damage. Just so you know. And their poop will, you know, drain your stamina. Frost attack either. Yeah, one Mega Monkey dead. Yeah, these are probably the worst thing to kill. Well, you can basically kill them when they're on you, you know. Oh, Snowball.
We eventually killed it, but then we also got attacked by a Mega Dragon that almost killed us.
Okay, he's gonna come back, so they, wait, just wait here, just wait here. We'll shoot him when he comes back. And you attack from here. Oh, my health is 1 HP.
We then summoned the Titan Desmodus.
Watch out
but
for the
it was
dragon, though!
impossible to fight it in the air and I died.
Dude, I cannot hit this. Oh. I just died when I was gonna teleport.
Akisa proposed to bait it into the ice cave and attacking from there.
Are you also taking massive damage?
The life drain ability felt like impossible to survive from.
What the hell?
We tried again and again, and we just kept on dying.
That killed me too.
When we thought we were about to lose the fight, we killed it! God damn, like some of these Titan fights feels almost next to impossible.
Yeah, I'm dead. He's 60k. Oh my god. Oh.
These fights are not meant to do solo. Either way, we got the second soul, which was the physical, so we only needed the fire and ice soul. So we were both doing some thinking. The reason why we were struggling with the fights was probably because we didn't have the Uber Soul yet, so we set out to kill Mega Shadowmanes to get an Uber Giga to spawn in.
I was on my way to the Shadow Main and Akisa killed it and the Giga spawned in. You can only damage the Giga when you're within 250 meters of it. I'm dead. This fight was so stupid. Ah. Oh, they're already dead. He was very low, but then I died and Akisa killed it since she was still alive.
Oh wait, we're actually getting some good damage on him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you would stop going around in circles, stop spinning!
Oh my god.
Okay, he's dead.
He's dead? Oh, I died too.
You dead?
Yeah, I died. I couldn't tank that damage. Can I teleport you? I want to see what the drop was. It took a lot of sacrifices to kill it. I do think personally that this is a creature that is way too overtuned. So we were gonna attempt killing an Uber Dinopithecus, but then I got grounded and I tried teleporting away and I teleported in with his explosive poop and it destroyed half our base.
Wait, what? Why'd our drones and our turbo die too? Oh. Oh no.
Our base is gone.
What? No, the whole base?
It took Akisa over a week to build this, and I rage quit after that. So we had to rebuild all of that, and it took us until day 94 since we lost a great deal thanks to that Dinopithecus. Day 94. I was really close of quitting, but Akisa told me not to give up since we were so close, but we lost so many days because of this. What are you talking about? And it was time to fight the Uber Dinopithecus again, so we tried our very best avoiding attacks and all. This was the last dino I needed to kill for the Uber Stone.
Oh, Mike.
What?
He's right next to our base.
Oh. No way. You destroyed another base?
There goes the outpost.
Is he gonna jump? I'm waiting for the jump. We found a pretty good area where he couldn't jump on us, but we eventually killed him there. This is going a bit better, right? Conserve your stamina and stuff like that. Drink potion, that helps.
Oh, he's on me.
I'm gonna see if I can get him again. Okay, he's not interested. Did you get away?
Yes.
He's almost dead. Looks like he gave up.
He's got me.
He's 1 HP. Come on, come on. Oh my god. You survived?
I did, because the Cabrasuchus yeeted me away from the death zone.
I then made the Uber Soul and I felt ready for our last Titan fights. Day 95. So we went out on a hunt to kill a Mega Hell Ovis to get the Titan Manticore to spawn. We started attacking the Titan Manticore on our Reapers and they did really good.
I'm doing really, really, really bad on health. I'm actually almost dead. I'm 1 HP. Well, good luck, Kiza. So we got the Titan Manticore pretty low, but I died again. Oh no! We had to fight Mega Manticores because the Titan Manticore summons them all from the map. Okay, I killed one. There's only one left then.
Yeah, I'm on it right now.
Well, now he's not definitely falling back. He's taking it. Oh, he's almost dead, he's almost dead, he's almost dead! Then we killed it and we got the fire soul. And then we only had one more soul left to collect. And that was the ice one from Titan Rodan. So in case I had managed to bait the Titan Rodan inside the ice cave again. So we were gonna attempt killing him in there.
We're in. Rider.
I'm dying, I'm dead. Oh, he's still here. I teleported back in and he had 800k left. So then we killed him and got the last soul required.
We got this, we got this, we got this. He's done for.
Now we were ready for the final boss. So it's day 99 now, and we wanted to start fighting this boss early because we didn't know if we would be able to kill the boss before the days ran out. I summoned it in and we started blasting it with attacks already.
Take that, pancake.
So you just have to avoid everything it does. We're doing pretty good damage to him, 52k. Oh, I got hit by that. I'm out of stamina.
Well, we've gotten a barrage of fire now.
Yeah, this is kind of what happens. 60%. Oh my god, that's so many attacks and I'm so slowed! Just keep barraging him. Oh, you got hit by one of the lightning attacks. Yeah. I want the stamina again. Blood curse recovery. Okay, here's the shield. We can still attack him though. Oh no! Whoa. I think I avoided that.
I am burning.
The fight went on like forever thanks to his leech ability, and it didn't really help with the minions and lightning attacks he did.
Somebody now. Break it out of this.
Okay. Oh god. Comes the dragons, they're going in. Wow, they got one shot. I have to fly there, so I can do some damage there. Oh, he's already healed 2 million. Interesting. So yes, keep just have to eat it again. Oh, he does his lightning attack. Oh, I better watch out. Minions, come here. .5. Now it's almost died. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
He is solo.
Oh my god!
Yes.
Finally! Oh! Oh my god! We're finally done! Oh! I don't want to do this anymore! There's only one way out of this. It's dying. Yeah, you just have to die. There's no other way to kill them. Thanks for watching, guys. I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate all of you out there. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, so please consider subscribing, liking the video, and maybe check out the rest of my videos.